Good afternoon and welcome to the Senate live proceedings. This being a sitting of the Senate on the afternoon of 20th, the year being 2024 of the month of August. This is a special sitting of senators in plenary to hear and determine the motion on the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the governor for Meru County. This is technically the last session of these hearings, as these hearings commenced on Monday at 9 a.m. at the Senate, this being the second and the final day. The hearing and determination process in regards to whether the impeachment grounds hold any water began at the Senate at around 11 a.m. this morning. And like it happened last night or last evening, where the proceedings proceeded up to midnight, we, so to speak, expect an extension of these allocated time. But according to the program, is that the Senate has lined up this process and determination to go up to 5:30 p.m. But that notwithstanding, we've been having lead councils requesting for some more time. And just like it happened yesterday, today will not be an exception, but we'll be waiting to see how that unfolds. But this being the last part of the hearing and determination, already 2 hours are already underway for the Defense Council to prosecute their matter in defense of Governor Kawira Mwangaza. They have about 2 hours remaining. The Speaker in the morning allocated them 4 hours, just like the prosecution team that was allocated 4 hours yesterday. When the House resumes after lunch, any moment from now, we will be having question as well as request for clarification by senators after the defense team is done with submission of its defense. Remember, up to this particular moment, the team led by lawyer Elias Mutuma and as well as other 5 lawyers who are defending the Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza have already brought 2 witnesses before the Senate. We'll be seeing whether more witnesses will be called to the stage that has been set for this particular process. After that, we'll be having the closing statements by the County Assembly, which has been allocated 60 minutes, basically an hour. This is usually the norm, that the County Assembly, who are for the impeachment and want the Senate to uphold the impeachment of Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza, will be given an hour by the Speaker to prosecute their matter with finality and convince senators why they should uphold the impeachment of Kawira Mwangaza. And the defense will equally have its fair share of the equal time, that is 1 hour again, to convince the House why the House ought to throw out the charges leveled against Governor Mwangaza. Thereafter, the House will be taking a vote, which will be done by delegation to either uphold the impeachment or to throw the charges out altogether. Our dear viewers, the Speaker and his procession is already into the chamber this afternoon. Allow me to hand you over for this live broadcast. Enjoy your viewing and good afternoon.
Nasikia mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uadilifu ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao quorum for 10 minutes.
The quorum bell is yet again on ring mode at the Senate as the Speaker, upon the commencement of business this afternoon, has directed the Sergeant at Arms to ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes, and this being a lunch hour session where the House is commencing at 2 p.m., contrary to the norm, where the House usually commences business at 2:30. A 10 minutes leeway has been allocated to senators this afternoon to make their way into the chamber this afternoon. Before I handed you over for the live broadcast, I was just mentioning that the Defense Council for Governor Mwangaza has already brought forward 2 witnesses, and for the remainder of their time, which is about 2 hours and 40 minutes, we'll be waiting to see whether more witnesses will be brought forward before the Senate this afternoon. But in a nutshell, is that Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza has refuted all the charges against her by the Meru County Assembly, the charges being 3 mainly, and we will be awaiting to see whether these allegations will be substantiated. The senators will be voting on each of the charge by the end of this day, where they will be voting whether the charges on gross misconduct, the charge on abuse of office, and the other charge on gross violation of the Constitution and other laws of the land have been violated, have been substantiated, taking a vote on each and every charge. And our dear viewers, remember that according to the Constitution, on the grounds for the removal by impeachment of a governor or a state officer, in this case, the Constitution requires that in the event either of the 3 grounds that MCAs have brought before the Senate this afternoon or during this 3rd impeachment by the Meru MCAs, in the event one of the charge has been substantiated, then automatically the governor for Meru County will cease to hold office. But yet again, the law provides that in the event that the Senate upholds the impeachment of the governor for Meru County that was done by the Assembly, then the governor also has the option of moving to court, to the High Court in this case, to try and fight her way through the courts in regards to that. But by the end of this day, when the House will have taken a vote in regards to the 3 impeachment charges leveled against the governor, in the event that each of the charge fails to garner the required number to impeach the governor, then the governor will be back in office to continue with her mandate at Meru, at the county of Meru. The charges that the governor for Meru County is facing is the gross violation of the Constitution and other laws, gross misconduct, and abuse of office. This afternoon, we expect the team that is in charge for the governor's defense to use the remainder of their time to convince the Senate why they term the charges by the members of the County Assembly of Meru as lies and frivolous. The quorum has been achieved. Allow me to hand you over for this live broadcast. Enjoy your viewing.
Order, Senator Nyutu. Since when did you become an usher? Now, honorable senators, at the adjournment of the sitting at 1, the governor was still presenting her case, and we to stand down a witness to allow us to go for a lunch break. We will therefore proceed from where we left it. Counsel for Governor, you may recall your witness. Clerk, proceed to call the order, please.
Order number 1, communication from the chair. Order number 2, hearing and determination on the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor of Meru County.
So, Council, before you start, just to remind you that you have 1 hour, 55 minutes to conclude the presentation of the Governor's case. You may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members, may I remind the witnesses that is still under oath through the chair.
Thank you. I'm aware I'm still under oath.
Thank you.
Can I continue?
Mr. Munene, may we proceed from where we had stopped, but we'll be moving to the second issue. The motion for impeachment before the Senate, the second issue accused of the governor is failing to appoint chairpersons of the Meru County Revenue Board, Meru Microfinance Corporation, Meru Youth Service Board, and Meru County Investment and Development Corporation Board. What's your response to that, Mr. Munene?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable members. The governor has been accusing of failing to appoint the chairpersons of the Meru County Revenue Board, Meru Microfinance Corporation, Meru Youth Service Board, and Meru County Investment and Development Corporations as required by the law. I wish to state that by virtue of the information that has come within me, that's an allegation that is not true. The County Secretary, by a letter dated 18th June 2023, forwarded to the County Assembly the name of Japhet Ndumba Idhinji as a nominee chairperson of the Meru County Revenue Board. The process of appointment of these chairpersons starts by the governor forwarding the list of nominees to the Assembly for approval. And it is only once the Assembly has approved.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm sorry for intervention. but I would seek your guidance that the witness directs us to the place where that evidence is for, so that we are able to follow. Most obliged.
Thank you. I was getting there, Mr. Speaker.
No, get there first.
Thank you.
Because as you explained, we need to be on that page. So start with the page containing that document, so that when all the senators are there and other parties are there, you can now proceed to explain
Thank
yourself.
you, Mr. Speaker. It is on page 53 of the Governor's Board of Documents, Volume 1B, page 53. There's a letter there dated 18th June 2023, received by the Office of the Clerk at the County Assembly on 21st June 2023. And the Governor and the Executive Member in charge of Finance, pursuant to Section 6 of the Meru County Revenue Board Act, is forwarding the list of nominees for the chairperson and 2 members of the County Revenue Board. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, page 57 of the same bundle of documents, it's a letter dated 21st June 2023, received in the office of the clerk of the County Assembly of Meru on the same date. It is forwarding the list of the chairperson and 2 members for approval by the County Assembly, forwarding the list, specifically the name of Harriet Karamana Gitonga Kadhata as the chairperson of Meru County Investment and Development Corporation. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, page 58 of the same bundle of documents is a letter dated 21st June 2023, forwarding the list of chairperson and members, nominee members, for approval by the County Assembly pursuant to Section 6 of the Meru County Youth Service Act. That letter has been received on 21st June 2023, and of importance is that the name of Kimathi Mutembei Dennis is the chairperson that is being, the governor is seeking approval so that she can appoint. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, after this letter, the County Assembly drew a letter dated 21st July 2023. The clerk of the County Assembly wrote to the County Secretary. That is in page 60, volume 1B, a letter that is in page 60, volume 1B, whereby the clerk of the County Assembly is saying that my office is unable to recommend the list, for their consideration to be transmitted to the County Assembly for action, largely because they observe that there are some missing information regarding the status of offices, as some of the offices sought to be filled and substantive office orders. And by a similar letter that appears on page 61 of volume 1B, and the clerk of the County Assembly is seeking, it's a reminder letter, followed by the letter that was received on 21st July 2023. And Mr. Speaker, honorable members, in response to that letter, the County Secretary and End of Public Service wrote a letter dated 18th September 2023. It appears on page 54 of volume 1B of the same bundle of documents. And in this letter, saying that it indicates that reference is made to the above subject matter, and your letter dated 31st August 2023. The nominees of the County Revenue Board are made in anticipation of their lapse of term on 14th December 2023. All the other offices fell vacant by way of natural attrition. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, on page 55 is another letter from the County Secretary directed to the Clerk of the County Assembly, which is a polite reminder. It has been received the same date, it's dated 11th January 2024. On 21st March, page 56, volume 1B. On 21st March 2024, the county secretary still wrote another reminder to the clerk of the County Assembly of Meru, and subsequently, Mr. Speaker and honorable members, by a letter dated 15th July 2024, it's in the County Assembly's bundle of documents. Volume 1. This one.
As you check on that, Mr. Munene, is that a demonstration of compliance from High Excellency the Governor?
It is a demonstration of compliance, and of importance is that the letter dated 31st August, that is on page 61, which appears on volume 1B of the Governor's bundle of documents. The clerk of the County Assembly is indicating that they have learned, indicating that the County Assembly, county government, this is to kindly make a follow-up on the requested information to facilitate the commit of the 400 names to the various semi-autonomous bonds of the county government of Meru to the relevant committee of the County Assembly for vetting and consideration, excluding the nominees of the Meru County Alcoholic Drinks Control Bond, whose nomination has been since committed to the relevant committee of the County Assembly for vetting and consideration. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, despite the clerk of the County Assembly confirming that the list for the Meru County Alcoholic Drinks Control Bond and been lent to the relevant committee by 31st August 2023. To date, that vetting is yet to be concluded. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, volume 2 of the County Assembly documents, page 60, is the letter I was referring to, dated 15th July 2024. And in this letter dated 15th July 2024, the county secretary is indicating that is making a follow-up of those, the position of the nominees, whether they have been approved or not, and indicates that to date, the County Assembly has deliberately failed to approve and or communicate its rejection of the nominees to the County Executive despite constant reminders. Despite constant reminders. This is a letter dated 15th July 2024. And my emphasis, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, on that statement, despite constant reminders, is because I'm aware that yesterday the clerk of the County Assembly appeared before this honorable House and indicated that the letters, the 3 letters that I have mentioned, that is the letter dated, the letter appearing on the letter appearing on page 54, 55, and 56 of the Governor's bundle of documents, that they are disputed. Those letters are disputed. The clerk of the County Assembly indicated they have never received any letter for a reminder.
Thank you. I think that point has been exhausted. Let's proceed to the next issue. The next accusation is that the Governor has refused to implement resolutions of the Assembly to dismiss the County Secretary, Dr. Kiambi Tambura, and the Chief of Staff, Mr. Gatobu Nchamba. What's your answer to that, Mr. Munene?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. The governor has been accused of refusing to implement the resolution of the county assembly requiring the dismissal of the county secretary and the chief of staff. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I'm aware of the information that, by virtue of the position that I hold, that once a report of the committee of the county assembly has been discussed, that report has to be tabled. Once a report has been prepared of a petition, the report has to be tabled in the county assembly, and resolutions pursuant to that report made. Thereafter, the resolutions and the answers for that sitting adopting the report is supposed to be forwarded to the executive or to the governor to implement the resolution. I can confirm that the document that the county assembly seeks to rely on do not include a resolution. They do not include any answer showing whether the report that for the joint committee was adopted by the assembly or not. So to that end, there is no resolution to accuse the governor of not implementing.
Thank you, Mr. Mnene. Quickly, as a practitioner of law, does the county assembly have mandate to dismiss a county secretary and chief of staff as officers in the office of the governor?
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I'm not aware of a provision in law that mandates the county assembly to dismiss the county secretary or the chief of staff. To the best of my knowledge, in reference to a decision of Kilifi High Court in Owen by the Kilifi County government, the former county secretary of Kilifi County, the decision of that case indicates that the county assembly can only move a censure motion against the county secretary. The provision of the law, section 44 of the county government, talks of removal of the governor, the removal of the county secretary by the governor. That the governor may remove the county secretary in pursuant, subject to the terms and conditions of the contract of service.
Thank you, Mr. Mnene. The next question will be, the governor has been accused of illegally dismissing Dr. Ntoiti, CEO of County Revenue Board, Paul Mwaki, CEO Liquor Board, Kenneth Kimathi Mbaye, Managing Director, Meru Microfinance Corporation, and Josephine Kithure, CEO, MEWAS, in usurpation of the powers of the appointing authorities. What's your answer to that, Mr. Mnene?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. First, to note that this is a ground or particulars that were presented before the previous impeachment motion, in which I appeared as a witness before this honorable Senate, and I can confirm that this was one of the grounds. And the allegation that has been made is not true. The governor did not dismiss Dr. Ntoiti, Paul Mwaki, Kenneth Mbaye, and Joseph Kithure. But Dr. Ntoiti resigned. Paul Mwaki served his term, which his contract ended on, I believe, 15th December 2023. Kenneth Mbaye left, actually abandoned. In that matter, the decision that they are seeking to rely on, you realize that Kenneth Mbaye did not return back to work after the court quashed the county secretary, the former county secretary's letter sending Kenneth Mbaye on compulsory leave. He did not resume his work, so he abandoned work. And Joseph Kithure served his term to conclusion, until it was terminated by lapse of time. So, and also the allegation that the county government of Meru has been slapped with 4 million in that decision. It is not true. It is not a correct observation. The county government, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, is not a party to that employment and labor relations dispute. And in the same decision, in the same order, the general damages that were granted of cumulative general damages of 1 million.
Perhaps very quickly, Mr. Munene, if you could refer the House to the specific documents they wish to rely on.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, page 68 of the bundle of documents, volume 1B of the governor's bundle of documents, it's a request for confirmation on employment of Dr. John Toiti, made by the county secretary to the Nairobi County Secretary, Nairobi County. And on page 69 is a resignation of Dr. John Toiti, dated 14th November 2023. Page 70 of that bundle of documents is a letter from Nairobi City County confirming that confirming the employment status of Dr. John Toiti, that Dr. John Toiti is an employee of Nairobi City County. Page 71 of volume 1B of the bundle of documents, it is a notice of appeal indicating that the parties, the respondent, they disagreed with the decision of the court, and they have preferred an appeal against that decision.
Mr. Munene, I think that is sufficient. I'll move to the final issue. The governor has been accused of having a bloated workforce in his office. What's the response to that, Mr. Munene?
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I confirm that there is such an allegation of bloated workforce, and that allegation, there was a similar allegation in the previous motion in which I also appeared as a witness, whereby the governor is accused of having a bloated workforce. There are documents on the contrary to indicate that the governor has been categorical on the issue of controlling the wage bill in the county. That is by minimizing any hiring or replacements. Through the assistance of my advocate, I want to get to that page. This is employment. Page 170 of volume 1B, bundle of documents. This is a letter from the secretary. It's an internal memo from the secretary, County Public Service Board, to the Chief of Staff. It is dated 17th October 2023. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, it's of importance to note that at 17th October 2023, it is the same week that the second impeachment motion was drafted and debated at the County Assembly. This was an allegation that, the document that they sought to rely on, they relied on those documents then, and they're still the same document that they're relying on. In this letter, dated 5th October 2023, on page 170, the County Public Service Board, the Secretary of the County Public Service Board is communicating to the Chief of Staff that we would like to inform you that we have exhausted the available vacancies in the office of the governor as per the Transition Authority Circular of 6th September 2013, we have concluded on the recruitment process for staff in the governor's office. Attached, please find the list of the officers who have been so far employed in the office of the governor. And, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, that list has 29 employees, 19 directly under the governor's office, and 10 under the deputy governor's office. Surprisingly, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, by a letter dated 6th October 2023, that is the following day, the first letter is dated 5th October 2023. The second letter comes on, it's dated 6th October 2023, but delivered on 5th December 2023. That is after the impeachment motion. The first letter is dated, appearing on page 170, is dated 5th October, but was sent to the Chief of Staff on 17th October when it is received. The second letter is dated, appearing on page 175 of the same bundle of documents. It is dated 6th October 2023 and received on 5th December 2023. Page 175, volume 1B of the governor's bundle of documents. This letter, the bond has appointed Gitobu Tunu Gatweri as an administrative officer to replace Ellen Bahati Matilu, who left service. She will be placed in the deputy governor's office. This is therefore to give you authority to load her into the payroll.
What was the response to that?
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, by a letter dated 15th December 2023, it's appearing on page 173, volume 1B of these documents. The Chief of Staff responds on authority to load in the payroll and indicates that it has been brought to our attention that by a letter dated 6th October, you have ordered the Chief Officer in charge of Public Service Management to load a certain Gitobu Tunu Gatweri, whom you have apparently appointed as an administrative officer, employee under the office of the governor. This is a protest letter, and on page 174, the letter runs to page 174, of specific importance before this honorable assembly, and Mr. Speaker, honorable members, is that the Chief of Staff says, be reminded also that solely the governor has previously and including in the recent impeachment proceedings, bore the brunt of allegations of bloated workforce under the office of the governor, and is not willing to preside over further appointments and overloading of the payroll as suggested by your latest communication. And in the same memo, is saying that be advised that there is an administrative officer at the Deputy Governor's office who was deployed and has been there from 23rd February 2023. So the governor is resisting any addition.
Thank you, Mr. Mnene. I think you have been clear beyond peradventure. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'll close there in chief. You'll wait for questions, Mr. Mnene. Okay,
Council for County
the
Assembly.
witness seems to have one more issue to clarify as counsel of
Very well.
Mr.
You may
Speaker,
proceed.
honorable members, there is also an allegation that has been raised on the issue of that the governor has been accused of abuse office for paying Kiabi Christas Manyara his full salary while still in remand. I'm aware that the County Public Service Bond, pursuant to sections 59(1)(c) of the County Government Act, is the one mandated with the disciplinary powers. The County Public Service Bond, it has the disciplinary powers, and when it comes to the issue of interdiction, of an employee. It's the county public, it is the role of the county public service board to do the interdiction. On disciplinary powers, at times the county public service board has delegated its disciplinary powers through some authorized officers. And I'm aware, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, that the governor is not an authorized officer within the meaning of Section 86 of the County Governments Act. So it cannot be said that the governor has failed to interdict an employee under the public service. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Munene.
For the record, Mr. Speaker, my name is Mwangi Ndego. I'll be taking about 10 minutes in cross. Bwana Dixon.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, yes. Yes, sir.
How are you, Bwana Dixon?
I'm fine, thank you.
I refer you to your affidavit at page 24 of your documents, specifically paragraph 3 of your affidavit. You depone the issue of the revocation of the appointment, correct?
Yes.
Do you dispute that Ms. Miriti was appointed?
No, I don't.
Now, you have also deponed that the appointment was not legal, and you have deponed the issue of revocation of the appointment, correct?
Correct.
And it is your evidence that the revocation was pursuant to the legal advice.
Correct.
And you're on record that the legal advice was done both by yourself and the alleged legal advisor.
Correct.
Now, have you brought to this Senate an original copy of that legal advice?
No.
Do you have even a certified copy?
No.
Now, I take you to that legal advice, Bwana Munene. The legal advice is to be found at page 11 of the governor's bundle of documents,
Yes.
volume 1B, honorable members. Now, in that legal advice, legal opinion, Bwana Munene, page 11 of the governor's response, volume 1B, marked as KM5. That legal advice, Bwana Munene, do we have someone signing off as who is the author of that document? At the last page, page 12.
It indicates legal advisor.
Do you have it reflecting the name?
No, it does not reflect the name.
It doesn't reflect the name of either the alleged legal advisor or your own or your own name, does it?
It does not.
Honorable Senators, I want to move with you to the affidavit of one Linda Gaki Kiome that was filed yesterday before the Senate, yesterday afternoon. I hope we all have that affidavit. It's a standalone affidavit that was filed yesterday afternoon by Linda Gaki Kiome. Now, Mr. Munene, do you have that affidavit?
No.
And in that affidavit, there is an annexure.
I don't have the affidavit.
You can supply a copy.
Okay.
Please look at the last annexure that was applied by Linda Gaki Kiome, the notice of intention to terminate your contract. Do you have that copy, Mr. Munene?
Yes, I am there.
Can you read the second sentence, paragraph that starts with the word, the reason for termination?
The reason for termination is due to your perennial unavailability to offer legal advice as and whenever the governor requires you.
The second sentence, the sentence preceding, before that, or after that?
You have also disheartened your obligation as a legal advisor to the governor and instead concentrated on your schedule as a council member of the LSK and also in the running of your law firm,
Now,
which
Mr.
you are
Munene,
sole
stop at that.
proprietor.
So this is an intention, notice of intention to terminate the contract of Linda Gaki Kiome, correct?
Yes,
And the reasons for termination is perennial unavailability and desertion of work, correct?
correct.
And what is the meaning of the word perennial? Is it not annually, perennially?
Many times.
Many
several.
times. When is the date of this letter?
26th March 2024.
26th?
March 2024.
Proceed to the sentence that begins with the word, when the governor.
When the governor raised this concern over the same issue in December 2023, and in an attempt to amicably resolve it, you intimated that due to the exigencies of your schedule, you contemplated resigning.
In December, which year?
2023.
That means that as of December 2023, the governor already had issues with her legal advisor, one Linda Gaki Kiome, correct?
It indicates so.
Is that not the inference?
That is what it infers.
Now, I take you back to the internal memo, Mr. Sorry, before I take you back to the internal memo, I take you to the date of the internal memo. When is the date of the internal memo?
23rd February 2024.
23rd?
February 2024.
A date coming after the governor having issues with her legal advisor, correct?
Correct.
A date coming after the governor having identified that her legal advisor has perennially deserted work, correct?
Not correct.
Do you want me to take you back to the intention to terminate?
Yes, which is coming on 26th March 2024. That is when the issue of perennial that is coming. Yes, 26th March 2024.
Thank you. Now, the paragraph that says when the governor raised this concern over the same issue, what issue was the governor raising in the month of December 2023 with her legal advisor, Mr. Munene? Is it not the issue of perennial unavailability and desertion of work?
It talks about exigencies of the schedule and contemplating. Yes, it is.
Is it not the issue of perennial unavailability and desertion?
Yes.
As of December 2023?
Yes.
The governor had problems with her legal advisor for being unavailable at work?
Yes.
Yet in 23rd February 2024, the legal advisor is in a capacity to advise the governor. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now, if we are to look at the veracity and the legality of that opinion, Mr. Munene, which you have admitted that you did indeed give or issue, and as an advocate, what's the legality of that opinion in light of Section 58.5 of the County Government Act? Can I take you there, kindly?
Yes, sure.
Section 58.5 is to be found at our volume 3, the County Assembly Bundle, volume 3. The County Assembly Bundle, volume 3, at page 51. At page 51. Page 50 and page 51, section 58 is about composition of the County Public Service Board. Mr. Munene, can you kindly read section 58.5 of the County Government Act?
I am not there yet, so if you could be assistant with a copy.
Kindly.
Thank you.
Page 51.
Yes.
Can you kindly read?
The members of the board may only be removed from office on grounds set out for the removal of members of a constitutional commission under Article 251(1) of the Constitution, and by a vote of not less than 75% of all members of the County Assembly.
That is the process of removing a member of the board, correct?
Yes, but not an ex officio member of the board.
Wasn't Ms. Miriti appointed to the board?
She was an ex officio
Yes
member
or no?
of the board.
Is
No.
she not a secretary?
She's a secretary.
Does this fly on the face?
Sergeant at arms. Sergeant at arms, is everything okay?
Mr. I hope my time was post, Honorable Speaker. Now, Mr. Munene, it's your evidence that the
Just hold on, Council.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Munene, it is your evidence that the secretary is an ex-officio member.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Can you kindly look at page 50 of the same volume 3 band of the County Assembly, section 58(1) on the composition of the board? Are you there?
Yes, I am there.
What is the composition of the board?
The County Public Service Board shall comprise a chairperson appointed in accordance with section 58A, at least.
C, specifically C, go to section 58, subsection 1C.
I'm on 58, at least 3 but not more than 5 members appointed in accordance with section 58A, a certified public secretary.
A certified?
Public secretary.
So is a certified public secretary a member of the board?
An ex officio member.
But a member of the?
An ex officio member.
Where is the issue of ex officio on section 58(1)(c)?
Because
constrain yourself to that section. Is a secretary a member of the board? Yes or no?
Yes.
Now, in respect of section 58(5), is the procedure depicted under section 58(5) the procedure for removal of the secretary? Correct?
It's for the members of the board.
And the secretary, correct?
Article 251.
No. Mr. Munene, section 58(5), the members of the board may only be removed from office pursuant to section 58(5), correct?
Yes, and Article
correct?
251.
Yes or no?
Correct.
Now, in respect to the legal opinion, doesn't that legal opinion that you claim to have given fly on the face of section 58(5) and Article 251? Yes or no?
No.
Now, Mr. Munene, I take you to the question of boards. As paragraph 6 of your affidavit, you've deponed that the letter by the county secretary dated 18th June 2023 was forwarded to, to the county assembly in the name of Japhet Dombi, correct?
Correct.
Were you copied in those letters? Were you copied?
Take me to the letter, I'll confirm whether I was copied or not.
Honorable Senators, the said letters are to be found at volume 1B of the governor's
Order, honorable senators. There is a lot of loud consultations. Kindly, let's hear the witness in silence.
Volume 1B, the governor's bundle, is marked as KM9A at page 53.
Yes, I am not copied in that letter.
That letter dated 18th June, are you copied?
I am not.
How did you become aware?
By virtue of my position as a county executive committee member.
How did you become aware? Were you copied?
I am not copied in the letter.
How did you become aware with the information?
By virtue of my position in the county executive.
Who informed you?
Yeah.
Who informed you?
The county secretary.
Is he testifying in this Senate today?
No.
Now, there was a response that you responded to the various requests by the county assembly, particularly the letter by the clerk seeking clarification on the missing information. That letter is to be found to be found in page 60 of the same bundle, the governor's bundle. It's marked as KM9H.
Yes, I'm there.
Is received 21st July 2023. Is a letter by the office of the clerk. Now, Mr. Munene, I kindly refer you to the last paragraph of that letter.
Yes.
Can you kindly read the last paragraph?
Yes.
Page 60. The governor's bundle, volume 1B.
Kindly also feel free to provide any other additional information regarding the nominations that may facilitate the county assembly to effectively discharge its mandate. We look forward to your response and clarifications.
And the preceding paragraph, we are therefore
kindly asking for more information / clarification regarding the availability / existence of vacancies in the offices within which the nominations are being made in order to facilitate their transmission to the county assembly for consideration. This will enable the county assembly to...
Stop there, Bwana Munene. Okay. Did you ever forward a response in terms of providing the necessary information as required by the clerk? Yes or no?
Yes.
Where is the evidence? Kindly take us the evidence, quickly.
It's on page 54, volume 1B, Governor's Bundle of Documents.
Did you provide the evidence on the further and better particulars as sought in terms of further information?
It is talking / clarifications. It is providing a clarification.
Now, let me take you to our bundle where were you not appointing members of the board to non-existent positions or positions that have already been filled up?
No.
Honorable members, we are referring to page 52 of the County Assembly response volume 2, Honorable Senators. Page 52, volume 2 of the County Assembly documents. It's at page 52, volume 2 of the County Assembly documents, exhibits. Now, Bwana Munene, can you kindly read out that Gazette notice? Page 52, Honorable Senators.
Should I read from here?
Mr. Munene, very quickly, time is not with us. Can you read out the Gazette notice number?
Gazette notice number 538, the Constitution of Kenya, the County Government Act.
Time, Mr. Munene, can you go to the content of the Gazette notice? It is notified.
Okay. It is notified for public information that the governor of the county government of Meru has extended the period of appointment of the Meru County Revenue Bond contained in Gazette Notice number 5202 of 2017 for a period of 3 years with effect from the 15th December 2020.
So is that not an extension of the office bearers then?
Yes, it is.
As at 15th December 2020?
As at 6th December 2020. The Gazette Notice
Expiring
is dated,
for a period of?
The Gazette Notice is
Mr.
dated 6th December 2020.
It's dated 15th
And it
November.
says that the extension will be with effect with 15th December 2020.
When was the extension to expire? When was it to expire, Mr. Munene?
On 14th December 2023.
14th December 2023.
23.
Now, in your letter dated 18th
September 2023.
In your letter, the letter at the governor's bundle, Honorable Senators, at page 54. When you read that as against the county, the letter by the county, the office of the clerk at page 60. Mr. Munene, at page 60 of the governor's bundle, Mr. Munene, at page 60, we are therefore kindly asking for more information, clarification regarding the availability, existence of vacancies in the office within which the nominations are being made. Is that so?
Which paragraph is that?
Wasn't the clerk asking for information as to which office the members were being nominated to?
Yes, through clarification.
As at 21st July 2023?
Yes.
And that is what you responded by your letter dated 18 September 2023?
Yes.
Did you supply information as to which office that you are nominating those members?
It sought information through clarification.
Did you supply?
Yes, the clarification.
Yes or no? Did you supply? Did you clarify that the office was already having office bearers?
Yes.
Were these office bearers in office on 18 September 2023?
Yes.
To which office were you nominating members?
The nominees of the County Revenue Board are made in anticipation of their lapse of term on 14th December 2023. That is the clarification.
Mr. Speaker, I cede my few minutes to my colleague, Mr. Kawira.
Mr. Munene, the letters appearing on pages 54, 55 to 56. You must be aware that the County Assembly contends that those documents are outright forgeries, correct?
Sorry?
The documents appearing from pages 54 to 56 of the Governor's Volume 1B, you are aware that you contend that those documents are forgeries, correct?
Yes.
And because his allegation was brought out yesterday,
yes,
and the clerk was here,
yes,
have you sought the leave of the Speaker or made any attempts to bring the delivery note of these 3 letters that you purport and that you say you are aware they were received by the office of the clerk?
No.
You've not made such an attempt?
We have not made the attempt.
Okay. Is it a coincidence that these 3 letters, and Mr. Speaker, I do not purport to be a forensic examiner or a forensic expert, or a document examiner, rather, but is it a coincidence that these 3 letters that were
in different months, in fact, in different years. Is it a coincidence that the three of them were stamped on the same place, different months, different years?
What do you mean by same place?
Just look at the letterhead of those three letters.
They're stamped on different pages.
Stamp, yes, but same place, correct?
Not same.
Okay. I'll leave the honorable senators to draw their own conclusion. Mr. Munene, you said that there's a requirement that the county assembly actually table and adopt a resolution with respect to petitions that are made by members of the public. Is that your position?
Sorry?
Is there a requirement, or what is your position with regard to, was there a requirement rather, this is the question, was there a requirement that a resolution be passed by the county assembly for the removal of those officers? That is the chief of staff and the county secretary, pursuant to that public petition. Is there a requirement in law?
The requirement is that the resolution, the report is tabled to the, back to the county assembly.
No, is there a requirement? Because you say that there's a requirement that a resolution be passed by the county assembly. That there is debate and a resolution passed. Is there such a requirement in law?
The letter makes reference to resolutions of the assembly, not of the committee, of the assembly.
Yes. Let me refer you to that report. That is Honorable Speaker, that is volume 2 of the assembly documents, the exhibits in support of the impeachment motion, at page 140. Page 140 of volume 2 of the county assembly documents. At 5.2, you will see the committee's recommendations. Is that the assembly or the committee's recommendations?
These are the committee's recommendations.
And what is recommendation number 2? That the governor do dismiss the county secretary and the chief of staff, correct?
Yes.
I'll refer you our volume 4. Our volume 4, Honorable Speaker, the county assembly documents. Volume 4, that is at page 295. Volume 4 of the county assembly documents, that is, those are the standing orders. Are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Page 295 of volume 4 of the county assembly documents. On committee of petitions, I'll read it out and you tell me whether you agree with it. Every petition presented or reported pursuant to this part shall stand committed to the relevant sectorial committee. 2, whenever a petition is committed to a sectorial committee, the committee shall in not more than 60 calendar days from the time of reading the prayer respond to the petitioner by way of a report addressed to the petitioner or petitioners and laid on the table of the assembly, and no debate. And no debate on or in relation to the report shall be allowed, but the speaker may, in exceptional circumstances, allow comments or observations in relation to the report to the petitions for not more than 20 minutes. So, do you still maintain the position that there needed to be a debate and a resolution passed by the county assembly in light of this standing order on the public petition that was passed by the county assembly of
You
Meru?
did not get me clearly. I think that the resolution that you are making reference to of the assembly.
Yes.
You said the resolution of the county assembly.
Yes.
Which are in existence. We do not have in the bundle of your documents resolutions of the county assembly adopting that report, and that is that is your allegation.
I'll refer you, Mr. Munene, to page. Volume 2, volume 2 of the county assembly documents. Honorable Speaker, the first paragraph. Kindly read out that first paragraph.
Reference is made to the above mentioned subject matter.
The second paragraph, I'm sorry, the second paragraph.
On Wednesday, 13th December 2023, during the afternoon sitting, the Joint Committee on Labor, Public Service and Social Welfare and the Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Cohesion presented and lent their response to petition number 5 of 2023 by way of a report of their findings on the alleged gross violations of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 and other statutory laws by various county executive committee members and chief officers within the county government of Meru to the Assembly.
Mr. Munene, what is irregular about this communication by the clerk to the petitioners in view of the fact that that report was laid on the floor?
The allegation here is on the county secretary and chief of staff. This particular paragraph I have read does not even mention the county secretary or chief of staff. It is talking about county executive committee members.
It is the heading. It is a response to which petition? Petition number 5 of 2023, correct?
Let me read.
It is petition number 5 of 2023, correct, Mr. Munene?
Mine is not clear.
Honorable Speaker, I think the witness is now filibustering. I'll end it at that. I leave
No,
the
he
members.
just said his copy is not clear, and therefore he couldn't read it. Just provide him with a clear copy, we conclude this.
Very well. On my copy, it is petition number 5 of 2023. Can you see that?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, petition number 5 of 2023.
Mr. Munene, to the best of your knowledge, is that the petition that was presented by 1611 members of the public?
Sorry?
To the best of your knowledge, Mr. Munene, is that the petition that was presented by 1611 members of the public with respect to all these officers, chief officers, CECMs,
Yes, it is.
and the county secretary as well?
Unless I confirm.
Unless you confirm.
Yes.
I leave it at that, Honorable Speaker.
Mr. Munene, I'll be very brief with you. Kindly confirm that prior to your admission as an advocate, you underwent a rigorous training in the advocates training program, correct?
I confirm.
And that during that training, you must have interacted with a topic called legal drafting, correct?
Legal drafting?
Trained in legal drafting, correct or not correct?
Correct.
And as such, I refer you to the opinion by the questioned opinion by Advocate Linda. In that drafting, you are taught on how to do legal document, correct or not correct?
Correct.
For example, you are taught on how to draft a letter, yes?
Yes.
And any other legal correspondence, correct?
Yes.
And you are told the characters that must appear on any legal document, yes?
Not all.
You are taught on the characters that must appear on any legal document, yes or no?
Yes.
And as such, in any legal document, there must bear an identification of the person drafting that document, yes?
Yes.
Kindly look at that document.
I am on it.
Does it bear the person drafting it?
Yes.
Look at where the signature is purportedly embossed or placed. Does it bear the person drafting it?
Yes. Legal advisor.
No. What is the name of the person who drafted that document?
The name is not there, but the title is.
That is not there, correct?
Yes.
That is what you are taught in law school, yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Let me finally ask you one more question. You communicated to the Senate that you also act as a legal advisor, correct?
Sorry?
You said that you advised the governor.
Yes.
In conjunction with Linda on how to deal with that issue of the CEO, correct?
Yes.
and that you acted as a legal advisor, correct?
Yes.
What is your job description? What is your job description, Mr. Munene?
To advise the governor.
What is your constitutional job description? Are you a legal advisor or are you a CEC?
I am a CEC.
You are a CEC?
Yes.
Who also doubles up as a legal advisor, correct?
That is part of my...
I'm asking who also doubles up?
Yes.
So you have 2 job descriptions, correct?
Part of advice...
You have 2 job descriptions, Mr. Munene?
No.
Kindly look at the TA, Transitional Authority document appearing on volume 3, volume 2, at page that one, the Transition Authority. Look who umetoa. The Transition Authority, you had it. A moment.
Page 2, it is page 191.
Page 191.
Of volume 2.
Volume 2. Is it that one? See, okay, just get it. But before we go to that, as I look for it, Mr. Munene, you are aware, Mr. Munene?
Yes.
176. Wachana na katiba, haiko hapo.
It's the act.
One. Page 178, Honorable Senators. You are aware that there was a transitional authority that was constituted that was to oversee the transition from the local government to the county government, correct?
I'm aware.
And that during that particular of trying to formulate the county government, they issued a communique dated 16th of September 2013, correct?
Correct.
And that document creates the offices that were to work under the governor's office, yes?
Yes.
And that you, as a CEC, is part of what is contemplated, yes?
No, it is not. CC is in the County Government Act. It's not in the transition.
Honorable Senators, I'm looking at page 108 or 180 of that document. Yes? Volume 2, page 180. Mr. Munene?
Yes, I'm there.
Can you see where there is a provision for the legal advisor?
Yes.
Are you the legal advisor to the governor?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
The County Assembly, are you done with your cross-examination?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Okay. The Council for Governor, you may re-examine your witness.
Mr. Munene, I'll have a few questions for you, just for clarification.
Thank you.
Council for the Assembly starting point was on the governor's legal advisor.
Yes.
How many advisors does the governor have?
3. We have a political advisor, economic advisor, and legal advisor.
Mr. Munene, are you among the legal advisors?
No.
Thank you. You have been shown the legal advisory through an internal memo that was issued by the legal advisor. To you, is that in contention?
It is not.
As a legal practitioner, was it necessary for the name to be indicated?
Not necessarily. It's an internal memo. It's actually it's a legal advice, not a legal opinion, as I read it.
Thank you. Is there an active matter in court between the said Linda Kiome and the Honorable Governor?
There is.
Has that matter been determined yet?
No, it's still active.
Thank you. You are shown an affidavit by Linda Kiome. Do you have that affidavit with you?
Yes, I do.
When was the notice of intention to terminate issued?
It is dated 26th March 2024.
Was there a subsisting relationship as of December 2023, as a matter of fact?
Yes, there was.
Thank you. An insinuation or innuendo was passed that the advisor was unavailable completely. Are you in a position to confirm whether it was sporadic appearance or total shutdown, unavailability?
She was not totally unavailable. She was available, but there was perennial absence that was noted.
Thank you for that clarification.
And the other
That will
thing
be
is
all.
that she was still earning a salary, so she was still an employee of the governor. She earned a salary until the date of the lapse of the notice. She was an employee until 30th April 2024. A legal advisor.
Thank you, Mr. Mnene. That will be all for this witness.
Honorable Senators, for those who wish to seek for clarification or questions or pose questions to the witness, this is the moment. Senator Muma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have some 2 or 3 questions to you, witness. The first question relates to charge number 1. Is there a difference between revocation and dismissal or removal from office? That is question number 1. Question number 2, is the Secretary or CEO of the Meru County Public Service Board an ex officio member, or they are a member they are a voting member of that board? And then finally, is it the practice that I can be a CEO of an institution and at the same time a holder of an office in the same institution? So I have taken leave of absence from being an officer in order to be a CEO in the same organization. Is that part of good governance practice in human resource? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable member. I start with the first question on revocation and dismissal. Those are, in my opinion, and which I believe is the opinion of the law, revocation is different from dismissal. An appointment is made pursuant to certain condition precedents of qualifications. And the moment the appointing authority realizes that those qualifications have not been met, they have that residual right to recall the appointment, which is technically revocation. It is recalling an appointment. Dismissal, it's a dismissal pursuant to Section 41 of the Employment Act. Thank you. The other question on whether the Secretary of the County Public Service Board is an ex officio member or a voting member, I confirm that the county secretary, the Secretary of the County Public Service Board does not have a voting right in the County Public Service Board. As such, she's an ex officio member. And Article 251, sub-article 1, on their removal excludes actually ex officio member. Says that a member other than an ex officio member may be removed pursuant to that provision. So the Secretary of the County Public Service Bond is not immune to provision of Section 58. Lastly, it is not good governance practice for a person to take a position of a CEO and continue to be a public officer in the same institution. The court has rendered its opinion on that severally, and it has indicated that you cannot freeze one position for 6 years, take another position, await the 6 years to lapse, and come back and purport to continue in that previous position that you had taken.
Senator Sige.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Munene, I derive my question from the two letters that you took us through in bundle 1B, that is the governor's evidence, appearing at page 170 and 175. The first one letter received on dated 5th of October 2023, received on the 12th of October 2023. And the second, which is of interest to me, is appearing at page 175, dated 6th of October 2023, received on 5th of December 2023. In that second memo, there is a gentleman, Gitobu Tunu, who is appointed to replace one Helen Bahati Matilu. Recall in your earlier letter, you indicated that the workforce within the office of the governor and the deputy governor comprised 29 employees. I can't see the name of Helen Bahati Matilu in that list of 29. Could you confirm that indeed that was the position, or the communication referred to a completely different person not within the employee of the deputy governor's personnel?
You may proceed to respond, witness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. I confirm that Helen Bahati Matilu was the one that being replaced, and in the letter that indeed in the letter that that appears at page 173, it's of importance, the last paragraph indicates that whereas no request for appointment of an administrative officer was made from myself as the chief of staff under the governor and deputy governor, be advised that there is an administrative officer at the deputy governor's office who was deployed and has been there from 23rd February 2023. To put this in context is that the Saint Ellen Bahati Matilu, her appointment had been revoked for having not genuine academic certificates. After the revocation, an administrative officer was deployed to that office of the deputy governor. And that is what it is confirming, that from 23rd February 2023, that administrative officer was in that office.
Senator Mogeni.
Yes, when I heard your introductions, you said you are county attorney.
No.
Yeah. Is CCM?
Just put the record straight.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm the CCM in charge of legal affairs, public service management, and administration.
Okay, that's even better for me. So there is an issue that has always caused problems for us. I just wanted to get clarification from you. Issue of public participation. So as a county attorney, I just wanted you to shed some light to us. When you do public participation, do you use your professional staff as a county, or it's in order for MCAs to conduct public participation on their own and prepare minutes? Maybe you could refer to page 355, volume 5, where I think minutes were taken and recorded by MCA. I've seen it in 340. It appears severally in the report that is before us. I wanted your comment. Then number 2, I just wanted you to look at the same bundle from page 27 all through to page 70, okay?
Sorry,
the number
can I kindly get the copy?
that is volume 5. I'm sure the lawyers will give you.
Thank you.
Okay? There are a number of photos.
Senator Mogeni, you had not more than 2 minutes. I will, under standing order number 1, give you 1 minute.
Have a look at those photos and just confirm to me whether there is, whether the people who did the public participation are staff of the county assembly or it was done by the public members themselves. Finally, I wanted you to respond to the issue that has been coming from court. Public participation needs to be quantitative, qualitative, and meaningful. If you go to page 463, the people who attended public participation are given as 3. Page 467, 3 people attended. 468, nobody attended. 471, 5 people. 485, 7. 541, 6. So, as an attorney from the county government of Meru, what would be your comment with the documents that we have where the attendance is given as 3, 7 people? Is that the normal practice when you do public participation? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Public participation, ordinarily, when it comes to the impeachment of a governor, is carried out by the staff of the county assembly. Although, under the county government, we have a Directorate of Public Participation and Civic Education, which is at the county executive. So I believe probably because of perceived conflict, that is why the county assembly prefers to carry out public participation using their staff, the county assembly staff. In my opinion, and I believe in the opinion of the law, there has been a decision on public participation. I believe the decision that was legalizing the Finance Act 2023 to majorly dwelled on public participation. It means to be qualitative, quantitative, and there has to be a report to the parties or to the participants. They need to know what is the outcome of this public participation. Public participation means there are some number of pages in the document that has been computed. You find that there are few participants, 1, 2, 3. Others, like the document that I'm in, page 468, it appears that it has not been recorded as having any participants. I believe it's due to the exigencies of time within which the county assembly has to process an impeachment motion the moment that it has been tabled. They have to carry out public participation within 7 days, and they have also to debate that motion between 7 to 10 days, within 7 to 10 days. So in this particular case, public participation was allegedly carried out during the same day, on one day, in the 45 warrants. And a notice that was given for that participation was I think it was a 4 days notice. So the reason why that why we have a very low turnout, I believe partly is because of the short notice and partly also because, probably those who decided to abstain did not support the motion.
Senator Chirange.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Witness, in Kanata Dixon Munene, in LSK portal, you have indicated that your workplace is Okubasu and Munene Advocates. Why is it so? And your CCM of Meru, you are the CCM that has been appointed to serve in Meru, but in your LSK portal you have indicated that you work at Munene and Okubasu Advocates. Can you clarify that for me? Secondly, on the issue of the legal advisor, yesterday she contested that the legal advice or the letter that was being purported, being tabled as the memo, she didn't sign. And in her submission, she said that she needed to brief you before briefing the governor as a legal advisor. Number three, and finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, when you look at the letter by transitional authority, the governor has been given personal staff. In your affidavit, you have indicated that the governor has pushed to reduce the number of staff. But quick assessment in page 171, 1B, volume 1B, governor has 4 drivers, so I presume he has 4 vehicles, and he has 5 support staff who are not indicated. Is this in line with the circular that was issued with transitional authority in your submission? Finally, under the same letter, all correspondence and communications should be and must be the county secretary. Are you the county secretary of Meru? Are you the CCM? Or are you the legal advisor? Can you clarify? Because you have witnessed in letters that has not even been copied to you as the CCM in charge of legal affairs. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Witness, proceed to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I start from the portal that appears, indicates that I practice in the firm of Okubasu and Munene Advocates. That was my former workplace before I joined the county executive. I need to follow up with the LSK to make the changes. I note that they have not been made there. 2, on the issue of, sorry, I seem to have lost the trail of thought.
You didn't get the question?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I didn't get the other questions.
Can you give him a full scope and a pen so that we don't go back to it? Senator Chirange, just pause it again.
Mine, Mr. Speaker, quickly, under page 171, volume 1B, the letter that has been part of the evidence, in the breakdown of governor's personal staff, there are 4 drivers, so I presume there are 4 vehicles, and there are 5 staff that their job description has not been indicated. So the question should be, in your affidavit, you have indicated the governor is trying to bring down the wage bill. And finally, the final question was, under the same letter by the transitional authority, all communications and correspondence should be and must be through the county secretary. So my question is, are you CCM in CCM? Are you county secretary or are you legal advisor? Who are you in Meru? It looks like you are the king of Meru, and we don't know. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is indeed page 171, volume 1B of the governor's documents. It indicates that the governor has 4 designated drivers. I believe the governor has 3 vehicles. There has to be a reliever. There is also the issue of the support staff. That is as per the transitional authority advisory, which talks of support, a few support staff. On the issue as to whether I am the CCM, the county secretary of the King of Meru County, I confirm that I am the CCM. I'm not a county secretary. There is a county secretary by the name Dr. Kiambi Aderu.
Senator Richard Onyonka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just needed clarity on the charge of illegally dismissing Dr. Ntoire. I think you're aware of that case. That also includes Paul Mwaniki, Kenneth Kinuthi Mbaye, and Joseph Kithure. Right. I wanted to ask you, could you confirm to this House if indeed these officers were dismissed by the governor? And if so, what procedure did she use to dismiss them? If she's the one who did the dismissals, or was legal procedure followed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can confirm that the officers were not dismissed by the governor. They was, the gravamen of that dispute was that they were sent on compulsory leave by the county secretary, the former county secretary. They disputed that letter sending them on compulsory leave. They went to court. The court stayed the decision to send them on compulsory leave. They came back, served their term. Some of them resigned, like Dr. Ntoire resigned after the court stayed the decision sending them on compulsory leave. Another one did not resume. The other two served their term, the contract term, until it lapsed. So there is no instance or incidence or of dismissal. They were never dismissed.
Senator Mutinda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In regards to the letter by the legal counsel, Madam Linda, she was here yesterday. She really did indicate that, according to her, in short, this letter is just fake. And in her qualifications, she cannot actually put the composition of the wordings. I listened to you, and you also, at some point, really acknowledge that the standard of this letter is not to a level of a qualified legal person. At this point, are you on the same page with Madam Linda that truly this letter looks or it is fake? And secondly, there has been issues in some of the positions, case example, the chair positions in different boards, that there are no appointees. In your acts, it is key and mandatory to have chairpersons who form the composition of any committee. What was your legal advice to the governor as far as, case example, the County Revenue Board, which up to date does not have a chairperson? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Member. The letter by the legal advisor, let me make this categorical. I did not indicate that that letter is fake. As to the advice that is given there, I do not see any mediocrity or mediocre in the legal advice that is given there. This is an advice that was being given to a governor who does not have the background of legal knowledge. So it is a simplistic letter that is meant for the consumption of the governor. On composition of the appointment of the County Revenue Board chairperson, the advice that I gave the governor is that the law requires, Section 6 of the County Revenue Board Act requires that the governor should appoint the chairperson, who is supposed to be, through the approval, upon the approval of the county assembly, and two other members. The same act indicates that in the absence of the chairperson, one of the members or the vice chairperson will take over the role of the chairperson. Indeed, the governor forwarded 3 names to the county assembly for approval. That is the chairperson and the 2 members. When these delayed, the delay in the approval persistent, and the two members that had been, the three members, that is the chairperson and two other members, served their term up to 14th December when it lapsed. I advised the governor, since the law does not strictly require the approval of these two members by the county assembly, my advice to the governor that she can proceed and appoint the two members and leave the position of the chairperson vacant until it has been approved by the assembly. And these two members, together with the CEO and the chief officer finance, would constitute the revenue board. And that way the bond would be able to run without any issues.
Thank you. Senator Wambua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've followed submissions by Munene and the other witnesses. There is a very simple way of settling this conflict on this legal advice. Mr. Speaker, I would want the witness to tell the House or submit to the House who has custody of the original copy of the legal advice.
Witness, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We can endeavor to get that a copy of the original copy, indeed from the office of the governor. I believe this private secretary.
Mr. Munene, you know we have to conclude this hearing by today. And you knew that that particular legal advice was there was a lot of contention that was surrounding this particular piece of legal advice. In the morning, the County Assembly Council, in fact, made an application that the original copy be produced. And I ruled that that will be handled when the team of the governor will get to the space where they will want to rely on that particular legal advice. If that legal advice is still your evidence, then before we close, it must be looked at by the honorable senator so that we conclude this debate as to whether it is fake or is not fake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that the legal team for the governor's hand.
Because in the absence of the original copy, each side will basically settle for their own opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Senator Wambua.
Mr. Speaker, I do not want to guide you on this, but I would request that you give that as a directive, that at a point that is appointed by you, that advice then should be made available to us so that it helps us to make a decision. I think.
I will not direct the team of the governor on how best to present their case. If you feel withholding the original makes your case stronger, then so be it. If you feel by producing the original makes your case stronger, then so be it. It's really within your powers.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm humbly guided by your directions and the discretion for the defense team to avail or not to avail. But I was making a humble request that in the event the same is availed, that you grant the County Assembly an opportunity to recall that particular witnesses for purpose of identification of that document. I am most humbled.
Very well. Senator Mungatana.
Mr. Speaker, I am asking the witness this question again. The witness, Linda, explained very clearly to the House that she was requested or directed by the governor to work with you Now, from my understanding, and that's why I'm seeking your clarification, working with you, working with the minister in that department means that she was working under you, technically. So can you clarify to us whether this legal advice, when it was being written, was it cleared by you? Were you aware of it before it left the department to go to the governor? Just clear for us, because then it might help us to know the authenticity of this letter. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. I was aware of this legal advice when it was sent to the governor. We discussed about this issue. Indeed, we used to work together as a team. We used to discuss issues together, especially on legal issues. We used to consult with the legal advisor severally. Most of the time, it would be when there's a legal issue that needs to be addressed, we won't work together. And I can confirm that when this legal advice was dispatched to the governor, I was aware.
Now, honorable senators, due to the time factor, we will terminate this witness at that. And the team of the governor, do you still have more witnesses you want to call? You may now proceed to call them. Call the next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Our next witness is Evans Mawera.
Clerk, how many minutes do we have for the team of the governor so that they can prepare themselves accordingly on how to manage that time? So the governor's team, we have 1 hour, 25 minutes, not just for this witness, but for all the remaining witnesses. And the county assembly, you have 32 minutes to do your cross-examination on the remaining witnesses. Yes, Senator Fonandi.
Mr. Speaker, just your indulgence and guidance, when just under 1 minute, when CPA Ibrahim Mutwiri Kirimi, who was the CCM of Finance, appeared, I asked a clarification question on his standing at the ISPAC, where the membership number was 10,955 and membership status is active and status is not in good standing. But in his submission, Mr. Speaker, mark you under Oaths and Statutory Declaration ACAP 15, Mr. Speaker, under Section 11, when you don't follow the oath that you have given, the law is punishable at that. Mr. Speaker, I have gone ahead and obtained from the ISPAC website, and I want to table to the House and for the information to indicate that CPA Kirimi Ibrahim W. Mutwiri was not honest by saying that is in good standing, yet from the ISPAC itself, it says not in good standing. Mr. Speaker, I beg to table and maybe...
Senator Fernandez, I'm afraid I may not allow you to table that document unless you get it certified by ISPAC.
Okay.
You have just sought clarification from the witness who just been stood down. And from the website, it still indicates that he's an associate or a partner in a law firm, whereas indicated that he left a while ago, but it's only that the information had not been updated. So unless we get a certified copy of a document from ISPAC indicating that particular information, I'm afraid I will not allow you to table that document. You know what to do, so you don't need to seek my permission. Yeah. Yes.
You know, Mr. Speaker, these are quasi-judicial proceedings. This is a professional. He's being condemned without being given a chance to say his side of the story. This document would have been introduced and given to the witness when he was on the witness box. But I think if we now produce it, table it, it becomes a public document without his side of the story, we would have condemned him and had, Mr. Speaker.
Well, if it was satisfied, if it was certified, I wouldn't mind recalling the witness so that he has a chance to also explain his side. But downloading from the website isn't good enough. Counsel, you may proceed with your witness.
I, Evans Moira Karia, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Confirm your full names and the position you hold within Meru County.
As I've stated, my name is Evans Moira Karia. I do represent a ward called Mitungu Ward, that is in South Imenti, Meru County. I'm also a second term serving MCA, and I was formerly the immediate former majority leader of the County Assembly of Meru, of the UDA party in the Assembly. And I was also the mover of the last impeachment motion that was prosecuted in this Honorable Senate, and it was deemed that all the counts were unsubstantiated.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. You have sworn an affidavit that you have produced before the Senate. Confirm that it's the one appearing at page 36 of volume 1 of the governor's response. Confirm that that is your affidavit?
I do confirm.
You do confirm. Attached to your affidavit is also authority to swear, where several members of the County Assembly of Meru have given you authority to plead and swear this affidavit on their behalf. Can you confirm that?
I do confirm that 17 members have given me authority to plead on their behalf.
Honorable Senators, that document appears on the last page, just after page 50. It is not paginated, but it should be page 51. Just after 50, there is authority to swear that has been attached to the affidavit. Confirm that you have the authority of all these members of County Assembly to stand here and offer evidence on their behalf, and if that is the case, why do you have that authority?
I do confirm that members who have appended their signature have given me the authority, and this is because it's a large number that they couldn't all appear here in the Honorable Senate to testify or be witnesses.
Thank you so much. You have also alluded to the fact that you were the mover of the previous motion for impeachment against the governor of Meru. Confirm that that is the motion that has been attached to volume 2 of the governor's response.
I do confirm.
You do confirm?
Yes.
We sat here yesterday, Mr. Witness, and we watched the mover of the current motion, one Zipporah Kenya. Do you know of her relationship with the previous motion for impeachment? And what kind of relationship is there?
Yes, I know one Honorable Zipporah Kenya, the mover of the present motion, very well. And she played a key role in drafting the previous motion and collecting evidence. And also, she sat down in the small team that finally came up with the motion that was brought in the previous impeachment motion in the Senate. And also, Zipporah Kenya, Honorable Zipporah Kenya, took the position of the deputy majority leader due to the fact that once I decided to support the governor, I was removed from that position.
We are heading there, Mr. Witness. For now, confirm that indeed you took the motion for impeachment last year from the current mover of the motion, that it was indeed a motion, but you took that motion from her. Is that the position?
I didn't take the motion from her, but once the small team sat down, it was decided that the motion has to be moved by the leader of the majority party then, and that's when it became my motion.
So it is your evidence then that the instructions to move the impeachment motion last year was a party position?
Yes, I do prove, I do state that.
And by party position, what party are you referring to and at what level?
The UDA party, the leadership at the county level, since before we moved that motion, the then Secretary General of the UDA party had called me and told me that clearly that should not be prosecuted as the position of the UDA party, but the leadership at the county level insisted that it was a party affair. That is the UDA party affair at the county level.
The governor was here last year and she's here again this year. And her defense has always been that she's being targeted by the political leadership of Meru. Having participated in the impeachment process last year and now participating in this process again, but on her side, would you care to shed light on whether you are aware of any political influence from the political leadership of Meru, and if so, what kind of influence is there?
That is the position, and maybe, Honorable Speaker, I can give a little narration of how we came up with the second impeachment motion. After political leaders in Meru felt that the governor had gone rogue, members of the county assembly were mobilized upon party lines, and the first party to do that was the UDA party, where personally I was called by the UDA county coordinator then, and he called me for a meeting. And in that meeting that I attended with the majority whip of the UDA party in the assembly, we met with the chair of MP's caucus, one Honorable Rindikiri, who is also a UDA member, and also Honorable Kaduri Moronge, who is the Senator of Meru. And we made a decision that we have to communicate to other UDA members that it is the position of the party at that moment that we have to withdraw all the support for the governor within and without the assembly, and that we were to introduce a new impeachment motion that we call UDA party members or members of the county assembly belonging to the UDA party, and we communicated the same and issued a press conference to that effect. Other parties followed suit, that is Jubilee Party, No-PEO Party, Baz Party, DP. So all the assembly parties issued the same directive that members were to support the impeachment of the governor that we brought to the Senate in the last impeachment motion.
Thank you. Kindly give us the composition of party membership within the Meru County Assembly. How many members are there from each of the political parties?
The Meru County Assembly is comprised of 69 members, that is 45 elected members and 24 nominated members, where the largest party is the UDA party, but with a small margin of the majority, that is 21 members. The next party with or the minority party is the Baz Party, which has got 20 members. Then we have Jubilee, which has got 11 members. We have PNU, we have No-PEO, we have DP, and also we have independents.
So is it your testimony that all these political parties were united in the quest to remove the governor of Meru?
That is true.
And we also watched the move of the current motion on TV, saying that it is the business of the Meru County Assembly to impeach the governor. And I was quick to translate the use of the word business into the Swahili language, biashara, connoting that there was monetary benefit by people who participate in the impeachment of the governor. Are you aware of any monetary incentives
by people who either support the impeachment motion or any reprimand for any person that does not support the impeachment motion?
Yes, it is true that members of the Assembly do benefit financially during these impeachment processes. And because I'm on oath, I can only state that it was during the first impeachment motion that was defeated in this Honorable Senate that there was no inducement. The second one, there was a lot of inducement. And even this one, I believe there's a lot of inducement. And those who have not been in support of the impeachment motion have severely suffered on the hands of the Assembly.
Let us talk about the incentives that you're talking about. What nature are those incentives and where do they come from?
For example, right now when we are here in this, during these proceedings, members have been facilitated for more than 5 days to be in Nairobi, where they draw per diems and DSAs. And also, I'm aware that during this process, members were also put into a common area where they were held.
Before you proceed there, Honorable Zipporah was here yesterday, and I posed that question to her, and she denied categorically that any of the MCAs within Meru is earning allowances for this process. Are you saying that she lied, that you have yourself received these allowances during the last impeachment, and you received the same for this impeachment?
Yes, because we were facilitated by the Assembly to be in Nairobi for around five days, where we received DSAs and per diems.
How much do you receive as members of County Assembly whenever you appear at the Senate for the impeachment?
According to the directions or guidance by the SRC, whenever members are out in a county headquarters, they draw 14,000, which is the DSA for all county headquarters. So even here in Nairobi, they draw 14,000. Then they also facilitated or given transport back to and fro from Meru.
Does the County Assembly facilitate all the 69 members of County Assembly?
Not always, unless there's a common cause. That's when maybe they can.
I'm asking for the impeachment processes that you are aware of, the second and third, last November and this one. Does the County Assembly facilitate all the members of the County Assembly?
The second impeachment motion, all members, only members who are in support of the impeachment motion were the ones who are facilitated. For this one, they sent out messages to everybody indicating that we should be in Nairobi for the Senate proceedings for about 5 days.
My understanding of the workings of the County Assembly is that you are only entitled to allowances if you are out on official duties and for a very specific purpose. Under what vote do you get these allowances?
Sorry?
Under what vote do you get these allowances?
Under what?
Under what vote? Under what?
Domestic travel. Domestic travel. It's actually domestic travel and accommodation.
For all the members of County Assembly?
Yes.
I want to refer you to page 382, volume 2 of the County Assembly's documents. Tell us the amount of expenses under domestic travels. 382 of volume 2 of the County Assembly. Are you at page 382 of volume 2 of the County Assembly's documents?
Yes, I'm there.
How much is amount indicated as having been utilized under domestic travels? Have you identified that? Perhaps we can move, as we look for it, at page 272 of volume 1B. Tell us what was the Auditor General's comment on the county government's, county assembly's expense. Page 272, volume 1B. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
As the Auditor General flagged impeachment as a project of the county?
It is flagged as an activity of the County Assembly of Meru. Motions for the impeachment of the governor, Meru County, 2 motions for the 2 impeachment attempts.
Would the Auditor General flag a project if it had no monetary implication to the taxpayer?
No, because it should marry the financial statement, so it indicates that there was some monetary implication in that activity.
Have you now found page 382, volume 2 of the County Assembly? Tell us the expenses involved within the Meru County Assembly.
The County Assembly spent that 5.50 million on committee sitting allowances for the 68 MCAs against an annual budget allocation of 71.36. The average monthly sitting allowance was 57.63, and the County Assembly has established 27 committees.
Thank you. As I move to the next issue, confirm that each MCA that were in support of the motion last year walked away with at least 80,000 as facilitation from taxpayer, and that they are likely to walk away with the same amount this year.
That one I confirm because the DSA's paid was for 5 days and the transport allowance of 10,000.
So if you were to look at the 49 MCAs that are in support of this motion, times 80, that would be around 4 million Kenya shillings?
Yes, on average.
Thank you. Let us proceed to the next issue. Well, we were in Senate last year, in November. You lost the impeachment motion, correct?
Yes, all the counts were not substantiated.
They were not substantiated. Tell us what transpired immediately when you lost the motion. Were there any reconciliatory efforts from your side? And by your side, I mean the members of the County Assembly that were in support of the impeachment motion. Were there any efforts to reconcile with the governor and have a working relationship with her?
There were none, and immediately we lost the impeachment motion. The following day, we met in a hotel in Nairobi, where all the 59 members and the Speaker of the Assembly were in support of the impeachment motion, together with the Deputy Governor and Honorable Mporo Abori came together. And in that meeting, it was deliberated that members should be taken for a retreat to freshen up and maybe relax.
Do you recall the name of the hotel where you attended and you had this meeting?
Yes, Sunstar Hotel in Nairobi.
Sunstar Hotel in Nairobi?
Yes.
You confirm that that meeting took place the following day after you lost the impeachment motion?
That is true.
What were the resolutions of that meeting?
I was just stating that it was agreed that the Assembly facilitates members for a retreat, for members to go and relax and freshen up maybe after the vigorous impeachment process that they taken. And then immediately after
the
that...
The retreat was in addition to the 80,000 that each of you had pocketed?
No, it was a new retreat that members...
I'm saying it was in addition to what you had
Yes,
already
in addition
pocketed.
to. In addition to.
Okay, proceed.
So we agreed that we'll be facilitating for a whole week, and we went to Mombasa for a whole week where we were facilitated along committee lines. Therefore, members who had been de-whipped earlier from committees were not participants, and we did committee work for 2 days. And for the rest of the days, we sat down to organize and plan on how to sabotage the government so that it doesn't work. And that is when the time it was agreed that a petition be introduced in the County Assembly to try and impeach.
Mr. Mawira, you are using very strong terms here. Is it your evidence that members of the County Assembly at taxpayers' expense went to Mombasa and planned on how to sabotage the governor. And you're saying that on oath.
That is my evidence, and I want to say to this Honorable Senate, that is when it was agreed that a petition be introduced in the Assembly, petitioning or praying that all CCs for the county government of Meru, chief officers, the county secretary, and chief of staff be impeached so that the government can be sabotaged and does not function, because we have already lost the impeachment motion.
What petition is that you're talking about, and was that resolution ever acted upon, to the best of your knowledge?
It was acted upon because immediately we went back to Meru. A petition was brought to the Assembly, praying for or requesting that the county Assembly conducts or an investigation on around 7 CECs, I think 3 chief officers, and the county secretary and the chief of staff, that culminated to a report of the Joint Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs, recommending the impeachment of or the removal from office of the county secretary and the chief of staff, and also give members of the Assembly freedom, or they were at liberty to introduce impeachment motions for 3 CECs, and that was tabled in the Assembly.
I want you to look at page 90 to 145 of the County Assembly's documents. That should be volume.
Page 92.
Of volume 2 of the County Assembly's documents, page 90 to 145. Can you take us to the place where you now term as the evidence of the resolution that was arrived at in Mombasa of impeaching, or rather sabotaging, in your own words, the governor's government by impeaching the CECs? Page 90.
Page 90 of volume.
Of the county government's exhibits?
This one exhibit for the governor.
I'll retrieve it shortly. So, as we retrieve that, confirm what transpired in actuation of that resolution.
I do confirm that the petition was brought to the Assembly, and it was committed to a joint committee of JLAC, or Justice and Legal Affairs, and also the Labour Committee. And the resolutions or the recommendations of the committee came back that 3 CECs.
Before you proceed, Honorable Senators, I'm referring to volume 4 of the County Assembly's bundle of documents at page 90 to 145. That's volume 4, County Assembly's bundle of documents. But, Mr. Witness, when I look at that petition, it is signed by members of the public. What relationship is there between these members of public or petitioners and members of the County Assembly?
That is on page
90 to 145, volume 4.
Yes, the petition is signed by members of the public, but in that meeting it was agreed that members of the County Assembly look for friendly members of the public who can introduce the motion, or the petition, sorry, and one is a perennial petition in the Assembly. One, Salesio Mutuma, who has signed that petition, has introduced more than, I think, 20 or 30 petitions in that Assembly.
Is it your evidence then that these petitioners were procured by the members of the County Assembly for the purposes of appearing as if it was the public behind the impeachments?
I've stated so.
That is your evidence?
Yes.
How soon after the first impeachment was that petition brought before the Assembly?
In less than a month.
In less than a month. Was there any other resolution by members of the County Assembly to frustrate Her Excellency's government, and if so, in what way?
It was also agreed that we have to sabotage the government through the budget making process, where members agreed that they will do an itemized budget, despite of the fact that the county government has always prepared an itemized budget, and also do an allocation to their respective wards at that point.
I am having serious problems, Mr. Witness, to fathom that members of the County Assembly would sit and scheme against the executive. Are you sure of your evidence? And do you really want to go on record as a witness of events that really transpired?
That is very true, because members were very bitter, because initially they had been assured that the governor of Meru was going. So
who had assured them? You are talking of assurance.
The
Who had
political
assured
class of leaders, especially those at the national level, but come from Meru County.
the Meru County? I want you to say that again for record purposes. Who, and if you're capable, you can mention names of people you think, or you know, not think, were giving that kind of assurance.
I'm saying...
Mr. Speaker, sir, while I do not like objecting, perhaps it would be important, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the witness limits himself to the evidence before the Assembly, so that he does not open Pandora's box and goes on a fishing expedition, mention names that will not be brought before you or before us for cross-examination or re-examination. That line will greatly prejudice our case unless we are assured that the names that shall be put on record will be made available for further re-examination. I am most obliged.
Mr. Speaker, sir, if I may respond to that issue. It is the governor's case that she's a victim of political witch hunt by the political leadership in Meru. Those facts have been alluded to in the affidavit of the witness. We have annexed video evidence which we will play. It is only fair for counsel to allow me conclude on that issue, unless, of course, I'm touching on a live nerve that he's aware of.
Mr. Speaker, sir, you may allow me in response.
Counsel for the County Assembly.
Yes,
just take your seat. You know, yesterday I gave you some latitude because the counsel for the governor rose on a point of order on the very same issue. But I gave you latitude so that we run this smoothly. Kindly allow the governor to present her case the best way she knows how. Having said that, counsel for the governor, do not veer off so far from what is already before us by bringing very new material, which then will not able the counsel for the County Assembly to respond adequately. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I will be pursuing that line shortly, Mr. Witness. It is your testimony that you had been assured that the governor would indeed go home.
Yes, you see what happened, Honorable Speaker. Immediately after the first impeachment came to this assembly, came to this Honorable Senate, and all the counts were still unsubstantiated, we went back to Meru, and the president of this country, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, and the deputy president initiated a reconciliation between the assembly and the executive, and the team from the assembly and the team from the executive led by the governor, while the team from the assembly was led by the speaker, stayed here at the office of the deputy president for 3 days. And we resolved all the matters that and brought us to the first impeachment motion. And therefore, when we went back to Meru, that was maybe for, I think, approximately from February, we had a cordial working relationship between the executive and the assembly. And that is the time that the assembly approved budgets for the school feeding program, the one cow, one needy family program, and so many others. But immediately when the political class sat down and felt maybe the governor had gone rogue, they started mobilizing us, members, intimating to us that now it was time to remove the governor from the office. So many members were reluctant because initially they had a good working relationship with the governor, but now we were mobilized along the political party lines, and that is when we were assured that for sure this time the governor of Meru will not come back to Meru as the governor.
Thank you. You have alluded to a meeting that took place at Mombasa and another meeting that was convened in Nanyuki.
Yes.
After 1 month.
Yes.
Kindly explain to us what transpired in Nanyuki, and if you can remember, who attended that meeting, what was the agenda, and what were the resolutions?
Just before Christmas, and when news for the famous blogger, One Sniper, started circulating that he was missing, the county assembly members were facilitated to go to Nanyuki for committee work. And after finishing the committee work, 59 members who had supported the impeachment process were left for a meeting which was attended by all the MPs from Meru, the former CS for Agriculture, in the exclusion of the senator only. All the other political class was there. And we were urged and asked to remain united so that the cause that we had just lost, we can maybe later, at a later date, and we were told that is by 2024 June, the cause that or the fight that we had lost will be brought back, and by that time, for sure, we'll win it.
The cause that you're talking about, what cause is this that you're being urged to continue pursuing?
It was impeaching the governor of Meru.
It was impeaching the governor of Meru. Did at any time the political class within Meru County preach peace, unity, you having a working relationship with the governor of Meru? Did they do that at any moment?
At no point did anybody talk about reconciliation or peace.
How was this meeting facilitated that took place in Nanyuki?
It was facilitated by the assembly through committees. Then later, after the meeting ended, we were given cash of 20,000 each, and we were told it was for Christmas.
Who gave you the 20,000?
The speaker shared it among his members, but of course, it was from the members who had attended that meeting, the political class that attended.
By speaker, you mean which speaker? Of which?
Speaker of the County Assembly of Meru, sorry.
Yes, we are in a Senate which has a speaker.
Certainly, it cannot be me, counsel for the government.
I wanted to have that on record, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you for that clarification. It was the Speaker of County Assembly of Meru.
Yes.
Thank you. How many MCAs were in Nanyuki for the retreat?
For the committee work, all members were there, the 69 members, but for the meeting, it was for the 59 members only who had supported the impeachment process for the governor.
So each of the 59 got 20,000 shillings from the speaker?
Yes.
Might you know where that money had come from?
It wasn't disclosed, but we were told it was a Christmas gift from the political leaders who were there that time. I stated that all the members of National Assembly from Meru were there in the exclusion of the senator only. The women rep was there, and also the former CS Agriculture was in that meeting.
And you are talking about the political leadership across the political divide, not just one political party?
Yes, across the political parties or the political divide.
Were you given any timelines or any specifics on how you would prosecute the resolution that had been arrived at?
Of course, we gave all the plans that we reached at in Mombasa, and then we were told to forge ahead with them. And then for the impeachment of the governor was to be reintroduced on or around June 2024.
You have talked about other ways of frustrating Her Excellency's government. What other ways were agreed upon, if any, on how you would frustrate the governor of Meru?
The main agreement was that one will sabotage the government of Meru through the budget-making process. from the CADP, the CFSP going onward. And also it was agreed that there were programs that were being undertaken by the county government of Meru that were making the governor very popular on the ground, and therefore they had to be stopped. And that was the school feeding program for ECDA learners, and also the one cow, one needy family program that was being carried out by the county government of Meru.
So is it your evidence that indeed members of the county assembly schemed to have the ECD school feeding program scrapped for the sole purpose of sabotaging the governor's governance within the county?
Yes, and indeed it happened in the assembly where the Committee on Agriculture tabled a report and declared that there was no policy for the school feeding program, and for the one cow, one needy family program, and it was halted, and also the school feeding program was halted by the same assembly.
Mr. Mawira, the members of the County Assembly of Meru are public officers,
yes,
paid by taxpayers.
Yes.
How does it make you feel that you are part of a scheme to frustrate the very mwananchi that has elected you to public office, to the extent of scrapping the school feeding of the poor children for political gain? How does it make you feel?
It is very
and what
unfortunate.
does it say about the County Assembly of Meru?
It is very unfortunate and regrettable that public servants can sit down and try to sabotage the same wananchi who have voted for them. And it also shows the level of desperation or the laws that the County Assembly of Meru can go so as to remove from office one Governor Kawira Mwangaza.
Thank you. Yesterday, there was a clip that was played here at the Senate, and there was one gentleman who was very vocal, and the mover of the motion said that that gentleman is not a leader within Meru County. Do you recall that?
Maybe the clip can be played so that I can.
Can we watch VKM 13? VKM 13. We may, Mr. Speaker, sir, we may need an interpreter on standby. Mr. Speaker, sir, with your indulgence, we may need a translator of the Meru language with your guidance.
Sergeant at Arms, kindly usher in the translator.
Thank you. Can we watch VKM 13?
As I said, I want to tell the County Assembly of Meru, we can't wait any longer. We lost in the second impeachment. Give us the third and the fourth and the fifth and the sixth impeachment. And within a month's time, we want to see the County Assembly of Meru. Give us that. Finally, as I said, that today, when Kiraito Morongi, when Mwashimiwa Munya, when Kadhuri Morongi, when CS Rentori, when Motuma Ntoidhikia, when Ayubu Bundi, when Indani Kere, and the other members of the assembly will sit down and have a cup of tea and they even say nothing, that today the redemption of Meru won't be nigh.
Now this time round, we can pause there as we wait for the interpreter is here. Thank you. We can proceed with the clip. Now this time round,
Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable members, my name is Muthengi Mpara. I'm from KBC, Mwago FM, as an interpreter. Kindly, can we play the clip now? We are begging you to support us.
Now this time round,
and this time round, we don't want many stories.
we want to be very simple. Senate. Kaduri.
We want it to be very simple. We'll come to Senate. Kaduri.
I know you are there, our senator. Tutaleta huyo mama huko. Na this time round, hata sisi mtatuona kama wamama.
wakitoa kitambaa zinatoa. Okay, japezo hivyo kwa kuigelwa kiao.
And amesema, and then we'll bring that mother there and we'll be ready. If she cries, we will also cry as the women from the county.
So, sisi kama county assembly ya Meru, we are determined kutetea Meru kwa vyovyote vile.
We, as the county assembly of Meru, we are ready to help you for whatever cost.
Actually, some of us have even made a decision.
Actually, many of us have made a decision.
Let it the Meru part only. You know, we understand Kiswahili, we do understand English.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We can proceed with the clip uninterrupted when it is in Kiswahili and English.
We are ready so that Meru can be out of the mess that it is. So ile kitu tunataka kuomba tu, naona tuko na former waziri hapa, Mheshimiwa Munya, Mheshimiwa Kadhuri, Mheshimiwa Litura and the deputy governor. Batu watawangaratania.
Kyle, can we get back a little? Just that one.
Batu watawangaratania.
I can see we have a honorables here, Honorable Munya and others. Kindly don't disrupt the process. And never take us around. Sorry, kindly, a little back.
Mr. Interpreter, kindly be attentive. We are losing time.
Maybe something like that can flow kindly, just a little something. Just prepare yourself. It's you who will help us. Don't let us down. And because we're men, we can sit down and talk like elders. So we heard whatever you were saying with our ears.
Niwaambie rais amesikia shinda zile tuliko nazo Meru.
Thank you. Honorable witness, and I would request the translator to remain by, with your permission, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Witness, kindly explain to us, if you are aware, the venue of this meeting, who are in attendance, and what was being said. And most importantly, the gentleman who spoke first, who is he?
Yes, it was in Abario, in parts of the Gembe region, where all members of the, members of the county assembly, the majority who support the impeachment process were there. And also other leaders were there, the former governor, Honorable Vita Munya. We had the CS then for agriculture. Our beloved senator was there also. And the first gentleman who spoke is called Mwendia Muguna alias Alaji, who is the Secretary General for the Bas Party at the county level for the county of Meru.
The mover of the motion was here yesterday, and she said that that gentleman is not a leader of any political party in Meru. What would your evidence be?
He is the Secretary General for the Bas Party in Meru County, and previously he also served in the government of Governor Kirito as the Director of Events, and previously in 2013 he was a nominated councillor, a nominated MCA by the Bas Party in the County Assembly of Meru.
Thank you. So briefly, what transpired in that meeting? What were the resolutions? What were the pleas by the various speakers?
The plea from various speakers that we have seen from that video is for the continuation of the removal of the governor of Meru from office through impeachment.
And did you get a response to the pleas?
From who?
Did you get any response from the attendees of the plea that you had made, that rather the people speaking had made?
Yeah, the members of the County Assembly at the Crown that was there applauded for those pleas.
There is a certain lady in that clip who
Yes.
says, who we've just heard say, we will go to the Senate and take that woman, and this time round, we will take a woman who will also cry. Who is that person uttering those words?
There is a member of the County Assembly of Meru nominated by the BAS party, and she was stating that indicating that because maybe the governor is a woman, and maybe the Senate saves the governor because of her gender, then the next impeachment process will be initiated by a woman, so that when they come to the Senate, if the governor sheds tears, they also shed tears to maybe for the Senate to sympathize with them.
Is it then a surprise that this impeachment motion was brought by a woman? And have the translator tell us what he has just said. We can play it again for
the Secretary General of BAS.
We can pause.
The Secretary General for the party of BAS.
So that gentleman introduces himself in the capacity that he holds. Is that so, Mr. Witness?
That is true.
Thank you. Let us proceed.
Nataka kusema hivi, na hii ni amri. Hii ni amri. Every MCA ambaye anasimama ama ameteuliwa na chama cha BAS, minority leader na uongozi wa assembly, kama kunaye amehasi akaondoka njia yenu, mwambieni kimo chake kimotoni. Huyo apende asipende ataenda. Lazima kila mmoja atii amri, na leo ni amri tunatoa. Hakuna wa kusimama kando, hata hiyo kiti ulicho nacho tutachukua. Kwa hivyo tunataka kuambia viongozi, wakishindwa na Kawira, watuachie sisi wananchi, tuende tumtoe hiyo nyumba yake. Ukaona libaya latendeka, zuia kwa nguvu ya mwili. Ukashindwa kuzuia kwa nguvu ya mwili, zuia kwa mdomo yako. Ukashindwa kuzuia kwa mdomo, chukia kwa roho yako, na hiyo ndio udhaifu wa imani, kuchukia kwa roho. Finally, mkogwerwa mono mao tiogotie kure abathirikari.
We can pause and have the...
Finally, I'm very excited now that Maua is not paying the cess or the tax. No one is going to pay anymore. Even those metals should be sold like scrap metals. Those metals over there should be sold like scrap metals. We are going to advertise. We're going to say that there is nowhere that tax will be collected anymore. We'll never give out our money to be used in corruption in Senate.
Tumekubaliana kwa mikono, kwa mikono. Asanteni sana. The Secretary.
Thank you. Mr. Witness, you have confirmed that this gentleman is the Secretary General of BAS Party at the county level.
In fact, he stated the same himself in that clip.
And where was this event? What was taking place and who were in attendance, if you are aware?
It was held at Kinoru Stadium in Meru, during requirements for the lead sniper. Members of the County Assembly were present. Other leaders from also the National Assembly were present, and members of the public.
What is your intervention? Certainly, it cannot be a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, there was an inconsistency between the interpretation, the verbal, and the whatever we saw written on the screen, particularly within that clip that relates to bribe of the Senate. The interpreter did not mention bribe, but the transcript on the screen mentioned bribe. Could that be made clear, Mr. Speaker?
Can you play that clip again? And Mr. Interpreter.
Yes, sir.
You know the Meru language very well, yeah?
Yes, Mr. Speaker,
Okay,
sir.
give us the true translation.
All right, thank you.
General you can play to the very end. The very end, I think the last few seconds.
I'm very excited now that Maua is not paying cess or tax to the government. And they are not going to pay anymore. Even those metals should be sold like scrap metals. Those metals over there should be sold like scrap metals. And we are going to announce that there is nowhere that tax will be collected. To give out our money to go and bribe a Senate.
Thank you. We can pause there. I think for the sake of Honorable Kajwang, that is now clear. Mr. Witness,
Is it now clear, Senator for Homa Bay? You got it clearly?
In the first instance, the translator used the word to corrupt the Senate. In the second instance, he's used the word to bribe the Senate. Perhaps I leave it to the senators to confirm whether those are synonyms.
You know, English and Meru sometimes can vary drastically.
Indeed, I can confirm that, my lord.
Proceed.
So, the gentleman is talking about selling some metals as scrap. What metals is he referring to?
It is the cess stand, which is used to collect revenue for the Meru County government.
So he's inciting members of the public, number one, not to pay revenue, and number two, to even destroy public property.
That is true.
That's true. And why is he telling them to do that?
He is alluding to the fact that the revenue collected by the county government of Meru is used to bribe the Senate during impeachment processes.
Thank you. Can we now watch VKM 18? From the beginning.
Mwere ja sniper jole yale, tutatembea na hii familia kwa vyovyote vile Mungu akitujalia.
The body of sniper is over there.
Viongozi tukishikana na hawa hakuna kitu tutashindwa, tutasaidia hii familia. So familia sniper, personally mimi mwenyewe nitafanya maneno mimi mwenyewe, na pia wabunge tutasaidiana tuone hii familia imekaa vizuri.
Na inaonekana mauaji yalifanyika na gavana wa Meru. Tunaomba gavana wa Meru leo na bwana wake wakamata leo. Mnakubaliana na mimi? Wasipomkamata leo, sisi wa Meru tutawasha moto Meru.
Si basi tutoe sandaka tuweke hapo kwa sniper,
247. Then account number 07 Ndero Akiro in a cash.
For the one who has cash.
Na cash ya KB.
Those who got that cash should bring here.
Bishop Waja, Bishop Rungama.
To the bishop here. Bishop, can you stand?
Choaga Antoa you cash you are pas vote of thanks.
Get a place you can receive that cash. We go dropping that cash over there.
We can stop there for now. Mr. Witness, where was this event and who are the people that we have just watched in that video so far?
That was also another requirement held at Kinoru Stadium, requirement for the late sniper. And the speakers who have already been shown in that clip, we have Honorable Rendekiri, member of Parliament for Bori. We have also seen another public member from Egembe. We have also seen the Speaker of the County Assembly of Meru.
What role was the Speaker playing in this event?
He is passing the mic to Wana Alaji or Monde Moguna. Therefore, I deem he was the MC of that event.
We have seen about Sadaka for a pay bill and some other forms. Kindly explain what you were able to understand.
It was money being raised for the late sniper's family, and the speaker is stating that money can be raised to the pay bill number provided, and he also states that whoever has cash can hand it over to the bishop for the same purpose.
Was cash raised during the event, to the best of your understanding, not through the pay bill? Was cash raised? Because we see him giving a bishop that task of collecting cash. Was there any cash?
Of course, because it was in a public meeting, there ought to have been cash that was raised in that meeting.
Thank you. We have also had utterances by one person directed to the governor. Who is that individual?
I didn't capture that.
There is an individual talking about the murder of Sniper and saying that they are going to lit fire within Meru.
Oh yes, he's a political activist in Meru County.
Thank you. Let us proceed and watch the remaining part of the video.
Ndero Akiro in a cash. Na choaga Antoa you cash you are pas thanks.
The house of shame, that house of greed, called the Senate, a house of shame, a house of greed. Aingeturundishia ugonjwa huu Meru, atungekuwa hapa. Therefore, I am sounding people like Kimbone Garware na wale wengine, tumbo zenu zikaongoza nyinyi mpaka ugonjwa ulio Meru, mukafanya ugonjwa huo ukakita. Shame on you, house of shame. Shame on you, house of greed. And we are ashamed that institution in Kenya, which is supposed to safeguard the interests of the people of Kenya, succumbed to a few coins, a few cents. Shetani ashindwe. Hii ugonjwa atunge kuwa nao wakati huu. Kumbukeni, Mbone Arware, I want to remind you, ulisimama mbunge la Senate, ukaita watu wa Meru waenda wazimu. Siku ya leo nataka kutadharisha, wa Meru wamekuonyesha, sio wa Meru waenda wazimu ni nyinyi. Njumba la haibu, njumba la kulimia tumba zao, ni nyinyi wenda wazimu, sio sisi. Na
Thank you. I do not know whether you want to make any comments in respect to that video, but I felt that it is self-explanatory.
I do not wish to comment because it is regrettable and the ones are self-explanatory.
Now, Mr. Mawira, kindly, in very few minutes, talk about the governor's efforts. Thank you for the indication of time. Tell us any efforts that you are aware of that the governor of Meru made to reconcile with leaders, if any, and what role you played. Because the assumption has been that the governor is a lone ranger who does not work with any member of the county assembly and other political leaders within Meru.
In fact, immediately after the second impeachment failed in the Senate, the governor of Meru went back to Meru and made a clarion call that let all leaders come together and unite. She made a call for reconciliation and also asked for forgiveness if she had wronged any leader in Meru. And thereafter, the governor of Meru went ahead and stopped Okolea programs, which had aggrieved members of the county assembly. Thereafter, the governor trying to reach out to me, myself as the leader of the majority party at that time, and I hidden to the call where I went and listened to her carefully. And she told me the plans that she had, that she was inviting all the members of the county assembly to come and work together with her. And at that moment, I asked her to give me time as the leader of the majority party to go and try reach out to other members so that maybe she can organize a meeting with them and try to forge or try to bring reconciliation. After I left, I went and reached out to the members of the county assembly, and they all declined, especially the leadership of the county assembly, declined to attend a meeting with the governor. And once I communicated that message back to the governor, she asked me if she can make our efforts about reaching out public and state that we had met, and I agreed because I was convinced about her genuineness that time. And she went ahead and made that remark that the majority leader of the government of the county assembly of Meru and agreed to reconcile and work with her. Immediately thereafter, a meeting was convened by the majority whip of the county assembly of Meru together with the speaker for the 59 members who were in support of the impeachment process, where during that meeting myself, I was tasked to explain if I was still for the cause of removing the governor from office because of the statement that the governor had made. And if so, I should apologize to the members because I intended to maybe bring disunity or disarray their cause. At that point, myself, I stood up and told them that it was the time. A time had come that every member of the county assembly should be given freedom to exercise their democratic right of either to support Governor Kawira Mwangaza or to oppose her. What followed immediately, I walked out of that meeting because I declined to apologize or tell them if I was for that cause. Immediately after that, a press conference was issued, led by the majority whip, where they declared because of some they have to do some alignments in the leadership positions of the assembly so that the business of the assembly cannot be disrupted by maybe leaders who abandoned that cause. At that point, Honorable Speaker, because that was a press conference that was covered nationally, the then Secretary General of the UDA party nationally, one Honorable Cleophas Malala, wrote a letter to myself and to the whip indicating that there should be no leadership changes in the positions of the majority party, and invited us for a meeting that we attended in Nairobi. And during that meeting, the majority of members saying that the problem of Meru County was the majority leader, and it is at that point that I was removed as the majority leader of the majority party in the assembly. And also other changes were made. where the deputy majority whip was also removed because we were all in support of the governor of Meru County.
Thank you. Have you adduced any evidence to support that you involved your party leadership at the national level and that they gave a clear directions which were ignored?
Yes, I've adduced evidence.
Honorable Senators, I want to refer you to pages 470 of volume that is 1B of the governor's case, all the way to page 473. Indeed, they run all the way to page 490. Page 470 to page 491. In fact, we can go all the way to page 500, indicating the complaints by the members of County Assembly who are in support of the governor and who are being victimized for their move. For the sake of time, I would just leave the senators to refer to those documents. Mr. Mawira, what transpired after your removal from the County Assembly? Who took over your position?
My position was taken by the member who was formerly my deputy, and that of the deputy was taken by the mover of the current motion, Honorable Zipporah. And immediately after the changes were made and communicated in the Assembly, the leadership of the County Assembly of Meru went further ahead, and removed all the 13 members who were in support of the governor then. You remember during the second impeachment motion, the governor had only 10 members. And when I was tasked to state if I was still for the cause and I walked out, other 2 members followed me, so we became 13. The 13 of us were de-whipped from 3 key select committees. That is the Committee on Budget and Appropriations, County Assembly Committee on Public Accounts, and Committee on Implementation. And then after, every person of the 13 who held a leadership position in any of committees of the Assembly were removed from those positions through a vote of no confidence. Therefore, members lost chairmanship of committees, they lost vice chairmanship of committees, and also those who served in the Speaker's panel initially were also removed, and the Speaker's panel was expanded to 18 members, 8 members, so that it can incorporate the members who, out of the 56, who are not earning any responsibility allowance in that assembly.
I want you to clarify on that issue of expanding the Speaker's panel. What was the initial number of members of the Speaker's panel?
The initial number that the Assembly had approved was 11 members, but in our standing orders, the members of the Speaker's panel should be 5, that is the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, and 3 other members, but it was still expanded to 18 members so that it can take care of members who are not earning any responsibility allowance and they were in opposition to the governor.
And when you talk about Speaker's panel, what kind of allowances, if any, do they draw?
Of course, when you serve in the Speaker's panel, you draw some responsibility allowance, and also you benefit from trainings, capacity building, skills improvement, and what have you.
And you said the maximum number of members allowed as per the standing orders are 4?
Yes.
How much money are we losing as taxpayers for the expanded Speaker's panel, in your estimation?
In my estimation, every member who serves in the Speaker's panel draws around 26 or 27,000 every month as responsibility allowance. They also have special meetings that they draw allowances. And also, of course, they do benefit from DSAs and per diems when they attend trainings and capacity building workshops.
And let us look at page 262, volume 1B. There lies the report of the Auditor General confirming indeed that 18 members of the County Assembly of Meru have been included in the Speaker's panel for the purposes of drawing allowances. Are you able to see that?
The one on that page was before the expansion of the committee, the one that was composed of 11 members.
Yes, proceed.
But later it was expanded to 18 members. And it is indeed true that they draw benefits from taxpayers' money.
Thank you. In your assessment, what does that communicate about the County Assembly of Meru?
It clearly shows that the County Assembly, especially the leadership, was going to any length to make sure that no single MCA will decide to either support the governor because of the victimization and intimidation that has been happening, and of course the financial losses that any member who decided to support the governor was undergoing.
Thank you. For the sake of time, I want to conclude. You have alleged that you were not able to exercise your oversight role at the County Assembly during the impeachment process. Is that the case? And how many other members of the County Assembly were not allowed to exercise their mandate?
That is true, because in the first instance, we were denied entrance into the chambers by strangers. Later, the sergeant at arms also...
Can we watch VKM20? Video VKM20. There. Thank you. So would you explain to us what is happening and which day was that?
That was the day when the impeachment motion was being prosecuted. And when the first impeachment, the third impeachment motion was introduced in the Assembly, 10 members out of the 56 who were left opposing the governor felt that it was not right for us to continue fighting the infights between the Assembly and the Executive. And 10 of the members joined the 13 of us who were in support of the governor. But later, 3 members were intimidated and left the cause, so we were left with a number of 20 members. So during that day, when the impeachment motion was being prosecuted in the Assembly, we came in as a team, and there was an attempt to deny us entry to the chambers so that we cannot prosecute that motion. And also during the process was rushed, and most of us who are in support of the governor, especially me, was denied a chance to contribute to that motion.
Thank you. Previously, you had, through your video VKM10, we may not have time to play it, you had alleged that you were also excluded from crucial meetings of the county where MCA are taken for retreats and other meetings, and you're not involved.
It's true, and I wish maybe that clip can be played.
VKM10, kindly.
I request.
Nonto bara bangi baretere Mombasa for 15 days na batu bararegere tuitano auga betize training lakini na karigara training iriku betize Mombasa for 15 days na bangi Tanzania 10 days na batu support adrikari Meru tutia
we can have the translation quickly.
Kindly, can we go bit by bit kindly so that we can flow?
You understand?
Right.
Okay. Kindly play.
Kindly, can we play now?
Batu temania to MCAs ba Meru
Maybe we could start from the start, kindly.
Katu temania to MCAs ba Meru bara ba supporta governor ni.
Let's meet here as Meru MCAs who support the governor.
Mama, no to bara bangi bara tere Mombasa for 15 days.
Because others went to Mombasa for 15 days.
Na batu bara regere tuita no.
And we were denying to go with them.
Paugabe tize training, lakini na ito.
They said they were going for a training.
Parigara training irikube tize Mombasa for 15 days na.
But we are having questions. Which kind of training are they going?
Thank you. We can proceed to where the current witness is speaking for the sake of time.
Na tumenye maendeleo jaraja kuja mashinani.
We don't know how it was planned, because if it was about all MCAs, there are no MCAs who are two signs. There is no difference between MCA who was elected and the one who was nominated. They are all Meru MCAs. But when we trying to ask the county clerk, he's saying that he was given instructions. After a kind of a discussion was done,
majority leader, minority leader.
he was advised.
You can stop there. So, Mr. Witness, what had happened during this event?
What had happened, members of the county assembly, the 56 at that time, who were in support or in opposition to the governor, had been facilitated for 15 days training in Mombasa, where they are going to be taken through the budget making process, and the 13 of us were left out without no single explanation, simply because you are supporting the governor of Meru.
So, is it your evidence that you have been punished and targeted for supporting the governor?
We have been punished, we have been ridiculed, we have been intimidated, we have been threatened, just because we decided to support the governor of Meru. That is true.
Does the governor have any working relationship with other groups within the county?
Of course, it's true she has a working relationship with other groups, maybe religious leaders, women groups, faction of Jurin Cheke, so many other groups.
Let us watch briefly VKM14.
Council, if I may interrupt you, you have less than 15 minutes. And I see on the list that you still needed to call 3 other witnesses, one including the governor. So will you be able to manage that within the 15 minutes?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. This is a very crucial witness for us. I will only take the next 3 minutes with him. Then we reserve the remaining minute for one more witness, who is the governor.
Very well.
We will drop the others. Thank you. Mr. Mawira, can we watch VKM14?
Tuombe yule mama Meru. Yule mama ameumia, mimi hata mimi nilikuwa napinga mama. Lakini siku ile tulikaa vile aliambiwa na rais, aende akae chini na kila kiongozi, si kama walemavu wa pale tulikaa na yeye chini na tulizaelewa mama. Na mama akakubali kufanya kazi na walemavu. Kwa hivyo nataka kuomba walemavu wote Kenya na wale viongozi tuko nao hapa, hata hao wa Nairobi, mjaribu kutuombea Meru, watu wote waheshimu sheria na waheshimu katiba. Wajua hata kama kuna kimila Meru, kuna naye sheria ilipitizwa 2010 ya kusema mama uwe mwanaume uwe nani, sisi zote ni iko. Hakuna mchichana, hakuna kijana, hakuna mama, hakuna mwanaume. Lakini kwetu Meru ile kimila tu inaendelea pale. Wale viongozi wote Kawira alianguza wakati wa kuomba kura 2022. Hata mimi nikiwa mmoja wao. Hatusikiangi vizuri kama tunaongozwa na mama. Lakini mimi nimetii. Nimejua mama ndio kiongozi wa pale Meru na alichaguliwa na watu na alichaguliwa na independent. Kwa hivyo nataka kumuomba rais. Nataka kumuomba Raila. Nataka kumuomba Musalia, nataka kuomba Gachagua, mjue msiposikilia akina mama aswa Meru, msiposikilia huyo mama ataanguzwa. Watu wengi wanasema county to dissolve county. Utadissolve county aje na mama alichaguliwa na watu? Huyu mama alichaguliwa na independence. Ana chake, ana mtu wake. Wale matajiri akina Kiraito, akina Metheka Lentore, akina Munya, akina MP wote wanaume wanasikia ni aibu sana kuinamia mama. Lakini wacha niwape example. Mimi ni mlemavu. Mimi ndio nilikuwa mtu wa kwanza kupigana na mama juu ya kimila. Lakini juzi tulienda kotini, tulisomewa sheria. Kwa sababu naamini sheria na naheshimu katiba ya Kenya. Mimi nakuinamia mama Kawira Mwangaza. Nimeserenda.
Thank you.
Nataka kuomba
we can proceed just for a few more minutes.
Viongozi. Wajua kwa nini nacheka wa Kenya? Wa Meru viongozi wetu hawajaamini kuita Kawira Mwangaza kama ni kazi rahisi, wanaona ni kazi ngumu. Wanafikiria wakimpiga through bunge. Kwa sababu MCA wetu wanachangiwa, hata mimi nilikuwa nachanga. Na niko na evidence. Tunawachangia MCA wao wanapewa pesa mpaka tutoe mama. Hatuwezi ongozwa na mama, ndivyo wanasema. Kwa hivyo nataka kuomba Wakenya hivi na viongozi wetu, wacha tuheshimu huyu mama, ndio alichaguliwa. Nyinyi mko na chama, tuko na chama PNU imesimamiwa na Munya. Tuko na chama PO inasimamiwa na Mporo wa Bori. Tuko na chama Mbasi inasimamiwa na Kiraito Morongi. Tuko na UDA inasimamiwa na Rigathi, inasimamiwa na Ruto, inasimamiwa na Kadhuri Morongi, inasimamiwa na Metheka Lentore. Tuko na chama inaitwa Azimio yenye iko na Jubilee, inasimamiwa na Jeremia Keoni. Mimi ile kitu naomba kwa hizi chama zote, muite watoto wenu wale mulipeleka mbunge ya Meru yenye haina mlemavu, muwaite muwaambie gavana ni mama. Kwa sababu tusiposema hivyo, Meru hata mkindissolve saa hii, mseme tumendissolve county ya Meru, vita itaisha. Kwa sababu wa Meru, yule Mmeru kamili, hata saa hii Mungu anajua, hata Kiraito anajua, Metheka anajua, Munya anajua. Hata tukirundi kwa ndebe saa hii, Kawira atapigwa 400,000 na Mmeru yule wa kawaida. Kwa sababu watu wanaona kazi ya huyu mama, wanaona mama hana vita na mtu yoyote, lakini mara
stop there now. We will play it shortly, but Mr. Witness, tell us your summary of the charges that are before the Senate. You have a time to go through the motion of impeachment now and back then in 2023 rather. What are the basis of these charges?
Because I've been present in that assembly since the first impeachment process, what I would like to tell this Honorable Senate, Honorable Speaker, is that the impeachment process has been abused in Meru County Assembly, and it has been weaponized to fight political fights, whereas we know that impeachment should be used sparingly. It should be a measure of the last resort whenever that there are violations of the Constitution and other laws. And therefore, it's my humble submission that the Senate vindicates the governor of Meru from objectivity of the charges that are there, because according to me, the charges are malicious and they are also frivolous in nature.
We have specific charges. One of the charges is employing a bloated workforce.
Yes.
Was that a charge that you brought before this Senate last impeachment?
It was.
You have a charge that accuses the governor of dismissing certain employees of boards, one of them being Mr. Mwaki. Is that a charge that you brought and prosecuted before the Senate during the last motion?
It was. It was part of the motion.
There is a specific charge where the governor is accused of misconduct by stating that 86 million shillings was raised in support of the burial of the blogger, Mr. Sniper. What would you say about that specific charge?
Because I was privy to the happenings behind the whatever was happening during the demise of one blogger, Mudiani, I think the governor didn't allude to a specific collection of money because there were several fundraisers that were held in support of that family.
Are you aware of any other forms of fundraising that were done? Did you participate in any yourself?
Yes, personally I participated in the one that was conducted by members of the county assembly, where initially we contributed 1,000 each member, the 59 members who were then opposing the governor, and later we contributed 10,000 each for the same. And also other political leaders contributed to that cause.
By political leaders, who are you referring to? And in your estimation, how much money was raised? And I'm also sorry to ask this, what is the status of that kitty, if you're aware of, and how was it utilized?
The one for the assembly was utilized in conducting the road shows across crisscross in Meru, and other monies were used to hold prayers in various stadiums, as we have seen, Kenoru, Maua, and others. And by the time I left that group where the fundraising was being held, we had not been accounted for the remainder of the money.
So when the governor states that to the tune of 86 million might have been raised, is it anywhere near the truth in your estimation, having participated in the fundraisings in various modes?
It will be the truth.
Thank you. I think I will rest this witness and hand him over to cross-examination. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we'll be very brief with this witness. Mr. Witness, confirm that you moved the motion for impeachment last time, yes?
Yes, I confirm.
And that you live by the statements that you have indicated in your affidavit that you have testified to, yes?
Sorry?
And that you confirm and want to rely on the affidavit that you have filed.
Yes, I confirm.
And that you remember on the 7th of November 2023, you took the same stand and testified before this assembly as a mover, correct?
Yes, I confirm.
And you remember a question was put to you whether or not the impeachment then was politically instigated, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall your answers?
I may not recall the exact answer.
I'll give you the answer. Honorable Speaker, I'm referring to the answers of this House at page 53, dated 7th of November. Mr. Mudhombi Thionkulu was the lead counsel then, correct?
Yes.
And you remember him putting this question to you, and you answered in negative, that it was not politically instigated. You remember? You recall or you do not recall, Mr. Witness?
I don't recall. Read for me the answer, maybe.
You remember Mr. Mudhomi asking you whether it is true from the governor's allegations that the impeachment was politically instigated, and your answer was Evans Mawira Kaaria.
Kaaria.
You said it was not true. Have I now refreshed your memories?
From the records, yes.
Do you still want to hold that preposition?
Of course, everything that was in that motion was not substantiated.
Excuse me, Mr. Witness, I want a yes or a no answer. Do you still want to hold that preposition, or you want to run away from it?
As of then, I hold that position.
You hold that position?
Yes.
What has now changed?
So many things.
The one, that you are no longer the leader of the majority in the assembly?
No.
Yes. Number two?
The governor reached out and called for reconciliation. I did a lot of soul searching.
Thank you.
I consulted widely.
It's okay. Don't answer questions that I have not put to you. You have testified at length how people were induced to bring that particular motion, correct?
Yes, and I've stated the facts.
That is a motion that you brought on the 7th of November, correct?
Yes.
So you brought motion out of ulterior motives of being induced as at then, correct?
According to the circumstances then.
You allowed yourself to be induced, yes?
As per the circumstances then.
So on that day, when you took the stand on the 7th of November 2023, you did not speak the truth to this at Senate, but you spoke out of inducement, correct?
I'm saying as
Correct
the
or not correct?
circumstances
I
at
want
that
an
point.
answer, not a vague answer. Correct or not correct?
Not correct.
So then, were you induced that particular time from your evidence?
I've narrated all the events that led to
One
the
of the
introduction
events,
that motion.
Mr. Witness, was that you are induced, correct? One of the events is that you are induced.
I didn't say you were induced, I said you are mobilized according to party lines.
How were you mobilized?
Of course, I stated that we met as the leadership of
Was financial gains, correct? Including 20,000 shillings that you were given, correct?
That was later, after
okay.
the
But you remember
second
the Christmas
impeachment.
gift, correct?
After the second impeachment had failed in the Senate.
You remember the Christmas gift, yes?
I'm saying later, after the second impeachment had failed in the Senate.
You received a gift.
Yes.
For the work well done, correct?
A Christmas gift for a work well done. Christmas was not even, Christmas was oncoming.
So, Mr. Witness, if you allowed yourself to be induced that particular time to bring that particular impeachment motion, how truthful is your statement today?
I was not induced, I said we were mobilized on party lines.
On party lines?
Yes.
So which party do you belong to?
UDA.
UDA.
Yes.
So UDA mobilized its MCAs to bring the motion.
UDA at the county level, Meru county level, mobilized the MCAs to introduce an impeachment motion.
Does that mean that the UDA party is against the governor or was against the governor?
I stated in my statement.
Does that mean at that particular time the UDA party was against the governor?
At the county level, yes. Nationally, the Secretary General had stated that that was not the party position.
Which other party was against the governor as at then?
The parties that were mobilized, we have BAS party, we have PNU, we have Jubilee, and other assembly parties.
You spoke about receiving 80,000 shillings. You correct? You remember?
Facilitation to be in the Senate.
Who gave these 80,000 shillings?
It was paid from the assembly.
It was paid from the assembly. Did you receive or did you partake of it?
Yes, I received.
And it was a motivation for you to appear, correct?
It was facilitation to be in the Senate for the 5 days that you were here.
A facilitation.
Yes.
Today, have you been facilitated?
I've seen that we have received a message.
Today, have you been facilitated?
Facilitation, yes, we have been facilitated, but it has not already been paid. But it will be paid because we have received a message from the clerk saying that members will be facilitated for 5 days to be in the Senate.
Notwithstanding whether or not you appear for Governor Kawira as a witness or the witness for the Senate, for the Assembly.
Witness for the governor.
The County Assembly has equally facilitated you, correct?
I have received that message.
That you'll receive your per diems for participating?
Yes, yes.
So it was usual for the County Assembly to facilitate its members?
For the previous one, only 59 members were facilitated.
It is usual for the County Assembly to facilitate its members, correct? Because today you have received a message that you receive facilitation, correct?
Yes, we have received the message.
And therefore the County Assembly considers its members as equal, correct?
No, no, no.
Mr. Witness, I want to refer you to your affidavit. But before I refer you to this affidavit, have you critically read the motion before this assembly for the impeachment of the governor?
I've gone through the motion.
Have you answered those allegations in your affidavit? And if yes, kindly point to us the particular paragraph that answers to the allegations.
The particular allegations?
Excuse me, just take your affidavit, take it.
Yeah,
and lead the Senate to the particular paragraph that has responded to issue number 1. Issue number 1, where have you responded?
Just a minute. I've responded to the issue of money that was raised for the...
Not the money that was raised, the issue of illegal revocation. Where have you responded to it in your affidavit?
I've not responded to it in that affidavit.
You have not responded to it. Issue number 2, where have you responded to it?
I've stated.
Do you know what issue number 2 is all about?
Yes, yes.
Show us a particular paragraph that responds to those allegations.
Number 23.
Paragraph 23.
Yes, paragraph
Read
23.
it out.
That the clerk of the assembly, under the instructions of the speaker, has been writing several letters to frustrate the approval of the governor's nominees for the bonds of various semi-autonomous government agencies. The clerk has no role.
Do you have evidence in that respect?
It is in the governor's badul.
Were you aware of this frustration by the clerk before you came to this assembly?
Yes, I was aware because when those...
You are aware, thank you.
Yes.
Did you take any actions to curtail these frustrations?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
When these letters came...
Where is the evidence in your affidavit?
It is not
What
in the
did you
affidavit,
and where is
but
the
personally I gave my opinion in a meeting
I'm not
was
asking,
discussing
I'm not
these
asking about
nominees.
You. Mr. Witness, please listen.
Yes,
I'm not asking you to give us your opinion. You have given so many of them. So we do not want to entertain any further opinion.
Okay.
We want to go to the facts.
Okay.
Where have you pleaded in your affidavit that you took actions against the clerk for frustrating the works of the governor?
I didn't take any action against the clerk, but I have responded to that count number 2.
Yes?
I didn't take any action, but
did
in
not
my
take any
affidavit
action.
I've responded
Show
to that.
us in your affidavit where you've responded to issue number 3.
Can I have the affidavit?
And I put it to you that issue number 3, now 23, does not respond to the allegations contained in the notice of motion, issue number 2.
Sorry?
I put it to you that paragraph 23 of your affidavit is not a response and is not evidence that relates to the allegations of failing to appoint chairpersons.
I don't agree to that.
Let us go to issue number 3 and point us in your affidavit where you have responded to it.
I have not responded to issue number 3.
Thank you. Let us go to issue number 4. Point us in your affidavit where you have responded to it.
I've responded to it where I stated that I'm aware that count was initially in the previous impeachment motions.
Where in your paragraph? And is the issue in illegal dismissing about the issue of dismissing or the issue of the expenditure of county money? The governor dismissing individuals and making the county accrue unnecessary resources paid to the litigants. Did you understand?
If I can read the crowd, it's illegally dismissing in bold.
Yes?
In bold.
And
illegally dismissing.
Yes.
And then narration continues.
As a consequence of?
Illegally dismissing.
And as a consequence thereof, what happened?
A loss.
A loss of how much?
4 million.
Where is that in your affidavit?
I've said I responded. It's not in my affidavit.
It's not in your affidavit.
Yes.
Let us go to issue number, count number 2, gross misconduct. Yes? Deliberately misleading the county, the members of the public. Yes? That's in the barrio of Sniper, 86 million was raised, correct?
Yes.
You are aware of those utterances, correct?
Yes, I'm aware.
That the same were done by the governor, yes?
Yes, I'm aware.
And that it was done in public, correct?
Yes.
And that there was a pay bill that was generated for that purposes, yes?
Yes.
And that in the said pay bill, it's only 516,000 that was donated, correct?
According to the Assembly's evidence.
According to the Assembly's evidence.
Yes.
Do you have any contra-evidence to that averment?
Yes, in my statement I've stated.
Please lead us to that paragraph. Lead us to that particular paragraph.
Just a minute.
You're also aware that the governor made averments and allegations that the window to the sniper, has moved on with another MCA, correct?
I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware. Kindly, let's play video 1A and 1B in our videos. You yourself, did you changa to that particular pay bill?
Yes, no, not to the pay bill.
How did you changa?
Through the WhatsApp group created for the assembly members.
How was the money collected?
It was collected through a member of the assembly.
Through a member of the assembly?
Yes.
Through who? Which member?
Member of a county assembly known as Sarah Gaki, Honorable Sarah Gaki.
Is it true that the wife of the deceased sniper moved on with an MCA?
I'm not aware.
Did you see her testifying yesterday?
I didn't watch the...
Are you aware that she was a witness?
Sorry?
Are you aware that she was a witness?
Yes, I'm aware she was a witness.
Did you follow through her evidence?
I didn't follow.
All right. As we wait for the playing of those videos, you have indicated before this assembly that one of the frustration that you colluded to undertake was to make sure that the governor was frustrated in the feeding program, correct?
Yes.
And that frustration was actualized according to your evidence, correct?
Yes.
How was it actualized?
Through a motion in the assembly, a report of a committee.
Through a motion, correct?
Yes.
So it is in your evidence that that program is no longer running, correct?
It was stopped.
It was stopped. Mr. Witness, I refer you and I refer the senators to our further bundle of volume 6 at page 83. At page 83.
Yes.
Kindly look at the entry where we have the votes, correct? Can you see them?
Yes, I can see the votes.
Vote 22-11-015. Can you see it?
Yes.
Confirm that this is a Meru County budget estimate for the year ended, for the year 2024-2025.
It is.
Confirm that you participated in this process, correct?
I did participate.
And that you are aware of the allocations and apportionments, correct?
I'm aware.
And therefore you want to read with us about that particular vote, yes?
Yes.
What does it provide?
Food and rations feeding program.
How much has been allocated?
54 million.
54 million, yes?
Yes.
For which financial year?
2023, 2024.
What was the purpose of the allocation?
The feeding program.
Thank you. Was it approved?
It was approved by the assembly.
Has this year budget also been approved?
This year's budget has been approved.
Thank you. Let's go to the next one about the cows. It is your evidence that the county assembly has colluded to frustrate the governor's programs, correct?
Yes, please.
Let us look at page 78, 79 of the same bundle. Honorable Senators, we look at the vote end written 31-11-302-00001. Can you see it?
Sorry, come again.
Can you see that vote end? The vote end?
Yes, yes.
Can you see it?
Yes, I
Again,
can see
confirm that these are the financial year 2024-2025.
Sorry?
Confirm that these are budget for 2024-2025 approved.
Yes.
And that the county assembly has approved that budget, correct?
Yes, it has been approved.
And that even 2024, 2023, 2024, the same was approved, correct?
But you saying it's the budget for the 2024-2025, and there's nothing that has been approved for that vote.
Yes. What was the reason for failure to approve?
Because the assembly halted the program.
On the failure to have policies, correct?
Yes.
Is there a policy that exists in that respect?
It was introduced in the assembly, and the assembly
Is there a
declined to
policy
approve.
that exists in that respect?
I'm saying the policy was introduced in the assembly by the CC Agriculture, and the assembly failed to approve that policy.
Is it mandatory for the assembly to approve anything or everything?
That was the requirement that they had, the recommendation in the report.
Are you aware that that policy was rejected through the public participation?
No, it was not subjected to public participation.
So the county assembly must at always time act according to the demands as they come, according to your evidence, correct?
Sorry?
The county assembly must always pass anything without scrutiny, correct? Even without looking at the viability of the project, correct?
It has to look at the viability and...
Thank you. Confirm to us that you have responded to the issue number count number 3 on abuse of office. Have you? And if yes, point us to that evidence.
I've, under abuse of office, I've responded to count number, paragraph 10.
Yes, paragraph 10.
Employing a bloated workforce of at least 111 personal staff.
Yes.
And I indicated my affidavit that it was...
Paragraph 10.
Yes, I indicated my affidavit that it was...
Paragraph 10. Can you read out paragraph 10?
Employing a bloated workforce of
Paragraph
at least...
10 of your affidavit.
I didn't say paragraph 10 on my affidavit, but let me see.
I've asked you whether you've responded to paragraph
Yes, I've responded to... I'm saying, Council, I've responded to count number 3
Yes.
in paragraph 10, employment of a bloated workforce.
Where is that in your affidavit?
Just a minute.
That's what I want you to show us.
Paragraph 22 of my affidavit.
Read it out.
That I'm also aware that the current impeachment motion features some issues which were also in the previous motions in the Senate, and the Senate finding the allegations unsubstantiated and not meeting a threshold of impeaching a governor. The issue of bloated workforce and alleged illegal dismissal of Dr. Ntwiti and 3 others was in the failed motion.
Do you
in
work
which I
in the
was the mover.
county executive?
No.
How did you conclude on the question of the bloated workforce?
We brought it here and it was not substantiated. We couldn't prove it.
Did you call out for any statement from the responsible organ of the county of the county government?
My work ended when I brought it to the Senate and it was not substantiated.
Did you not? Did you call for any oversight over that issue when you went back to the county assembly?
I didn't.
You didn't. You have alleged that individuals were called somewhere in Mombasa. Were you in attendance?
I've alluded to 2 meetings in Mombasa. One I was in attendance, the other one I was not.
Which one were you in attendance?
Immediately after the second impeachment.
Immediately after the second impeachment?
Yes.
Who was paying for your allowances?
County Assembly of Meru.
Is it unusual or usual for the county assembly to do that?
It is not unusual.
Thank you. Finally, Mr.
What was
Witness,
unusual was the activities.
I am satisfied with your answer. Mr. Witness, confirm that county government must spend money in accordance
to the budgetary allocations.
And prudence, correct?
Yes.
Have you looked at issue number 11 in our motion? And to that effect, do you want Kiambi Christus Manyara?
I'm there.
You know Kiambi Christus Manyara?
He's not personally known to me.
He's not personally known to you. Have you ever heard of him?
I think that I have the name being mentioned during the case for hearing case for one.
In what circumstances was the name being mentioned?
That he was an accused person.
He was an accused person. In which matter?
Involved in that matter.
In that matter. Do you know of somebody called Supu?
Yes, Supu is well known to me.
How do you know him?
He's a personal friend.
Do you know where?
And we come from the same locality.
Do you know where he was working or where he works?
According to my knowledge, I'm not aware of where he works because he has always told me that he's not employed.
You are aware that he works in the office of the governor, yes?
I'm not aware.
I therefore put it to you that he does work in the office of the governor.
I can't accept that one.
Equally, have you seen that from that allegation that this one Crispus Kiambi Manyara,
sorry,
while he was in custody, he was being paid his full salary?
I'm not aware if he's in custody.
Read the allegations. Read them out.
Paying Kiambi Crispus Manyara, a public communication officer in the office of the governor, his full salary and benefits while in remand and despite being accused of murder, contrary to section 4.2 of the Public Service Commission Discipline Manual for the Public Service.
You are aware that he was arrested pursuant to that murder, correct?
Yes.
And that he was remanded, correct?
I'm not aware of that.
I therefore put it to you that he was remanded, and that while in remand, he was accruing all his full salary.
That is your evidence, counsel.
That's our evidence. Have you
Yes.
controverted it in your affidavit?
I've not controverted it
You
in
have
any
not
way.
controverted it.
Yes.
You therefore cannot doubt what I am telling you this afternoon, correct?
I can doubt because
You
there's
cannot
no...
doubt what I am telling you unless you have a contra
Is your
evidence.
word against mine, counsel?
Where is your word?
It's not in the affidavit, but I'm stating it now.
It's nowhere in your affidavit.
Yes.
I told you, or I put to you, or I asked you whether you know one Supu.
Yes, I said I know Ansupu.
Have a look at this document, Honorable Senators. We are looking at volume 2 of our evidence. Page 443 of our volume 2. 43. And we can be playing the we can be ready to play the video. Can you see serial number 1?
Serial number 1, yes.
Do you know, can you read out that name?
Vincent Muredi.
Vincent Muredi?
Yes.
First of all, who is the originator of that document?
The acting secretary, Meru County Public Service Board.
Sorry?
The acting secretary, Meru County Public Service Board, 1 Virginia Kawira.
And it's an internal memo, correct?
Yes.
And the internal memo speaks to the appointments of contractual employees in the office of the governor, correct?
They do.
And therefore, whatever appears therein is a list of those individuals who works there in the office, correct?
That is true.
And that Vincent Muredi of ID number that works as an assistant director in that office, correct?
That is true, according to the memo.
That is Vincent Muredi alias Supu, correct?
Yes.
Let us play that video. And you know, as we await, that the said Supu and Manyara at page 428 of our bundled volume 2, sorry, 429, I beg your pardon, of volume 2, contains the information of the individuals who are charged with the murder of one sniper, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you can see accused number 1 is Vincent Muredi Karemi, alias Supu, correct?
True.
Number 2 is who?
Murangeri Kenneth Guantai alias Tali.
Do you know him?
Personally, no.
Do you know that that is the governor's brother?
According to you.
Let us look at number 2, number 3.
Boniface Kileji alias DJ Kaboom.
Number 4.
Christas Manyara alias Chris.
Christas Manyara alias?
Chris.
And that is the Christas Manyara who works in the office of the governor, correct?
The one that we have seen is working in the office of the governor is Vincent Muredi Kirimi.
Let's look at that as we play the video.
Wale ambao wanazunguka na mwili wakisema haki ipatikane, si haki ipatikane, wako katika siasa na biashara. Ile ni biashara yao.
Do you know whom she was referring to as those people wanazunguka na mwili of sniper?
In this video?
Yes.
I'm not aware of the specific people because it was a group of people.
Would it have been the mover of the motion?
Maybe yes, because members of the county assembly were there.
Could it have been you?
Personally, I was not there.
Okay. Let's proceed.
Wameweka pay bill, wanachukua pesa, wanajaza mafuta kwa MCA, zingine wanakula. Huyo mama ambaye anachangiwa pesa wakisema ni haki kwa sniper. Kitu ya kwanza tunataka ajengewe nyumba ya ghorofa. Number 2 anunuliwe Prado. Number 3 afunguliwe trust fund ya education ya watoto wake. Kama wajafanya hiyo, hawa ni wakora na wezi wameibia huyo mama kupitia hiyo familia. Ni makatero na ni biashara na
okay, proceed.
Siasa ya bure. Na matapeli. Hiyo wamefungua kama biashara, wanakuja kusanya pesa, wamechukua huyo mama, wamemficha kwa MCA fulani anakaa hapo, wanasunguka na mwili. Ingelikuwa ni mmoja wao wangefanya namna hiyo. Ingelikuwa ni mtoto wao wangemzungusha mwezi mzima. Lakini kwa sababu wanataka pahali watajijenga kisiasa, wanataka pahali watakulia maana wamesota. Nilisikia wakisema ya kwamba hawana pesa kwa mifuko wanatembea na OB. Sasa wamepata njia ya kutembea na pesa kwa mfuko kupitia maiti. Hiyo ya kutembea na mwili wa sniper ni mambo mawili peke yake. biashara na siasa. Hakuna justice wanatafuta. Wangelikuwa wanatafuta justice, watoto wangapi wamekufa Meru? Watoto wangapi wamepotea Meru? Huko Ndumoru na huko upande wa Tigania wangapi wanakufa? Mbona hatujaona hao viongozi wakitembea wakisema ya kwamba tunahitaji haki ya vijana wetu ambao wanakufia? Why this one? Why huyu peke yake? Kuna MC ambaye aliuawa na ikasemekana sijui nani amemuua. Mbona tukiona hii ni siasa na biashara, na wamelaaniwa wanaozunguka na huo mwili, wamelaaniwa. Mtu ambaye ni mshtakiwa the key suspect mkuu ambaye ni Supu.
Pause. Have you heard what the governor has said?
Yes.
What has she said?
Supu. She mentioned Supu.
Mshtakiwa, mstuhumiwa,
Anaye daiwa.
Play it again.
Mtu ambaye ni mshtakiwa the key suspect mkuu.
The chief
suspect.
Who is the chief suspect?
Supu.
Has that Supu been charged before the court of law?
Yes.
Proceed.
Paya ni Supu. Mnahitaji kuangalia mtu mmoja tu wa governor mwenye alipigia simu ama wengine wengi ambaye pia aliwapigia.
Have you heard her owning up that mnafaa mtafute mtu mmoja wa governor? Have you heard that statement? Listen carefully.
Play it again.
Just play it again for him, and please listen carefully.
The key suspect mkuu ambaye ni Supu. Mnahitaji kuangalia mtu mmoja.
Just the time.
No, one moment. Senator Mtata, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, sir, my point of order is that this matter is live before a court of law under criminal proceedings, and I think we should exercise a lot of precaution and deference to the court process, because I think that we are beginning to tread into the area of testing the evidence and the witnesses in that matter, which is not before this court, and that is, I think, sub judice for the rule of law.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we can then abandon it and go to the next clip, 214. The same clip at 214, minute 214. The same clip, minute 214.
Simu. Hakuna mtu mwingine alipigia simu siku hiyo. Ndio mbebe kijana ati mseme ati kwa sababu Supu alimpigia simu, you want to charge him. Wale ambao wamewasukuma kisiasa kwa sababu mnasema ya kwamba mmepewa pressure, political pressure. Wenye wamepatia nyinyi political pressure, wapatie nyinyi ushahidi. Sure. Maana tutahitaji haki kwa kijana wetu, ninahitaji haki kama familia yangu. Ningependa kusema
You've heard the governor stating wanataka haki kama familia.
Yes.
I have put to you that his brother has been charged in his proceedings.
Well and good.
Thank you. No further questions in that respect. I want to invite my learned friend, Mr. Muriuki, to proceed from there, but kindly confirm that you have no evidence that controverts all the averments contained in the motion, and that you have not tabled it before this assembly.
It is in my affidavit, and there are supporting documents in the governor's.
That the account that you have given is just your frustrations and your bitterness for having been removed as a leader of majority.
That is not true, Council.
You have seen the last video that was played, and there was an issue of gender card being played. Yes?
Which video?
You have seen the governor played the last video where there was one person seated.
Yeah. Yes, I've seen it.
And started saying that this is all about women leadership and the people of Meru must accept it, correct?
Yes, that is his opinion.
Is there contention that she's the governor?
None.
Yes?
None whatsoever, but he is facing an impeachment motion.
Are you a man who is supporting the governor?
I'm supporting the governor.
Are you a Marian?
Yes, I am.
Supporting a governor, correct?
Yes.
And therefore, there is no question, when it comes to questions of accountability, there is no defense of being a gender person, correct?
That depends.
There is no defense. Gender is not a defense.
Of course, it is not a defense.
Finally, when she was asked the last time, she said it wasn't me. Today, you have played clips blaming the senators. Do you associate yourself with the statements that were made by Al-Haji?
I don't associate myself with those senators.
Do you have confidence with this Senate that it can dispense with substantive justice?
A lot of confidence.
And that is why we are here, correct?
True.
Do you attribute that statement to any member of the Assembly?
It was used to reduce members of the Assembly.
No, associated with any member of the Assembly?
Yes, because they were there nodding and applauding when Alhaji was speaking those words.
Let me ask you, is it wrong for somebody to hold an opinion?
It's not wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Muriuki. But before I go to Mr. Muriuki, you remember he claimed to be Secretary General of the Bas Party.
Alhaji, yes, he claimed.
And he said he's a Secretary General, and he never defined where he's a Secretary General. He gave a statement that I am the Secretary General.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Mawira.
Yes, Council.
Today you have taken an oath when you stood here.
True.
Just like you did the last time you were here on 7th of November.
True.
And in that oath, you said that you're going to tell this House the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
True.
Now, you have come here today saying that last time your impeachment motion was politically instigated.
Yes.
Did you tell the Senate that last time when you were here?
At that
Did
point,
you make any such statement last time when you were here, yes or no?
I didn't make such a statement last time.
You did not tell the whole truth to the Senate.
I told the truth.
You did not tell the whole truth.
I told the truth.
Mr. Mawira, you have said,
to me.
I don't have time, so please don't argue with me, just answer yes or no. You have said that party formations were used to whip you into moving an impeachment motion.
That is true.
Have you adduced any document to that effect?
None.
Have you adduced any letter telling you to move the impeachment motion?
None.
Mr. Mawira, I put it to you that you do not have a mind of your own, that you are a gun for hire.
That is our opinion, Council.
Mr. Mawira, you stated that you are giving evidence on behalf of other people who are not here.
That is true.
Are you aware that there is no such thing as giving evidence on behalf of other witnesses? You can only give evidence on behalf of a party.
They have given me the authority to plead on their behalf.
Mr. Mawira, you have claimed that there were meetings organized that you took part to sabotage the executive.
Yes, there are
Have
such
you
meetings.
brought the minutes for those meetings?
No minutes. But
Mr.
they were
Mawira,
informal meetings.
you have stated in your affidavit that the people who are supporting the governor, the MCAs who are supporting the governor, that is page 13, paragraph 13 of your affidavit.
Council, your time is up. I will allow you to just ask that last question and conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You have stated that on paragraph 13 of your affidavit, are you there?
Supply me the affidavit kindly.
Paragraph 13 of your affidavit.
Yes.
You have stated that the MCAs who support the governor were removed from committees, including the Budget Committee, the Public Accounts, and the Committee on Implementation.
That is true.
Who is the chair of the Budget Committee?
Honorable Mwirigi from Kibirichi Ward.
Is he a witness for the governor in this case?
Yes.
Who is the chair of the Gender Committee?
Honorable Murogocho.
Did she support this impeachment motion?
Not.
Who is the chair of the Transport Committee?
Honorable Kibenji.
Did he support this impeachment motion?
No.
Who is the chair of the finance committee?
Honorable Caleb?
Did he support this impeachment motion?
No.
Who is the chair of the committee on delegated legislation?
Honorable Sarah Gaki?
Did she support this impeachment motion?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
But in that paragraph, it is clearly stated that in
Speaker,
MCs.
I have done with my questions to the
Thank
witness.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Thank you, witness. Honorable senators, we will now give you an opportunity to ask questions.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I have just 1 minute of re-exam, just one.
You have, okay, counsel, you have 4 minutes remaining.
Thank
So
you. I will utilize one.
Okay.
Mr. Witness,
Yes, please.
I will just need you to confirm the names that have just been read to you now. Are they members of that committee? Were they still members then, or what transpired?
Which committee?
There are names that council has just read to you, confirming that they are still holding their positions in the committees, yet they did not support the...
These are members who have
in 1 minute, kindly.
They are members who have joined in support of the governor just the other day when the impeachment motion was introduced. But when we were whipped, we were 13 when we were whipped from committees, and that is what I've alluded to in that affidavit.
Thank you very much.
Legal counsel for the governor, have you concluded your questioning?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir, I am done with the witness.
And your time of 3 minutes?
I have the governor as the last witness, Mr. Speaker, sir.
So are you calling the governor?
Yes, I am, but with your kind permission, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would be seeking your indulgence to engage the governor in under 20 minutes, with your kind permission.
Council, what we'll do is we'll first take questions or clarifications from the senators, and then we will. I don't know if we're going to give you more time, but we'll get back to that issue at that once we finish with the senators.
Most obliged, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable senators, we'll now be taking your questions, and we'll like to keep it within 30 minutes. So we'll be giving each senator 1 minute to ask a question, because there are several requests, and we need to get to as many people as possible. So 1 question, 1 minute, and be very brief. Senator Murangu James Kamau.
Asante sana mstahiki spika. Mstahiki spika, mnamo tarehe 16 mwezi wa Oktoba mwaka 2023, wakati tulikuwa tunafanya tukiangalia pia mswada uliokuwa umeletwa hapa kuhusu kung'atuliwa kwa gavana Kawira, Mheshimiwa Mawira ambaye ako mbele yetu pia alikuja na akaapa, na pia alikuwa ameweka hati ya kiapo ambayo alikuwa amechukua kusema ya kwamba yeye ako na kichwa kizuri, ako na uwezo wa kuaminika, wakati na akatia kindole ile hati ya kiapo ambayo alileta katika Senate hii. Leo chini ya kiapo ameleta pia hati ya kiapo ingine ambayo amebadilisha mawazo na kusema kwamba hii Senate ilikaa chini kuangalia nakala na makaratasi, tukapoteza pesa ya umma, na wakati kufuatilia stakabadhi ambazo zilikuwa hazina maana kwa sababu
Senator, ulikuwa uulize swali yako katika dakika moja. Umeanza hadithi mingi. Sawa, uliza swali.
Sasa nauliza, Mheshimiwa Mawira, uliokokea kanisa gani kwamba tukuamini leo na ulitundanganya wakati tulikuwa tunaangalia maneno wakati huo mwingine? Asante Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wambua, alafu utajibu hiyo swali mbili.
It's not possible. So, Mr. Witness, is it your evidence on record and under oath that last year you moved a motion for the impeachment of the governor of Meru under duress, and that what you said, the grounds that you adduced, you don't believe in those grounds. If that be the case, why should we believe that you have faith in what you're telling us today?
You see, Wambua, you managed it within 1 minute. Witness, go ahead and answer those two questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. It's true I moved the previous impeachment motion. And whatever I stated then under the circumstances and the facts available to me, I believe to be the truth at that point. But later, looking at the sequence of events that led to that impeachment motion, I felt that we were misused at that point and lied to. And I believe also that would answer to the question by Honorable Senator Wambua. If I believed in the grounds then, yes, I didn't believe in them. I believe in what I've seen right now, what I've stated. Yes, I believe in it.
Next questions by Senator Karen Nyamu and Senator Muma, in that order.
Mr. Witness, you say that you were part of a scheme to impeach Mama, politically instigated, the governor, politically instigated, and you even were part of the team that went to Mombasa for a retreat. What changed your mind? What was the exodus moment that now you are supporting Mama? Governor, Mama Governor Kawira. The other question.
Senator, just one question, please. Senator Catherine Muma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the witness is, the governor is widely accused of not being a people person who brings people together. What efforts have been made to bring the governor and the county assembly to work together for the benefit of the people of Kenya, of Meru, I mean?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Senator. To answer to the first question, what changed my mind? Immediately after the second impeachment motion failed in the Senate, Honorable Speaker, and immediately we left Mombasa and also the Nanyuki meeting. Personally, I suffered because I fell ill. I was admitted at Karen Hospital here. My blood pressure levels had gone up, and that is a fact that I disclosed to the Speaker of the County Assembly who came visiting me. And thereafter, I felt that I need to take some time to chart a way forward on what was happening in Meru. So I did a lot of soul searching. I consulted my wife and family. I consulted my close confidants and electorates. Even my electorates and started saying that they didn't send me to fight the governor. And it is at that point now when the governor reached out herself to me, I felt that now I need to listen to her and see if she is genuine. And I could see her genuineness then. And that is the point when I decided to support the governor. About the governor not bringing the people together, I stated that immediately the governor left the Senate last impeachment motion, she went around the county making a call for peace and reconciliation amongst all leaders. And she also asked for forgiveness if at all she had wronged any leader in Meru. But on the side, and she went further even to reach out to me. And I know she has also tried to reach out to other leaders because there were reconciliation efforts brought by the president and the deputy president, where the governor sat down with all leaders from Meru County, including the deputy governor, which didn't culminate to any peace in that county. But from the side of the assembly, they have been going out, doing all that is possible to frustrate any reconciliation process.
The next questions will be from Senator Samson Cherargei, followed by Senator Beatrice Ogola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Witness, Mheshimiwa, according to November 7 Senate answered, Dr. Mutomi Tiankulu asked you, since you are the mover of the motion, is this message consistent with the narrative of a peaceful governor who is a victim of some evil scheme to oust her out of office? And Honorable Evans Mawira Kaharia, you responded by saying it is inconsistent. Is this still your position, or has it changed? And what will make you or make us believe that it might be out of inducement, that is why you are supporting the governor now? Thank you.
The Honorable Witness, a video was shown to you and the Senate on a funeral of one alias sniper, and there was bashing of the Senate and some senators, and then there was a funeral of sniper. So between the two, the death and the loss of sniper and the bashing, which is most important to you and to the people of Meru?
Sorry, come again.
A video was shown to you and to the Senate of a burial of one alias sniper. On that video, there was the bashing of the Senate and some other senators. So between the bashing of the Senate and the loss of sniper,
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The message that we passed during the second impeachment motion, that at that point the governor was not a peace-seeking person, was valid at that point, and during, depending on the activities that had happened previously. If it is still valid as at this point, it is invalid because we have seen efforts from the governor herself trying to bring peace and call for reconciliation in the county. And Honorable Speaker, if there is one sign that can tell you the governor is peaceful, I'm the one who was here crucifying the governor. I moved the motion to impeach the governor. And if it went through, the governor could have been sent home packing, condemning her from serving in any public office in this country for the whole of her life. But when she reached out and we sat down and considered all the events and factors surrounding that position at that point, she told me she has no problem at all with me or with any other leader or with any other MCA. And if from that point up to now, we have been working together, I've been supporting her, and we have been trying to bring peace in that county, then I don't believe there will be any other sign to show that the governor has reformed and she is a peaceful person. About any inducement, I'm not aware of any, Honorable Speaker, and if at all there is an inducement that would have led me to support the governor, is the service delivery for the people who elected me, that is the people of Mitungu Ward. According to the question number 2, bashing of the Senate and the senators and loss of sniper, I believe that the Honorable Senator was asking which is a more weighty issue in that matter. And I would say loss of life, unfortunate loss of life, is a more weighty issue than the bashing of the Senate.
Next questions by Senator Hilary Wakili, followed by Senator Jones Mwashushe Mwaruma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Mawira, as a member of a political party, you've told this House that you're a member of UDA. Had you any meeting prior to the alleged meeting that you said you were caucused to bring out an impeachment motion against the governor, which you were a mover? And secondly, you told this House earlier on in that motion that you moved that the governor had gone rogue. At what point did you have your Damascus moment and that the governor could have changed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Mawira, in your own assessment, if the governor happens to be acquitted, perchance, do you think there is a possibility of the governor working with the assembly? And what needs to be done for that to be achieved? Or do you think the situation is irredeemable? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Senators. The question by Honorable Senator Sigei. The first one, there was no meeting for the party, but there were informal meetings, commonly known as Kamukonji, in the assembly, where in fact, Honorable Speaker, the leadership of the House and members felt that they needed to punish the 10 members who had not supported the impeachment motion in the assembly. And it was my opinion then in that meeting that there is no need to punish these members because of entirely their political decision or their democratic right of either supporting or not supporting. And furthermore, they had not stopped the assembly from impeaching the governor at that point. Therefore, at that point, I told the informal meeting that I did not see any need for us to punish the 10 members. And I'm made aware that in the last or the previous impeachment motion, I've seen the governor had gone rogue. And I've said, considering the facts and events that had previously happened, there was some element of truth. And what changed, or when did I change, is when the governor now started preaching reconciliation and peace, and in our own act, even went ahead to stop the Okolea program that most of the MCAs were disgruntled with. Therefore, at that point, I saw that the governor was genuine and had agreed to change. Question number 2, if the governor is acquitted, is she likely to work with other leaders? That is very true, because, Honorable Speaker, if you can follow the sequence of events from the first impeachment motion. During the first impeachment motion, the governor was being supported by only one MCA at that point. During the second impeachment motion, the governor had the support of only 10 members during the second impeachment motion. During this third impeachment motion, the governor has a support of 20 members, and it is only that 3 more were intimidated and coerced that they abandoned the cause of calling for dialogue. We could have been 23 members. Honorable Speaker, if at all the assembly can be set free, the victimization, the intimidation, the threats that have been put upon us, members who are supporting the governor, I want to tell you, if that is done today, you see more than 40 members of the county assembly working with the governor of Meru. We even wrote a letter to this honorable speaker. I don't know if it came out clearly. We wrote a letter, the 13 of us, to the devolution committee of this honorable senate, calling them to come to Meru and at least help us set the assembly free, help us set the MCAs free, because it is out of fear that now when you support the governor, you'll be victimized, you lose your committee positions, you lose your allowances, you lose everything, all privileges, even to a point of being denied an opportunity to contribute in the assembly, even to a point of being thrown out of the assembly because of your contribution. If we address that, the problem of Meru will have come to an end, and I want to promise you that, this Honorable Senate. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, the questions have been very similar. So I hope the next members who want to ask a question will ask different questions going forward. Senator Kisang, followed by Senator Beth Siengo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to put the question to Honorable Mawira, that you've told us that immediately after the failed impeachment of November last year, you went to Mombasa and agreed to plan for another impeachment. So it means basically, it doesn't matter whatever the governor does, the county assembly will still continue to come up with impeachment motions against her.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Witness, the other time during the second impeachment motion, you were on the other side. When you went back, you saw the light. Did you make efforts to reach more? You have talked of 20. Are you willing after this to reach more to see the light? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Senators. It's true, I stated that this impeachment motion that has been brought to this House started being planned immediately after the second one failed. And I've narrated what has happened, what has transpired previously. And Honorable Speaker, I think you have all seen clips, especially alluding to the mover, indicating that even if the Senate acquits the governor today, they are ready to bring more motions, up to a number of maybe 6 or 7. And it's a character of the Assembly of Meru, especially where I'm saying that MCAs are not being set free to exercise their democratic right. Unless that is reversed, you expect to see more impeachment motions in this Honorable Senate, just in case the governor is acquitted. But if that is addressed, Honorable Speaker, I want to assure you that this will be the last impeachment motion to come to this House, because the governor herself has proved that she is ready to work with other members. About my efforts to reach others, yes, I've severally done so. And when you approach anyone in that county assembly of Meru, and they tell you, we don't have any problem working with the governor. But now, when we come to support the governor, we lose the privileges of the assembly. So that single fact owns many members in abeyance of supporting the governor. And I believe if the governor is acquitted, and this Honorable Senate helps us address these issues in Meru, you see that the governor will be ready and willing to work with each and every member of the county assembly. And nothing proves that more, Honorable Speaker, than the evidence that has been placed before this Senate, that the governor herself and the executive team have agreed to allocate 33 million shillings for each and every ward, which was a bone of contention previously for the allocation of the ward fund. Therefore, I believe if the Senate finds it objective and finds it depending on the facts and evidence that has been placed them, that they acquit the governor, there will be peace in Meru.
Senator Danson Mungatana, followed by Senator Agnes Kavindu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A very quick one. A video was played here in the course of your evidence, and in that video, this Senate, Mr. Speaker, was called a house of shame, a house of greed. In fact, it went in Kiswahili and said that we are wenda wazimu in this house. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted the witness to tell me and this house, what was the purpose of that? Was he adducing evidence to annoy us or to abuse us? What was the purpose of that evidence? Because evidence is supposed to build your case. What did it build in terms of the case? And Mr. Speaker, secondly, I wanted to invite the Speaker to make a ruling on whether we can allow any form of evidence to be adduced in. I cannot speak in this house like that. Why should someone who is a...
Thank you. Senator Agnes Kavindu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Witness, you've said that you've been whipped on party lines, the previous impeachment motion. Don't anyone have a right to stand with their own understanding if you knew that the governor was not right or was right? Why then did you agree to take over the motion, which actually the lady told us that she's the one who drafted it, but you took it over because you were so sure that the governor was going to be impeached so that you can take the glory? I believe even in this Senate, we have parties and we have people who can stand on their own and make decisions and make the right decision.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I say first of all, I do regret the ones that were uttered in that video because it is not in my position that these are house of shame. I know the Senate is very credible and objective in undertaking its work. But Honorable Speaker, that evidence was brought before you to illustrate how members of the County Assembly have been incited and induced by party leaders. Specifically, the video played, we have seen it was of the Secretary General of Bas Party at Meru County. And that maybe was the feeling of the MCAs at that point who are supporting the impeachment motion. Therefore, we are to play to show to you the level of the level that political players in the county of Meru can go, the law that they can go, so that they can make sure that the process of impeaching the governor doesn't stop even once the Senate acquits her. My question number 2, whipping on party line, and if anyone doesn't have a stand, I believe honorable senators in this house were elected on parties, and we have seen that parties can bite. The consequences of defying party orders are there, we can't deny that, and we have already seen it being effected on us by being removed from committees, denying to attending trainings, capacity building, denying even opportunities to contribute in the House. Therefore, at that point, because our sales we have sacrificed, Honorable Speaker, members who have been supporting the governor, the 13 members who have been supporting the governor, I want to tell you as a matter of fact, since February this year, no one has gotten a single dime from that assembly as a matter of being in support of the governor. Therefore, when it comes to that point, most members decide to weigh the consequences or the consequences of defying the party lines, and you find that most of them, since we are all human beings, decide to support the party line.
Next question by Senator Veronica Nduati, followed by Senator Eric Okongo.
Honorable Evans Mawira, you were in this House on 6th and 7th of November 2023 with an impeachment motion, and you say this was politically instigated by some political leaders. However, in your paragraph 4 of the affidavit, you did not disclose who are these political leaders. And I've seen a lot of meetings have been taking place, a lot of fights and squabbles in Meru County. In your opinion, do you think the residents of Meru County are being served by Meru County Assembly? Are you, honorable members of Meru County Assembly, serving the people, or a lot of time has been spent fighting, tossing the ball from this side to the other side? Are the Meru County getting any benefit from devolution with all these fights?
Yes, Bwana Witness, I just wanted to get your experience as a member of County Assembly. You seem to have conducted this public participation. The entire process was done in one day. And I've seen the photos and the people who were in attendance. There seemed to have been a very low turnout. Have you done any previous public participation exercise? How was the attendance? And was the process carried out, chaired, and minutes recorded by MCAs, or minutes were captured by members of staff from the County Assembly? Just wanted to understand, because we have had issues with public participation before.
Witness.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, to address the first question, it's true that there's a lot of political infighting in Meru County. This can be attributed mostly to the losers during the previous general elections. And I'm being asked if the people of Meru are being served by the County Assembly of Meru, members of the County Assembly. I'll come to that. And Honorable Speaker, I will state that the people of Meru have not received the best from the County Assembly of Meru because they have been held captive or have been induced to participate in political infighting instead of focusing on serving the people of Meru. The question of who are those people, Honorable Speaker, I previously mentioned what has been transpired in that county. But Honorable Speaker, even to the reason of safety of my life, I would want not to mention the names expressed in this Senate. It's as dangerous as that, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, to my experience during or as a member of the County Assembly and during the public participation, I would say that during the first impeachment motion, the public participation was held at the County Assembly, where members of the County Assembly were present and members of staff, and the attendance was well. The second impeachment motion, the public participation, was held at sub-county level, where members of the County Assembly were present as well, and participated and took minutes. And the attendance started to go down. During this impeachment motion, Honorable Speaker, the attendance was very poor. And also, in all venues, it is in very few venues where members of the County Assembly attended. Therefore, the public participation meetings were conducted by members of the Assembly. And what I can attribute to the low attendance during this impeachment motion is that the feeling of the people of Meru, they are really tired of these fights. And if you could listen to most of them, because personally I listen to my electorates, they would say, kindly cease of these fights. Let us give every elected leader a chance to serve. And when it comes to removing you from office, we'll do that during the general election because they are about 3 years away from now. Thank you.
The next questions from Alexander Munyi and Senator Geoffrey Osotsi.
Asante Bwana Spika, swali langu kwa Mheshimiwa, wakati wa kutimuliwa kwa Gavana Kawira mara ya kwanza na mara ya pili ulikuwa hapa ukiunga mkono aweze kutimuliwa, na unasema kutoka kati hiyo ulienda upande mwingine ndio aweze kuleta watu pamoja, na wakati umeenda kwa hiyo kikundi ama kuleta watu pamoja, ndio mheshimiwa mmoja alisema ng'ombe 20 ya pesa nyingi ilikufa. Ndio tukasikia tukaona kwa video watoto walikuwa wanasaliwa kwa karibu na hospitali, hakukuwa na hospitali inaendelea kwa Karai. Wewe ukiwa mtu wa kuleta watu pamoja, ulisukua hatua gani? Ama wewe ni mmoja wale walipatiwa pesa ndio waweze kuenda kuunga gavana mkono? Asante Bwana Spika.
Mr. Mawira, I want to refer you to your affidavit, which is on page 39, where you have said that the anger and malice was directed towards the 2024-2025 county fiscal strategy paper, where 56 MCAs openly went against the previously agreed Ward Equalization Development Fund and allocated 45 million in each of the wards whose elected MCAs were against the governor, and 15 million to the wards whose elected MCAs were supporting the governor. This is after they had agreed, been advised against tabling a ward development
Senator,
fund.
ask your question because you only have 1 minute.
What I want from the witness is
just give him 30 seconds to ask the question.
What I want from the witness, Mr. Speaker, is this particular statement confirmed that this is an illegality because it's against Article 10 of the Constitution. It's clearly discriminated. What is your view about this? And was this physical strategy paper approved?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, nataka kueleza katika hii seneti kulingana na lile swali limeulizwa ya kwamba kama ni pesa inatupeleka kusupport governor, tungekaa katika wale wanaompinga, sababu bunge la Meru, la County Assembly ya Meru, ndilo lina uwezo wa kupea members of the County Assembly money, because I've said that since February, we have not received even a single dime from that assembly as a matter or as a consequence of supporting the governor. Therefore, it is unfortunate that we could be told that it's money that has lent us to support the governor. And also, I believe that as a peace-loving Senate and a peace-loving people, we should strive to preach more peace so that we bring the executive arm of the government and the county assembly together, regardless of what has happened in the past, and not mentioning that only you can support the governor because of money inducements, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, according to the CFSP that I've stated, that is true. The CFSP was approved by the county assembly members, whereas the 38 members, elected members who support or who opposes the governor, were allocated 45 million in their awards, whereas the 7 of us who are in support of the governor, our awards were allocated 15 million. Up and until when the county executive committee member for finance complained to the office of the control of budget and sought some advice, that is when that illegality was collected, and all ones, according to the agreement between the negotiation team, were allocated that is 6 million, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, because we are out of time, I will take the last 2 questions from Senator John Kinyua, followed by Senator Mofaya Kataya.
Asante, Bwana Spika. Mheshimiwa Mawira shahidi, sijui ni kuamini leo ama ni kuamini wakati ule mwingine ulipokuwa umekuja hapa, kwa sababu sijui niseme, kwa sababu Biblia inasema mimi nitumiwe kama chombo. Sijui kama wewe ni chombo, kwa sababu nashindwa ni kuamini leo ama wakati ule mwingine, kwa sababu unasema ulishurutishwa wakati ule mwingine, tena unaonekana ulitishwa. Sasa sijui leo ulipokuwa ukiongea ukaulizwa swali ukasema ya kwamba huwezi ukataja jina fulani kwa sababu unahofia maisha yako. Sasa sijui nitakuamini leo ama nikuamini wakati ule mwingine. Sijui mheshimiwa, nina ugumu, ninachanganyikiwa kidogo.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mawira, I have just captured your confession that once you left this house, once you had brought the motion of impeachment against the governor extended some gestures of reconciliation to the MCAs. So in your own view, why do you think other MCAs didn't listen to the reconciliation mood and gesture extended by the governor as you did? You know, I've been an MCA for a decade, and I know the workings and the relationship between the governor and the MCAs. Why do you think other MCAs didn't listen to those reconciliation moves from the governor?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in reference to the question by Honorable Senator Kinyua, I have stated and given facts that led to me bringing the second impeachment motion to this Honorable Senate. And Honorable Senator Kinyua, if at all there's a time you should believe me, it is now. Because if I agree to testify in this Honorable Senate, and knowing the circumstances and knowing the facts that I was here previously, That shows you the level of commitment and sacrifice that I've gone myself to show and prove to you, honorable senators, and the country at large, because this matter is a matter of national interest right now, that the governor has been fought incessantly, political fights, and that is why we are here right now. Therefore, those are the facts that I can attest to in this honorable Senate. Reconciliation efforts by the governor, while responding to question number 2, it's true that she has reached out, and why are other members not agreeing or accepting this olive branch being extended to them by the governor? The reason I've saying is the assembly will punish, or the assembly leadership will punish each and every member who attempts to even work with the governor. To an extent of the MCAs in Meru County Assembly, especially the elected ones, cannot be seen even following up for a project in the executive wing of the government. Because if you are seen there, you've been deemed as a traitor, you'll be punished, you'll be removed from committees, you'll be denied assembly privileges, and therefore this makes it very hard for other members to try and forge a working relationship with the governor. Thank you.
Thank you, witness. Counsel for the governor, you had a remainder of 4 minutes. Which witness did you want to call next?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My next and last witness would be the governor of the county of Meru. I had made a request to be extended at least 15 minutes so that I will have a total of 20 minutes to be done with the governor in examination in chief.
Counsel for the assembly.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Speaker, sir. In the morning, the assembly was moved with an application that was called the Doctrine of Equality of Arms by our teacher, Mr. Ongoya, our learned counsel. He indicated that there ought to have been equality of arms. I still invoke the same wisdom that there ought to be equality of arms, to which I am seeking an indulgence that since this is a main character in these particular proceedings, and when they had the opportunity of dealing with our main witness, they had 1 hour, 30 minutes. It would be therefore suffice to indicate, Mr. Speaker, sir, that in the efforts of making sure that we are all balanced, there is equality of arms, there is proper access to justice, there is fair hearing, that your portion has the same equal time so that we can have to do justice to this case. Remember, it is we who have accused the governor, and we need sufficient time, if they so pleases the Senate, that they grant us leave to have at least 1 hour, 30 minutes, so that we can dispense with the justice, so that at least at the end of the day, people can feel that justice has been done. I so beg.
Counsel, I think you've requested for an extra 15 minutes, but as put by the counsel for the assembly, you did in the morning. Your lead counsel requested that we are fair and we give equality of arms as per the timings yesterday. Now, counsel for the assembly, I doubt if we can give you 1 hour, 30 minutes. But in all fairness, they're asking for an extra 15 minutes. And you did utilize your whole 1 hour, 10 minutes of cross-examination. So to be fair, we will give you also 20 minutes to cross-examine the key witness. And they will have an extra 15 minutes of their 4 minutes which they have. So we'll say roughly we'll give them 20 minutes and you will get 20 minutes to cross-examine the witness.
I am well guided by your wisdom. In the event that we shall not make it, I'll still seek leave for indulgence. I'm most obliged.
Thank you. Counsel for the governor, you may proceed.
I, Bishop Kawira Mwangaza, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Good evening, Madam Governor.
Even to you, Wakili.
Thank you. You are appearing before the Senate for the third time, courtesy of the County Assembly of Meru, who seeks to have you removed from office by way of impeachment, and they have cited three main grounds for impeachment. One is that you were invited to appear before the County Assembly of Meru, but you did not. Could you explain to the Senate why you did not honor the summons at the County Assembly?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Senators. I did not appear at the County Assembly of Meru because there was a court issue with the impeachment, and I was afraid that I will go there and then it will be termed as contempt of court.
Thank you. You have talked about there being a court issue. Are you aware if the court had stopped the impeachment process at the County Assembly level?
Thank you, Speaker. The court had issued a court order for the same.
And subsequent to the impeachment, did you take any action against the County Assembly for disobeying court orders?
Yes, after they moved and they debated about the impeachment, I moved to court and sued for contempt of court.
Thank you. Subsequently, you wrote to the Speaker of this House informing him of the court processes and the orders that had been issued. Do you recall doing that?
Yes.
What was the date of that letter?
August 2024.
Thank you very much. Nevertheless, you're here today to answer to the charges. You have filed a response, the one that is dated 17th day of August 2024. Do you wish to stand by the response as adduced before the Senate?
Yes.
And all the affidavits attached therein?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to go specifically to the three charges, and I want you to guide me on any evidence that you have adduced, and if the same has been adduced by other witnesses, then you're free to state that indeed that issue has been addressed to your satisfaction. The first ground for impeachment is the ground of illegally revoking the appointment of one Virginia Kawira. Have you made a response to that allegation?
Yes.
You brought witnesses here to testify on that fact, and there was a serious controversy as to a legal opinion that you allegedly received that informed your revocation. I want you to specifically address that issue because all the other issues had been addressed. And I'll be very specific. Did you or did you not receive any advisory from your legal advisor, one Linda Keome?
Thank you, Speaker. I received advisory from the legal advisor. To be very specific, when we were here the last time, I was advised by this honorable house that I should go and do away with any, if there was any illegal appointment. And from that, I called my legal advisor and also the C. Waziri for Legal Affairs and Public Administration. And then I sought their advice about one Virginia Kawira.
Who was your legal advisor that you sought advice from?
Linda Keome.
Linda Kiome appeared here yesterday and said that you have lifted her signatures from other documents and or you have forged her signature or used it without her consent and termed that advisory as a mediocre. Why would Linda Kiome, an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, appear before Senate and disown a document that you allege she had forwarded to you, in your own understanding?
Maybe due to some political pressure or because there's a case in court that she has sued me because of terminating her as my legal advisor. Those are among the issues maybe that have rendered her to say that the letter did not originate from her.
Madam Governor, are you familiar with technology to the extent of being able to lift a signature from another document? Are you that conversant with?
I don't know how, no, I don't know any technology about lifting.
Thank you. So your testimony in simple is that there is a personal vendetta between yourself and the advocate who disowned that document.
Yes.
Has the said legal advisor reached out to you personally or through other formal communications available to the county complaining about her use of that signature? Has she written any letter to you? Has anyone from your office been called? Has she called you personally to make that complaint?
She has not called me. She has not written anything to me. I just saw her here yesterday.
For the first time?
Yes.
Thank you. We move on to the next issue. And before I move on, it is your testimony before this Senate, because the actual charge is legally revoking the appointment, that you acted on that advisory to take the action that you took?
Yes, I acted on advisory from the legal and the waziri.
In 2 minutes, Madam Governor.
Excuse 1 minute. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am constrained to object to the leading question.
We have my time frozen, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I am seriously constrained to cancel leading the witness and putting leading questions, and he's a seasoned advocate. Perhaps he needs to comply to the rules of examination in chief to avoid unnecessary intervention. I'm greatly humbled.
Objection overruled. Proceed, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. So, Madam Governor, the issue is illegally revoking the appointment of CPA Virginia. Why did you find it necessary, even at the wake of that advisory, to take the action that you took? In your understanding, was the revocation illegal or not? Why did you take that action? In 2 minutes, kindly.
The revocation was not illegal. I'm the one that appointed Linda Kiome. I'm the one that appointed Virginia Kawira. And from the original agreement with her is that she would put away the first assignment that was given by the county government, that is financial officer in the county, and then get the new job. But after that, she did not honor the pledge that she promised.
So by the time she took over the role of the CEO of the County Public Service Board, had she relinquished her previous post?
No.
How would that have affected service delivery in your government had you allowed that to proceed?
It could have affected the government because having or holding that position for 6 years, as the government, we cannot recruit any other person. That's why I asked her respectfully to handle one line and leave the public county service officer as a financial officer.
Thank you. Failing to appoint chairpersons of various boards, is it, or rather, what is your stand in respect to that accusation? Have you made any attempts to appoint the chairperson whose positions are vacant?
We took several names for appointment for all the sagas that are in dispute, but to my astonishment that the assembly have never given a reply or given us a go ahead to have them as the board members.
You see, EC, Legal Affairs and Public Service was here today and testified to that effect. Do you stand by the evidence that he produced?
I stand by the evidence that he produced.
The other issue is refusing to implement the recommendations of the solutions of the County Assembly. Have you ever received, in your capacity as a governor, any resolution addressed to you by the County Assembly of Meru requiring you to take action against one Harrison Gatobu Nchamba and Dr. Kiambi Aderu Thambura by way of removing them from office? Have you ever received any letter?
I've never received any letter. I've never received any resolution for the same.
Has the County Assembly produced a single communication that is specifically addressed to you as the governor requiring you to take action for a recommendation they made?
The Assembly have not produced any single letter or any resolution to me, addressed to me.
The report is seen to have been received by Harrison Gatobu Nchamba and the County Secretary. What is your comment on that?
I'm not aware whether he received any resolution or any letter on my behalf.
Would it be prudent for the County Assembly of Meru to forward a recommendation for the removal of these two officers through the same officers that you were meant to take action over, or they were meant to just address you directly on this issue?
That could be the best way. They could have done just to write to me directly rather than to the Chief of Staff or the County Secretary.
Thank you. You have also been accused of illegally dismissing 3 individuals from the County Revenue Board, from the Liquor Board, and the Meru Microfinance Corporation. Did you have a chance to interact with the same accusation during the last impeachment?
Yes, it was among the impeachment.
Have you taken any other action since the time we left Senate in respect to the 3 names that would have formed the basis for the new impeachment? Have you taken any other action?
Sorry?
Have you taken any other step towards these 3 individuals? Have you dismissed them afresh? Have you recalled them? Have you done anything to their detriment since we left Senate last year?
Yes, we wrote to the County Assembly of Nairobi, where one of them was an employee. In fact, he was being employed at the county government of Meru and at the same time an employee of Nairobi County.
Thank you so much. I want to move on to the next issue very quickly. You have been accused of gross misconduct by deliberately and knowingly misleading the public that Kenya shillings 86 million had been raised through the pay bill that has been provided for the burial arrangements of a blogger in Meru. Madam Governor, we have watched you in a clip making certain utterances. What informed those utterances, and on what basis would you claim that 86 million had been raised through, rather for this purpose?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and the Honorable Senators. Yes, I stated that the contributions were made to the magnitude of 86 million. This is because for more than 2 months, the leaders and also the members of County Assembly went around Meru County in all stadiums. That is Kinoru Stadium. They earned a fundraising in that stadium. They raised a lot of money, even though they did not disclose how much was raised from Kinoru Stadium. They went ahead to Mairitatu Stadium, where there were thousands and thousands of people. They raised money from there. They raised money from Maua Stadium, all members of National Assembly, and also MCS. They raised a lot of money. Again, they had to cross-cut across Meru County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What was your connection with this issue that you had to make this statement? How was it concerning you that you had to make this statement? How was it your business that you had to make this comment?
It was
Give that context.
Thank you, Speaker. For me to make the statement, the leaders and also the MCAs were accusing me of being one of the killers to the young man. And from there, they went ahead and we've started verifying this house in connection to me, that when I came here, maybe I bribed or so, and from that is the time I addressed the media to clear my name and also to shed light about the money that was raised, and at the same time to assist the young family get justice, not only for the young man, but also for the fund that were raised during those times.
This is an incident that was widely covered, and a lot of disquiet was in Meru. What did you do to the family of the deceased, if any? Did you take any action? Did you reach out? What did you do, Madam Governor?
I tried to reach out to the family, but unfortunately the person that I sent there, one of my supporters, his home was touched because he was associated with me. I continued now to call media, at least to see that the money which was raised was given to the family.
Thank you. Let us watch VKM4 and VKM8 very quickly. We may need the help of the translator, Mr. Speaker, sir.
The Sergeant at Arms, kindly usher in the translator.
If we could have the time frozen as well, Mr. Speaker, sir, as we wait for the help of the translator. We can now play the video.
Onyo, mwere yo, ukiagiroya kiresidence gavana.
Tunapeana onyo, hiyo mwili tutaizika kwa mboma ya ungavana.
Tudemo dika, tureenda siya kofini ya unduko shonde.
Isikiki vizuri.
Can we repeat that part kindly?
Onyo, mwere yo, ukiagiroya kiresidence gavana.
Onyo, mwili huo tutaizika kwa mboma ya ngavana.
Tudemo dika, tureenda siya kofini ya unduko shonde.
Kila siku tutakuwa tunatafuta mwenye aliua sniper.
I object to that line of translation. It is grossly misleading, Mr. Speaker, sir. I fully understand the Meru language. It has nothing to do with
How many translators do we have out there?
We have, wait.
Is he the only translator we have? He's the only translator we have? There are two?
We have two.
Bring in the other one. As a translator, there can never be any doubt cast upon you. Proceed.
Onyo, mwere yo, ukiagiroya kiresidence gavana. Tudemo dika.
A warning, if that body is found at the home of the governor,
I think we have a serious problem, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Oh, kindly, can we, let's pray, kindly.
Translator, do this. Face the other side, don't face the screen, because you're translating what is in English to Meru. Just face the other side and simply hear the Meru language and translate it.
Yes.
Onyo, mwere yo, ukiagiroya kiresidence gavana. Tudemo dika.
A warning, if that body is found at the residence of the governor, I won't bury that body. There is the sound is not that good, kindly.
We all can hear, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Okay, just replay.
Onyo, mwere yo, ukendroya ki residence ya governor. Tudemodika.
A warning, if that body is found at the residence of the governor, I won't bury that body. It will remain there forever. Until when we come to get the one who killed Sniper. And if it is not possible, we'll take it to Senate. Because those are the people who brought back that person who killed Sniper. And we will fight, and we don't fear. Play on.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we can pause a bit. We had provided a transcript of those utterances. They are contained at volume 4, at page 6, because I am dissatisfied with that translation. Perhaps senators can retreat and look at it and compare with a more qualified translator. We can have the next clip.
Your Sniper.
The body of Sniper. We'll take it round in Kenya. We'll take to Senate. We'll take to Tigania. We'll take to Imenti. We will take to Igembe. And we will take to the county.
Thank you very much. Madam Governor, what transpired after those utterances were made against you and connecting you to the death of Sniper? And kindly, as you answer that, be mindful of the fact that it's an issue that is alive in court.
After a lot of public rallies and the leaders accusing me of killing the Sniper, a team from DCI came to my place. They searched everybody, took all our phones, and made even my last son, who is 16 years, to write a statement for the same. And after that, they arrested my brother, who is my small brother. I tried to ask them as to why they did so. They said the investigation is still on, and I believe that justice will be served also as we serve justice to the Sniper's family. My brother will also be served with justice. But to me, Honorable Speaker and this Honorable House, I've never even thought of killing, leave alone killing. Even thinking it's very far from me.
Thank you. So is it your evidence that you are thoroughly investigated and you have not personally been in any way connected to this murder and you have not faced any charges?
I have not faced any charges. I did not even record a statement for the same. They came to our place, that is the governor's official residence, did the investigations and went away.
Council for Governor, I'm informed your time is up. What do you say?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I am truly saddened by that fact. I know we've had serious issues of mismanagement of time. That is a fault on our side. If I can have just 10 minutes with your kind permission. This is a very crucial witness. She's the governor who is facing the charges. 10 minutes, I believe, will do us justice in this matter. I will be done in 10 minutes.
Because it's her career that is on the line, and she only has today to fight for her career, I'll give you 20 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I am really obliged. Madam Governor, so you confirm that the criminal investigative agencies within the country were involved in this process?
Yes, the criminal investigative agency were involved, and they came to Meru for more than a month to do investigations.
By the time those utterances were made by the people we have seen doing them, had investigations been concluded or begun?
Not even begun.
They had not begun?
Yes.
Did you make utterances during the course of the investigations? Did you make any public statements in respect to the issue during the course of investigations?
The only public utterance that I made is about the amount that was raised during that time.
During that time?
Yes.
Thank you. We have been told that you have caused a lot of problems to the widow of the deceased by claiming that she's cohabiting with an MCA. What do you say about that issue?
That is very wrong. I've never uttered such. In fact, maybe they think by the time I said that the MCA is being hosted by the sniper's wife was being hosted by an MCA, thought that I was alleging a male MCA, which was not.
Which was not the case.
Yes.
We have seen in the clips saying that they will take that body to various places. Have you witnessed them doing exactly that? And if they have done that, who has done that? And what is the target?
The target was just to victimize the governor, and they had the purpose that immediately they raise alarm and also continue telling people the lies that I'm a murder sniper. I will take plea, and immediately they will impeach me and bring another impeachment motion out of that.
Thank you. Madam Governor, there is an accused person in that murder, one Chris Kiambi, and you have been told that you have continued to pay him despite him being a murder suspect. Number one, I want you to confirm if you know the said individual and if he works in your office.
I learned after the investigations were over that he's an employee of county government in the Department of Communication.
There is a letter of appointment that appears at volume 2, volume 6 of the County Assembly's documents. Who is the author of that letter of appointment?
Virginia Kawira, Secretary, CEO, Meru County Public Service Board.
Was that position, in your understanding, a competitive process, or those are among one of the staff that work directly under you?
It was a competitive position.
You've also been accused of, or rather an issue was raised, and I know it will come up during cross-examination, of your association with the main suspect in that murder case, one Supu. Have you adduced evidence to show that he's not a member of your staff, neither does he work for the county?
Yes, he's not a member of my staff. He doesn't work even in our county.
What would be the connection between him and the county of Meru? Was he ever employed by the county?
The County Public Service Board advertised positions, various positions. He was among the people Thank you. The County Public Service position advertised positions, and he was among the people who were appointed by them. And immediately after they went to check on papers, his papers, according to the letter that I can see, and I also saw from the county secretary, that it was a fake degree. And for that reason, the county secretary service board revoked the appointment, immediately revoked the appointment.
Where is that letter found? In volume?
Volume 2.
Of the county government's document, at what page?
It's page 454.
454. So, would you be having any association with the same individual?
Not at all.
Not at all. Finally, on that issue, Madam Governor, what are your sentiments towards the family of the late sniper? Because it has been argued that you have not made any utterances or directed your feelings towards the family. What would you say? And have you even done that previously?
I did it previously, and I also repeat them. I'm sorry about the family. And in fact, I'm the one that got out of my way to ask justice for the same family. This is a young family that maybe is not all that much able. And the reason as to why I went to media to give my stand is that I saw a lot of kind of mishandling the same family, stealing from the same family, doing it for politics and not to assist the same family.
Your utterances in that press statement, were they directed at the family or to whom were they directed?
My utterances were directed to the general public of Meru.
Thank you. Let us go to the last count of abuse of office. And you have been accused of employing a bloated workforce. Did you stand before the Senate last year and answer to the same charges?
Yes, I was here for the same charges.
Were you found guilty of those charges?
Not guilty.
A list was produced here of the names that you have purportedly employed. Was it the same list that was produced last year, purporting that you had a bloated workforce?
It was the same list that was brought here.
Thank you. You have also been, let me go back to the issue of paying Kiambi Christas Manyara. You have been accused of not taking any disciplinary action against the said individual despite him facing criminal charges. Do you have powers to take disciplinary action against an individual who has been accused of any criminal offense as a governor?
I don't believe I have any powers to do that.
Who should take disciplinary action in your understanding? Who should take disciplinary action in your understanding?
I think the County Public Service Board.
To the best of your knowledge, has that issue been brought to the attention of the County Public Service Board for their attention?
The issue has not been brought to the County Public Service Board, and if there is any, maybe they could have informed me.
Thank you. We also watched clips by the mover of the motion touching on two main issues. One is the issue of the death of certain cows within your county, where 20 cows had died because of an outbreak of a skin disease. Are you aware of that issue, and what have you done in respect to that issue? Do you have any data of any form?
I saw the issue on this screen that is yesterday. For the veterinary services that you offer in Meru County, for the last 2 financial years, we have vaccinated over 200,000 against various diseases. So that one, I only saw the clip, but I did not see any dead cow or any even people supporting the same.
You were also accused of poor service delivery, where even mothers within your county, specifically within Kegocho Hospital, are giving birth by the roadside. Are you aware of that incident, and what have you done about it?
I also saw the incident yesterday, and Kegocho is not a level 4 or level 3 facility. It is just a dispensary. We are putting up a maternity facility, and there is no facility that is supposed, maybe the woman that went to that place, because I saw yesterday, was also assisted by the in charge of that facility, but it has no maternity wing.
Thank you. Madam Governor, I have less than 10 minutes. You have brought several witnesses to testify in support of your case. One of those witnesses is Mheshimiwa Evans Mawira. It has been alleged by the County Assembly that you have procured this witness by way of buying his loyalty. What would you say about that specific allegation?
The allegation is wrong because I don't see if I am able to buy any MCA. Immediately after the third impeachment, I called Mawira as the majority leader by then, just to bring us together and also bring other MCAs as their leader. And from that time, he has faced a lot of challenges, as he said, because of joining this other camp and also refusing to fight the government.
This is your third impeachment motion, Madam Governor. At the point when you first brought at the Senate, how many MCAs did you have in your team that would support anything that the county government executive would do? How many MCAs did you have?
Having been elected as an independent candidate, the first time when the impeachment motion was brought here, I had only one MCA out of 69 MCAs. And then I did a lot of effort to bring them together. The second impeachment, I had 10 of them. That is from 1 to 10. And after the second impeachment, I went ahead, tried to look and see how we can work with them together. And I can proudly say that up to now, I have 23 MCAs on my side.
The 23 MCAs are out of what membership of the County Assembly?
Out of 69.
Out of 69. What other efforts have you made to bring about unity and reconciliation in the Meru County?
From the first impeachment, the issues were about the first gentleman of Meru. We discussed as a family and agreed that you will never participate in any county meeting or even in anything apart from just accompanying me to the church, just to make sure that the MCAs are comfortable with me. The issue of first gentleman appeared in this Senate, and therefore we sat as a family, and that was over for him attending any meetings that pertains to the county. Again, I thought it was the issue of money because it was raised in this Senate. The first financial year, that is 2022-2023, we allocated 10 million per every ward. That is the equalization or ward fund. They call it ward fund. They said it wasn't enough. I went ahead, increased it by 5 million, up to 15 million. They said again the money wasn't enough. They wanted more money. This financial year, we've given every ward that 3 million to see if at all there will be peace in Meru. Those two steps I took as early when I realized that there are issues with the MCAs. There's also an issue that I should have stopped my programs that I do with the church. That is the Okolea program, whereby we go as a church, donate cows, donate blankets, donate mattresses to the poor. Again, the MCAs and the leadership was not happy with the program. They said I should rest the program and I should not continue doing anything to do with the charity work in Meru. For the sake of unity and bringing people together, I stopped my charity work that I've been doing for the last 15 years. I've taken a lot of steps to see that we work together, even by writing to the devolution committee of this Senate to come to Meru and at least see what is the problem. I wrote twice to this, to the devolution committee, and to my surprise, I'm still waiting to see if they will come and see the issues that are ailing Meru. Immediately after that impeachment, I went around across Meru County saying sorry if I had wronged anyone. In fact, at one point, I said sorry 70 times. Each sorry for every MCA, and another sorry for the speaker, 70 times. if I had wronged anybody. I asked for forgiveness so that the county will take progress. I want to thank this Honorable House from the advice that they gave me to go and try and sit with every leader. I started with Njorin Cheke. I went to them and asked for a sitting. We sat, we talked, and then we amended everything what was not going well. I sat with the MPs. I sat with every leader who is in Meru. The only person who did not avail himself for a sitting to see that Meru moves forward is the Honorable Senator of this House. The rest, we've talked, we've sat, and we have no issues at all.
Yet, Madam Governor, you're here yet again, even after all those efforts. Clearly, the senators might be inclined to think that you have a problem, and the people of Meru and across the country imagine that you are the one with a problem. Where is the problem then? Why are you here?
Maybe I'm here because of various reasons. One is the threats and intimidation to the honorable MCAs, as the witness who has just left the stand said. Number two is about the external forces from the leaders at the county level. We have a lot of leaders from county level. You've seen them in the clips. And maybe you will play another clip that one of them is saying, the senator, but I need protection for this because I might land myself in problem.
You can make the application directly to the speaker for that line.
Honorable Governor, you shall not be victimized for whatever you say, as long as it's truthful and in line with the oath that you've just taken.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and the Honorable Senators. Because I'm here, let me say the truth. The issue of MCAs in Meru, one of the person or leader who is trying to fuel and also to bring disharmony in Meru is no one else but the Deputy Speaker of this House. Several times I've tried to reach him. He doesn't avail himself so that I can at least say sorry to him. I tried to reach the devolution committee of this House to come to Meru, but he said through his people that at no time the devolution committee will come to Meru until he gives a green light for the same. This Honorable Senator, Deputy Speaker of this House, is had in many meetings, like the one we've just seen the clip here. The MCAs are planning on how to impeach the governor immediately after we left here, and then they ask for comments from the Honorable Deputy Speaker of this House. He stands, and the video has been played here, and say, we as circumcised men, we will make sure that we assist you, honorable members, in whatever way. We will assist you, and the assistance that he gives to the MCAs is to make sure that they impeach me as many times as possible. In fact, he promises them immediately after they leave River Kadita to this end, he will take care of this house. I don't know how he will take care of this house, but honorable senators, the deputy, my senator, whom I give a lot of respect, has greatly interfered with the running of the county government of Meru.
Are you saying that your senator, who also happens to be my senator, is behind your problems in Meru?
I think we can play the clip.
Kindly, let's play that clip.
I think it's a yes or no. We don't need to go
yes.
back to the clip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Governor, do you think that devolution works in Meru with you as the governor, or the only problem, or not, rather the only solution is for you to vacate your seat and give it to someone else so that we can have peace in Meru? Do you think that there is a working relationship with, especially the County Assembly of Meru, because that is where your focus should be? Do you think there is that working relationship?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The working relationship or the working progress in Meru with the MCAs. I've just said that I started with one MCA, then to 9 MCAs, and up to now I have 23 MCAs.
Conclude, Council for Governor. Your time is up.
Thank you. Actually, that was my last question,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Speaker, sir. I thank you so very much. I yield the witness
Council
for cross-examination.
for County Assembly. You may now proceed for cross-examination.
Mr. Speaker, sir, with your kind permission, kindly I beg your indulgence to advise us as to extension of time. We had agreed previously that shall be equality of times, but I leave it to you as we progress. We will consider.
Just utilize your 20 minutes fast.
Most obliged.
If at the end of the 20 minutes,
I am well
you're
guided.
not done, you know exactly what to do.
I am well guided,
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, sir. Madam Governor, good evening.
Even to you.
The last time you were here, you indicated that you're a victim of misogyny. You remember?
Yes.
Do you still hold that preposition this afternoon?
Yes.
You still hold the position that you're a victim of the gender card?
Yes.
And that it's because of the gender card that you've always been brought before this assembly?
Yes.
Do you reckon that the move of the motion was a woman?
Yes.
Do you reckon that the motion was equally supported by the men and the women of MCAs of the Meru County?
Yes.
And you still hold the preposition that you're a victim of the gender, correct?
A victim.
Should female governors be held to account?
Yes, they should.
Should they be told when they are wrong?
Yes, they should.
Are they bound by the law?
Yes, they are bound.
Are they exempted by any clause that you know of?
No.
And therefore, Madam Governor, when we tell you that you illegally revoked the appointment of Virginia Kawira, and that you contravened Section 58, subsection 4, and Section 5, and Section 59A of the County Government Act. Yes?
No.
How is that victimization?
It was not a
How is that victimization? How do we victimize you as a woman when we say you violated Section 58 and Section 59? How do we victimize you as a woman?
I did not violate any section.
Listen to my question. How do we victimize you? I'm not asking whether you violated. I'm asking, how do we victimize you as a woman?
I did not violate.
I know you didn't violate. That's why you're putting a defense. But I'm asking, how do we victimize you? The question is, how have we victimized you?
I did not violate.
That you have said. But the question is, how did we victimize you? Tukisema kwamba umevunja hii sheria na umesema hujavunja, tumekuonea vipi ati kwa sababu wewe ni governor wa mwanamke?
Na kwa sababu sijavunja hii sheria, amjanionea.
Understanding my question?
Yes, I'm understanding.
The question is about victimization. How have we victimized you?
The council has tried to put it in English and Swahili, but it's not sinking well. I wish I could allow Meru, but that language is not allowed here. Now, let me try to assist the witness maybe to understand. If a governor breaches the law, and is held to account, if it happens that that governor is a woman, is she being victimized? Because
she's not.
Thank you.
Council, have I?
Thank you for the indulgence. I enjoy from the wisdom of having practiced many years of law. Thank you, Senior Counsel. And therefore, you sat through the evidence of one Linda Kiome.
Yes.
You heard that she distanced herself from that particular letter.
Yes.
and you are given leave by the Senate to bring or to produce the original letter, correct?
Yes.
Have you produced it before the Senate this afternoon?
We made the calls.
Have you produced it?
I have not.
Thank you. Who is in custody of that original letter?
I think the office of the legal advisor.
Think or you know, who is in custody of that letter?
Our secretary.
Your
and she
secretary.
says yes.
Is that secretary within your reach?
She's in Meru.
Is she within your reach?
She's within my reach.
Did you communicate to her that it was important to have that particular letter produced before the Senate?
I communicated to her and she said that she had given the letter to the legal team that was preparing.
Oh, so the letter was still within the custody of the legal team?
So that they can have a copy.
Thank you. Have they produced it?
They have produced a copy.
Have they produced the original letter?
No, they have not.
Thank you. How can we tell and how can you dispute the allegation of forgery? How can you distance yourself with the allegation of forgery in that particular letter?
There is no forgery in that particular
I'm asking,
letter.
how can you, in the absence of the original letter, how can you distance yourself? May I repeat the question?
Yes.
In the absence of the original letter, how can you distance yourself from that letter?
It has been asked a few hours ago, so, and because it's in Meru, we need to do some arrangement.
You cannot distance yourself from that letter in the absence of the original, correct? You cannot distance yourself from the allegation of forgery in the absence of an original letter.
I can distance myself.
When do you allege that the same was given? When do you allege that the advisory was given? Is it your testimony that was given on the 23rd February 2024?
Yes.
And when did you begin having problems with Linda?
Way back.
Yes, way back. When? Which specific dates?
I don't remember the date.
Do you remember issuing a notice of the intention to terminate her services?
No.
I remind you, Madam Governor, that on the 26th of March 2024, you issued a notice of intention to terminate the services, correct?
Yes.
And therefore, at that particular time, your relationship with Linda had already started going south, correct?
Not completely.
Not completely. Were there functions that you had indicated? Let's look at that letter. You indicate that the reason for the termination is due to her perennial unavailability to offer legal services or legal advice. Then you also say, when the governor raised this concern over the same issue in December, it's an independent letter annexed to the affidavit of Linda, which was filed yesterday.
Yeah, Linda's affidavit is an independent document. It's not contained in any of those volumes, but it was circulated. If you don't have a copy, kindly make available a copy to Honorable Oroba. Is there any other senator who doesn't have a copy of Linda's affidavit?
May we freeze the time?
Can you make available a copy to Senator Mogeni and Senator Oroba, please? Proceed.
You got it?
See it, Council.
That is the annexure indicated as Office of the Governor, a letter dated 26th of March 2024, which is the last page, indicating as notice of intention, indicated as notice of intention to terminate your services. Have you seen it, Madam Governor?
Yes.
Did that letter originate from your office?
From the Chief of Staff.
From the Office of the Governor, correct?
Yes.
And this is that an officer was working under you, correct?
Yes.
And the chief of staff works under your instructions, yes?
Yes.
And that she cannot execute any functions without you having indicated or given instruction, correct?
Yes.
And as such, this letter therefore originated pursuant to your instructions, yes?
Yes.
And therefore, you're indicating that you have a problem with Linda due to her perennial unavailability to offer advice, correct?
Very true.
So on this particular day, where was Linda when issuing this advisory?
I don't know.
You do not know.
Yes.
Did you instruct her to issue this advisory?
Who now?
You yourself, did you instruct her to issue this advisory?
Her or he?
Did you instruct Linda to issue the advisory dated the 23rd February?
I called legal advisor, that is leader, and also...
So you instructed her, correct?
Governor, it's
I asked
either
for
yes
advisory
or
from
no.
them.
I'm asking a simple question. Did you,
Yes.
You instructed her?
Yes.
What was the mode of communication?
One-on-one.
One-on-one, on that particular day?
Not that particular date.
Yes. When did you seek
Earlier.
When did you seek this advisory?
After maybe 3 days.
When did you seek the advisory?
I can't remember the date.
What had triggered you to seek this advisory? What had presided the need to seek this advisory?
There was allegation that Virginia Kawira is holding 2 positions.
Are you the one who sent out this advisory? Are you the one who called for it?
I called leader and they asked for advisory.
Was the revocation of Linda done pursuant to the provisions of the law?
Yes.
Do you know what the law says in terms of the revocation of a member of a board?
Yes.
You understand that you cannot revoke an appointment of a member of a board without a resolution of the county assembly, correct?
It's not true.
Just show her the law. Show her the law. Read it out for her.
You are talking about leader or Virginia?
Virginia. I'm at Virginia. Would you read section 59A, 58?
58.
5.
The members of the board may only be removed from office, A, on grounds set out for the removal of members of a constitutional commission under Article 25(1) of the Constitution, and by a vote of not less than 75%.
A vote of not less than 75%? We have 2 ways of removing person from an office, correct?
I revoked, not removed.
When you revoked, did she leave the office?
She went to court.
I'm asking, when you revoked, assuming that she did not go to court, was she to leave the office?
After revoking, she was not to leave the office.
Ulipo revoke hiyo barua yake, ulitarajia atarudi katika ofisi yake siku nyingine?
Nilitarajia atachagua kazi moja kati ya kazi 2 ambazo alikuwa anashikilia.
Kwa hivyo haukutarajia kwamba atarudi kwa ile ofisi yake siku nyingine. Kweli si kweli?
Nilimpatia achague anarudi kwa ofisi gani.
Nijibu swali langu, nimekuuliza vizuri sana. Ulitarajia kwamba atarudi kwa ile ofisi yake awe CEO wa board tena?
Yes.
Ulitarajia vipi na usha revoke?
Revoking is not dismissing.
I understand English. My question is whether you dismiss, whether you revoke, the ultimate result is that she is going to leave that office. She is going to be removed from that office, correct?
Angetoka kwa hiyo ofisi kama angeacha kazi ambayo alikuwa amenashikilia kwa miaka yote.
The revocation was done pursuant to which law? Which law did you invoke when revoking that appointment?
The law that makes me an appointee.
The laws in Kenya are known. We know all the laws. Which law specifically did you invoke? And perhaps show us from that purported advisory which law was invoked while purporting to revoke. Have a look at that advisory and lead us to the law from that particular lawyer who advised you that a revocation can ensue? Which law did he invoke or did she invoke?
The legal advisor, that is leader, I knew the law that
Yes, I understand.
she used.
Which law did she invoke in her advisory? Can you see where she's saying, I am relying on the County Government Act?
No.
The last paragraph of that letter. Kindly show the Madam Governor.
This is leader's affidavit.
Madam Governor, be patient, be shown where to read.
Proceed, Counsel. And Senator Roba, you don't shout. If you have not given you any permission to speak, you stay silent.
Can you see why it is, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you see why it is written, in rendering this legal advice, I am relying on the County Government Act? Correct?
Yes.
Has she quoted any provision?
No.
Did you hear her saying that this is a mediocre advice? And therefore she distanced herself from this mediocrity?
She cannot distance herself from this.
I'm asking, did you hear her say?
Yes.
You heard her saying it's mediocre?
Yes.
Do you understand why it is mediocre? It's because she's not referenced on any law? I put it to you that the letter is referred to as mediocre because it's not referred to any law and it was done by an amateur.
I'm not a legal expert. That's why I sought legal advice.
Mr. Speaker, could we have video number 11 in the County Assembly videos played from second 12? And as we await for that video, it is your testimony that there is proper delivery of services in Meru County, correct?
Yes.
There is no hue and cry whatsoever nature, correct?
Maybe there is some part.
Yes? There is no hue and cry, correct? All services are flowing smoothly, according to you, correct?
Yes.
Including the health sector, correct?
Yes.
Kindly play at second 12. And you confirm that that facility has no maternity ward, correct?
We are putting it up, not yet finished.
Have a look. We are just interested with that writing on the wall. We don't even need an interpreter.
That's a new block.
It's okay. Wait. I've not put a question to you. Rudisha nyuma kidogo. Tafadhali. Can you see, sorry.
Maternity sibitari ya
we are interested at where we have Keboshwa maternity ward. Kindly, Madam Governor, would you kindly read out?
That's a new block which is not even furnished.
Can you see where it is written Keboshwa maternity ward?
It was written 2 months ago. Yes, I can see.
It's okay.
Yes.
When was this? Who opened this facility?
It has not been opened yet because it has no furniture.
Is this facility functional?
It is functional as a dispensary.
As a dispensary?
Yes.
A dispensary that can take any emergency of whatsoever nature, correct?
No.
Yes?
Limited to services.
Limited to services?
Yes.
Let's have where, and perhaps you need an interpreter now, let's have where the women are saying that a woman delivered on the road. Let the video be played.
Bagetia machokio kuma kema ndaitare nara kinyaba kwenda kunenkerwa mwana ora inala simekire kwerwa mwana keni neke sibitare.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we need an interpreter.
Can you bring the interpreter in the house? What is your issue, Senator Gloria, as we wait for the interpreter to walk in? Keep it short.
Mr. Speaker, in the interest of this House, I hate to say this, but we have been taking time out of the other team to get the interpretation and for the purposes of the visually impaired. Mr. Speaker, I don't see why now when we are saying there's a visually impaired person in the interest of time, that they are getting favored to run clips without an interpreter, Mr. Speaker. I'm seeing as if there's a problem here, Mr. Speaker. So also, Mr. Speaker, they should stop badgering the witness, because she should be allowed to answer the questions. She's not being allowed to answer the questions. And it's a common thing there.
Do we have the interpreter in the House? Senator Gloria, you've never registered yourself as a visually impaired senator. Proceed with the proceedings.
Kindly have the video played.
These are women from the village who are saying it is a big risk to the kid and to the mother. I came here early in the morning, that is 4 a.m., and I was going to pray, and I found women here.
I think we can stop at that. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You've heard what those women are saying, correct? What are they saying?
She was going for prayers and met a woman who was crying along the road.
Yes. Proceed. Let us play.
As I was going to church, even the church I didn't have to attend, I went looking for other women from the village. During delivery, the kids were all over, and we were chasing them so that they cannot join us in the process.
Thank you. Heard what the women are saying, that they are complaining that one of them is delivering from the along the roadside, correct?
Yes.
Did it surprise you or did it catch you by surprise?
I was surprised also.
You did not get to know about it, correct?
No, I saw it on yesterday.
Thank you. And you are the chief executive of the county government of Meru, correct?
Well, we have.
You are the chief executive.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you. Let us play video number 1. 1A at minute 2:42.
Wale ambao wana
Yes.
Ningependa kusema hivi. Vincent Moreri ama Supu ambaye ni key suspect. Hajawahi andikwa kwangu.
Yes.
Mfanyikazi wangu. Hakuna siku amefanya kazi kwa gavana. Na si mfanyikazi wa kaunti, ni shabiki kama vile hao walio nyuma yangu ni shabiki.
Suppose that is you speaking, correct?
That's very true.
And what is the context? What is the context of your address? You are addressing about the death of Sniper, correct?
Yes.
And you are distancing yourself from that person called Supu, correct?
Yes.
And that he has never worked in your office, correct?
He has never worked in
Do you still hold that preposition even this evening?
He has never worked in my office.
Thank you. Let us look at the evidence. Volume 2 of the County Assembly bundle of documents at page 430.
County Assembly.
Yes, County Assembly.
Your time is up. Council for the County Assembly, your time is up.
Yeah, that has caught us by surprise, Mr. Speaker, sir. And because this is a crucial witness, we seek your indulgence and your favor that you may grant us at least 20 more minutes so that I can also yield to my learned friends to just carry on with the rest of the...
Council for County Assembly. We have a deadline to beat. We have until midnight tonight to conclude this matter. We are not doing very well in terms of time management, and therefore I will give you 10 more minutes.
Most obliged. Let's have a look at that document. Page 430. Are you at page 430, Madam Governor? That is, we can begin at page 429. That is the information that the individuals were charged with, correct?
Yes.
Volume 2, Mr. Speaker, yes? And
Yes.
Vincent Mureithi Karimi, alias Supu, is one of the accused person, number 1, correct?
Yes, accused.
Is that the same Vincent at page 430? Is that the same Vincent Mureithi Karimi at 430?
Yes, yes.
And that is confirmed that it's a curriculum vitae for Mr. Mureithi Vincent, correct?
Yes.
Let's move to page 431. Yes? Can you see where it is written Vita TV?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Do you know Vita TV?
I know Vita TV.
Where does it broadcast?
From Meru.
From Meru. Do you have any association with that particular TV?
No.
You don't have. I put it to you, and then look at where we have directors. Miriam, where we have the references. Can you see the references?
Miriam Gwantai.
One of the references, correct?
Yes.
Reference to Vincent, correct?
And the Father Kaberia.
And Father Kaberia. Do you know Miriam?
I know Miriam.
Who is Miriam?
A close relative.
Close relative. Relative to who?
Relative to the governor.
Relative to the governor.
Yes.
Who is she referring?
From this document, she's referring with Vincent.
Vincent.
Yes.
Yeah? Doesn't she work as your PA?
Yes, she works.
She works at as a PA, correct?
Yes.
Do you still maintain that you do not know Vincent and that Vincent does not work for you?
She doesn't work for me.
Let's go to, has she ever worked in the county government at any given time?
He has never worked with the county government of
Thank you. Let us go to page 443 of the same bundle of documents. That is a letter from the Public Service Board, correct? 443, Honorable Senators?
Yes.
And that the County Public Service Board is responsible of placement, correct?
Yes.
And that there is that letter is an internal memo, yes?
It's an internal memo.
Sent to the Meru County, from the Meru County Public Board to the Chief of Staff, correct?
Yes.
And that the Chief of Staff works under your office, correct?
Yes.
Can you see where you have serial number 1?
Yes, I can see.
Who is that?
The number 1 person.
Yes.
Vincent Mureithi.
Vincent Mureithi.
Yes.
Can you see where it is written designation?
Yes.
What is she?
Assistant Director.
Assistant Director?
Governor's Press.
Governor's Press.
Yes.
Do you still maintain your preposition?
Yes.
That she doesn't work for you?
It doesn't work for me.
As I yield to my next counsel, I put it to you that you are capable and you have been a pathological lawyer who was a liar, who has always craved and hidden under the card of gender. And that you have come before this assembly to lie, and that your witnesses have always been lying, and that they have lied today. Yes?
I will prove to you now.
Did you listen to the submissions or the response of the CEC for ICT?
No.
Did you listen to that evidence?
From who? From who?
Ibrahim.
Ibrahim who?
Mutwiri.
Yes.
Did you hear him confirming that he is a man of proper standing?
Yes.
And that there has not been proved otherwise?
It has not been proved.
Madam Governor, I yield to the next council, but you shall not keep on lying. We shall not allow you to evade accountability on account of misogyny. We shall not allow you to evade accountability on account of it wasn't me. I yield.
Honorable Speaker, my name is Mawira. I will take the few minutes that are remaining.
Madam Governor, in your opening statement, you said that the County Assembly defense consists of lies, correct?
Yes.
And you said that it is pure lies, correct?
Yes.
We have shown you evidence that the purported legal advice from the purported legal advisor is a lie. We have caught you lying. We have shown you further evidence that the letters that were purportedly written by the notorious county secretary but never received by the office of the clerk, but which you purport in your evidence to have been received by the office of the clerk, are also outright forgeries. We have also shown you evidence, and contrary to what you say in that video, that you don't know Vincent Muredi, alias Supu, we've shown evidence that this person has actually worked under your office.
I know Supu, but he has never worked in my office.
Wait for the question, Madam Governor. Do you still maintain that despite all this evidence of lies and inconsistencies in your evidence, it is a county assembly that is lying?
There are no lies.
Okay. Madam Governor, there's a video, but for the benefit of time we won't play it. There's a video in your bundle of videos where you did a tour after the last impeachment proceedings. You went to Meru and you're addressing the rally from the rooftop, correct?
Yes.
Is that your best evidence of your reconciliation efforts? Is that your best available evidence?
Among the best available evidence.
Have you presented all the other evidences before this Senate?
Yes.
Where are they? Madam Governor, turn with me to page 394 of our volume 4, Honorable Speaker, volume 4. Page 394. And as you open it, open page 558 of the said volume. Those two pages, yes, show them to the Governor. And this is a recommendation, Madam Governor, I'll read and you will agree with me. On 15 and 16, this is a recommendation by the County Assembly that a subvote be established within the office of the Governor to provide a budget for the Deputy Governor, correct?
Yes.
And this recommendation was made to the County Treasury, correct?
Yes.
And the head of the County Treasury is Mr. Ibrahim, who testified in the morning in your favor, correct?
Yes.
At page 558, this is now the report on the Meru County Budget Appropriation Bill for number 2 of 2024. You will agree with me that the committee notes that the CCM Finance did not adhere to that resolution at number 16. That is page 558, Honorable Speaker. Correct?
Yes.
So, Madam Governor, if your evidence is that you are the foremost peacemaker, is that you have made all attempts at reconciliation, why would you allow your CEC to deny the office of the Deputy Governor a budget? If indeed you want to reconcile with your Deputy Governor and you want to reconcile with all other leaders.
The Deputy Governor doesn't have a vote, that is one. Number two, the amount allocated to the Governor is for both the Deputy Governor and the Governor.
You did not get my question. Why would you deny that office within your office still?
We've never denied that office budget.
I think, Honorable Speaker, I leave it to interpretation by the Honorable House. Honorable Speaker, I'll ask that video number 1B in our bundle of videos be played. And that is my last question. 1B of the County Assembly bundle of videos. Honorable Speaker, I'll seek your indulgence to get the interpreter, the translator. And this is my last question.
It's rendered in English. Proceed.
The video can be played.
Atongeria baba barathiũrũrũkaga na mwĩrĩ jwa sniper bari biacara ene na isiasa ene bari gatigati mbeca iria bothite monka nande inkoroki ya milioni 86 Tulenda mwakuro sniper kilo nyombe ngoroba. Tulenda mwakuro sniper
Council, your time is up.
Tulenda na
1 minute.
sniper.
We conclude.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Who is making that video, Madam Governor?
Myself.
Proceed,
Is the
Council.
posture
Senator Gloria, you're out of order, and I'm giving you a caution.
Madam Governor, would you say in that video, the posture you have taken in that video, which is quite different from the posture you've taken in the witness stand, would you say you are sensitive to the plight of that family?
No.
You are not sensitive. You agree? Thank you. Thank you for that answer. What evidence have you placed before this Honorable House to prove or to show that indeed 86 million Kenya shillings was raised?
There's a video clip.
No, evidence of money, not a video clip. Evidence of money.
Evidence of money in the video clip.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for listening to me.
Council for Governor, you may re-examine. You have 5 minutes to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I will be very brief with the Governor. Madam Governor, you have been taken through a series of questions about a number of issues. Is the murder of Sniper subject of this impeachment? Has there been any accusation in the notice of motion about your involvement to the murder?
No.
Secondly, you have been asked to, or rather you've been put to task about certain employees of the county government of Meru, one of them being Vincent Morethi. Again, in the impeachment motion, is the issue of the employment of Vincent Morethi featuring anywhere in the notice of motion? Is
Not
it an
featured
accusation
anywhere.
you're facing?
Not.
Does it have any relevance in these proceedings?
It doesn't have any relevance.
Do you confirm that there is a murder trial that is taking place as we speak in respect to the unfortunate murder?
Very active one.
Thank you. You have been told about a facility within Kigocho Ward. Kindly clarify what is the status of that ward. Is it an operational maternity wing or it's not an operational maternity wing?
It is not operational. We just finished construction the other day and yet to have the furniture so that it can start being operational.
Are you offering maternity facilities or rather maternity services at the facility?
We are not offering maternity facilities there.
Thank you. Again, back to the issue of the employees of the county. How many employees do you have at the Meru County government?
6,000, almost 6,000.
Almost 6,000.
Yes.
Are you in charge of all these employees?
No.
Specifically, the issue of Vincent Morethi. Is he an employee of Meru County?
He is not an employee of Meru County.
Did he attempt to be an employee of Meru County?
He attempted and then the letter was revoked just after 1 week.
By the time you're making those comments, was he an employee of Meru County government?
He was not an employee.
He was not an employee. Thank you. Finally, you've been asked about the copy of the original of the legal advisory that was offered to you by one Linda Kiome. Given a chance, would you bring it to Senate? And why haven't you brought it to Senate as we speak?
Due to time, because it was just asked a few hours ago.
The issue of production was done when you're still in the Senate? Is that your evidence? Was that request made while you're still
Yes.
in Senate?
Yes.
How far is Meru from where we are currently?
5 hours drive.
5 hours drive. It would then require reasonable amount of time for that to be availed in time, isn't
Yes.
it? Thank you very much. Finally, have you made specific responses to all the allegations that have been brought against you in this house?
Yes.
have you supplied enough evidence to controvert every allegation against you?
Yes.
Have you brought witnesses before Senate who have talked on various issues?
Yes.
Do you stand by the evidences that they have adduced in court, in this
Yes.
Senate?
Yes.
Thank you. That is all for this witness, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I wish to close the governor's case at this juncture.
Thank you. Now we shall move to allow honorable senators to seek clarifications or ask questions. Now, as the honorable senators are doing that, counsel for the parties, prepare your closing statements. We are not going to take a break. Immediately, the honorable senators are done seeking clarifications, will straight away move to closing statements. Senator Mungatana Damson. We have half an hour.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, just...
We have exactly half an hour to allow clarifications from honorable senators, starting now. So we'll stop at 8:40.
Mr. Speaker, a quick clarification from the Honorable Governor. It is normal, Mr. Speaker, that senators and governors, because of the different roles, they have, by nature of their roles, they have differences. And so, the question I wanted to ask the governor to clarify, maybe he can explain to me and the Senate, why single out the senator for Meru, maybe just for playing his role as a senator? Is there a particular reason why he has singled him out, and yet he's just one of the senators? I mean, like all of us, we have issues with our governors. I want that clarification. Is it really true that he is causing a problem in the Meru County, or is it that he's just playing his role, his rightful role? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Governor.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Speaker and honorable senators. In this case, my senator, the Deputy Speaker of this House, I agree that he should do his oversight or any role that is given to him. But for this case, he has gone beyond in disrupting peace in Meru. One of the reasons is this. I wrote to Kawira Mwangaza requesting that the devolution committee come to Meru and try to solve our issues. And in fact, I'm not lying, but telling the truth, he denied me that chance for devolution committee to come to Meru and mend the issues in Meru. Number two, my dear honorable senator for Meru, as an ambition of becoming a governor, which is not wrong. It is right for him to dream to that position. But I believe that you cannot light your candle by putting off other people's candle.
Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, Linda Gaki Kiome deponds that there was forgery, and in the affidavit that was circulated yesterday. I've looked at the ruling of Justice Nzioka in civil suit number 551 of 2011, and Justice Nzioka ruled that for a signature to be deemed and certified as forged, a document examiner's report must be produced. End of quote. I want to ask the governor, in the case of allegations of forgery, who bears the burden of proof? Number two, a lot of HR issues have been brought up. Could the governor tell the Senate what measures she has undertaken since she took office? Can the governor tell us whether the 500 million expenditure or growth in expenditure in the 2022-2023 financial year that was cited by the Assembly was approved in the budget, and whether the Assembly approved it? And finally, Mr. Speaker, people are dancing on the grave of Sniper. And Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate. Can the governor tell us whether she's a suspect, whether she's been taken to court, whether she's part of those who have been taken to court on suspicion or allegations of killing Sniper? Because we cannot use that innocent boy to settle political scores. And Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that all parties are choosing to dance on the grave of Sniper. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Governor.
Thank you, Speaker. For the case of being a suspect, that case, I'm not a suspect. I did not even record a statement with the police. They came, did the investigations, and left. For the issue of 2023 approval, the approval for this year, the Assembly has not approved. We still have issues with the budget. The Waziri for Finance elaborated about the issue we have with the Assembly. And for the document that Leader Kiome said it was forgery, I think the forensic investigation should take course and give us an answer for, because I'm not a forensic investigator. Neither this House, I don't think this House has the powers to know if the document is forged or not, unless we take to the examiner.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Honorable Senator. Honorable Senator, I think Her Excellency the Governor has said that the Committee of Revolution tried to intervene in the issue between her and the Assembly. That's very true. However, there was no one time, I want to put the record straight, there was no one time the Deputy Speaker of this House said that we cannot go to Meru or have a reconciliation with anybody. We did meet, a team went there, led by the Vice Chair of the Committee of Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations. They met Her Excellency the Governor. They also talked to the Speaker of the Assembly and the Assembly members. However,
clarification, Senator, because your time is running.
Okay.
And the mic will go off.
I just want to put the record. But we did not succeed because the Assembly that time was going to a retreat. And as I said, that is actually why we could not be able to meet the two of them. However, we tried again, and the Deputy Governor, when we were going there, there was an issue in Meru. We could not go back again. I want to put that record straight, Your Excellency. Your
Senator Omtata.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. A lot turns on this issue because some of us have been wondering why there has been no intervention in these matters of Meru by the Senate before we come to be treated to this theater of the absurd. And I would like confirmation from maybe the Secretariat whether it is true or not that the Meru governor sought the intervention of the committee.
You should seek clarification from the witness, not from the Secretariat.
But they said they wrote to this House. The witness has alleged it. The only person who can defend is the Secretariat.
No, the Secretariat is not on trial.
It's not, but now...
Senator Omtata, if you don't have any clarification that you're seeking from the governor.
Okay.
Please.
The governor, to whom did you address the letter that sought the intervention of this House in the Committee of Devolution in the affairs of Meru?
Thank you, Speaker. I wrote to the Committee of Devolution, which is led by the chairperson, Senator Abbas, and the senator who has just spoken before Mtata. I've agreed that indeed I tried to call them to Meru so that they can intervene.
Very well. Senator Oroba.
I have two clarifications. You have alleged that one of the interference that you have, the political interference, is by the Deputy Speaker, Senator Kathuri. is this the only person? Because I would like to know if you're saying that this impeachment is being pushed by Senator Kathuri, or who are the other politicians behind it. I would also want to know if in those politicians there's any woman who is also trying to get impeached. My other clarification is the issue of the hospital. The CEC, do you have a CEC of health? And if you have a CEC of health, has the county, have the MCAs tried to impeach the CEC, because there is an actual clause in the constitution for removal of a CEC, because the duty of care of the Ministry of Health actually falls under the CEC, yet they are jumping the CEC and going straight to the governor to impeach. I would like that clarification.
Thank you, Senator. Indeed, I have CEC held. The County Assembly of Meru has never tried to impeach the CEC held. That is the position. About the political interference in Meru, there are so many other people who believe that they should not be led by a woman, and that's why you see them gathering together and then trying to politicize the issue of a young family to bring me down. There's a tradition in Meru that they should not be led by a woman. I want to say categorically that the chair of the interference, or the person who interferes most, is the Deputy Speaker of this House. The rest, I don't see if it's good for me to mention them in absentia.
Senator Olekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just need to seek some clarification from the Governor. Madam Governor, in your bundle of submissions, and I'd asked this question earlier on, there seems to be a lot of letters back and forth from your office to the Assembly seeking for particular members to be confirmed in particular boards. Can you tell us whether those letters, as alleged, are fake, are forgery, or those letters are indeed letters that you've sent to the Assembly and were either ignored by the Assembly or they were responded to? And finally, can you just tell us whether there is any form of cooperation, harmony between you and the Assembly of Meru? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Governor.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Speaker. Indeed, I've tried to engage the County Assembly of Meru by giving the names for the board, but unfortunately, they have been ignored throughout.
Senator Mofai.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, I want some clarification for the Governor. I happen to be a neighbor to the Governor, and of late I have witnessed influx of patients from Meru County to Tharaka County seeking medical attention. I would request to know from the Governor, maybe there could be some breakdown in any of the facilities in Meru County, as alluded in that video that we have just witnessed before us. Number two, Honorable Speaker, recently we have witnessed a national reconciliation which was being executed by His Excellency the President, because we had some national crisis that called for a broad-based engagement, and then when the country is at peace. One would want to know from the Governor, why has it taken us close to 2 years without managing just 69 MCAs to sit down and work for Meru people?
Thank you, Senator. For reconciliation, as I said earlier, I've tried my best to reconcile the leaders. The Mwananchi has no problem at all, apart from the few elected leaders who have some issues. But I sat with Njori, as I said. I sat with the members of Parliament. I sat with the CS, the former CS Agriculture. I sat with the Assembly leadership. The only person that would not have a chance is the Deputy Speaker of this House. There is a lot of progress because when I was here the first time, I had only one MCA. Then for the second impeachment, I had 9 of them. Now I have 23 MCAs on my side. To me, that's a great progress in mind of the political interferences that have been going on and the intimidation of county assembly members by the same leaders. I've tried my best, and I believe as I continue, more will come on board, because I'm doing a lot of civic education also to show the community that they should not disregard the leadership of a woman just because she's a woman or the tradition says so. About the hospital in Meru County, Senator Mofaya, most of our patients come from Tharaka-Nithi to Meru General Hospital. They don't come from Meru to Tharaka-Nithi, but Tharaka-Nithi to Meru. Thank you.
Senator Majayo.
Asante Bwana Spika. Swali langu Gavana Kawira. Swali langu ni kuhusikana na yule mshauri wako kwa mambo ya kisheria. Yule mama alikuwa anaitwa Linda Gakikiome. Nataka kuuliza swali moja tu. Ulimwandika kazi wakati huo akiwa mshauri wako wa mambo ya sheria tariki 28 mwezi wa 3 mwaka wa 23, na mwaka mmoja kamili tarehe 26 mwezi wa 3 mwaka 24 ulimpatia barua ya kumwisha kazi ama kumwambia kwamba unataka awache kazi. Nataka kuuliza, je, baina ya wewe na yeye kulikuwa na kukosana ama kulikuwa na taabu fulani ama kulikuwa na kutoelewana fulani ndio sababu akasema ya kwamba yeye si alikuwa ameandika ile barua, bali ni kwamba wewe ulikuwa umefanya ile, pengine si wewe lakini ile barua iliyoandikwa si wewe uliyetia mkono wako kidole? Nataka kujua hiyo tu.
Asante sana Senator. Ningependa kusema ya kwamba nilipotoka hapa wakati wa impeachment ya kwanza, na Senate kaniambia ya kwamba nitafute njia ya kufanya kazi pamoja na hata watu ambao ni wa vyama vingine. Nilimtafuta leader ambaye alikuwa naibu gavana wa Rentore wakati wa kutafuta uongozi. Nikamwambia tufanye kazi kwa pamoja, na ninaamini wakati nilimtafuta sikuwa na moyo mbaya. Hakuwa amenikampenia, hatukuwa tunajuana, lakini kwa sababu nilikuwa nataka kuleta nyumba yote pamoja na kuleta Wameru pamoja, nikamchukua huyo hata kama alikuwa mpinzani wangu. After 1 year alikuwa na kazi nyingi sana, maana ni wakili na alikuwa anafanya kazi zake, kwa hivyo kupatikana ilikuwa ngumu. Number 2, kulikuwa na wakati walikuwa wanafanya LSK, sijui kutafuta viti upande huo, akawa hapatikani kabisa. Nikamuita kwa ofisi yangu, tukaongea. Nikamwambia kwa sababu Meru kuna changamoto nyingi na kuna mambo mengi ambayo yanahitaji advisory. Nikamwambia kuja uwe karibu na mimi, akaniambia hapatikani. Ndio basi nikamwambia kama upatikani na kuna maneno mengi ambayo yanapaswa uhusishwe, naomba tu, na tukakubaliana ya kwamba yeye mwenyewe atatoka kwa hiari yake, lakini baadaye alikataa, na nikaona ni vyema nitafute mtu mwingine ama nimsimamishe kazi ndio Meru iweze kuendelea vizuri. Sina ubaya wowote na yeye.
Senator Mariam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I need clarification on Madam Governor. This is the 3rd impeachment on your side. As what is difference from the other 2 than the other one? And again, if there is any difference, from the other two, which has been already done? How? The second one is about the maternity ward. If at all, if it is not equipped, why is it labeled? And if you have labeled it and there's delivery outside there, it means there is demand. What have you taken? The action you have took when you have saw there's delivery outside there. Thank you.
Governor.
Asante sana. The labeling of the maternity was just done less than a month ago. We had anticipated that we will have equipment so that we can have the maternity wing functional, but due to the budget constraint, we did not make it for the last 1 month, and I believe in the coming maybe 2-3 weeks, the maternity will be ready for use. My Waziri for Health visited the place and other places because we have more than 230 health facilities in Meru, that being one of them. Of course, I can agree that we have small issues, but we are still, as a government, looking at how we will improve everything to see that the mwananchi is happy.
Senator Wambua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have 2 questions to the Governor. Madam Governor, one of your key witnesses, Honorable Mawira, confessed on record and under oath that he and a group of other members of the County Assembly of Meru, on their own motion, converted themselves into economic saboteurs, that they sat down and conspired to sabotage the economy of the county government of Meru. At what point did you get to know about this admission of crime? And as the governor of Meru, did you report this matter to police with a criminal offense? Secondly, Madam Governor, I want to get your appreciation of the impeachment process. Do you appreciate it as a legal constitutional process that the Assembly should take as part of its business and facilitated by the Assembly, or is it a personal initiative by people who have a grudge against their governor? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Governor.
Thank you, Senator. I have not reported any economic sabotage to the police because this is kind of political, which is fueled by external forces to sabotage my administration and also the good work that I do. And I want also the honorable senators of this house to know that the real mwananchi kwa ground has no issues about the way I run Meru County. It's only a few class of leaders that have sworn that I will never have peace in that county. They must keep me busy with other things because of 2027 politics. There is nothing more or big than more. It's only 2027 politics that is being played by the MCAs who are used by the political class or political leaders across Meru County. About the personal initiative,
Are you done, Governor?
Yes.
Okay. Senator Joyce Korir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. My question to the Governor is the efforts that she has put in place, especially on the third impeachment, and the relations that she has with the rest of the governors, especially on the matters, this impeachment and the stability of the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I've made a lot of efforts from the last impeachment. One is by providing to the honorable MCAs of Meru County the ward fund that, or the ward project to every ward to the tune of 33 million per ward. Number two is involving them to be part and parcel of my tours to the ground so that at least they can assist in participating and knowing what is ailing the community for us to work together. The relationship about myself and other leaders, especially the governors, is good. I have no issues with the other leaders, apart from few leaders from Meru County.
Senator Hamida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Governor, just wondering, is dissolving the county way to go? Because looking at the relations you have with the county assembly, and I'm also wondering, they have called you all names. They have called you a mad person. They said the impeachment of the governor is their business. So what is the way forward? And also, is there anything working in the county? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Everything in the county is working apart from politics. In terms of development, Meru County has been ranked among the 5 best performing counties in Kenya. We have no issues with even absorbing the budget. We have been ranked with 79%. That means that Mwananchi is getting services. Mwananchi is very happy about the leadership. Mwananchi is very happy about the progress that we are doing as the government of Meru, apart from the few political leaders who want to show that filthy picture to the country that there is something wrong. Dissolving the county, honorable senators, this is the mandate that is rested upon you. I cannot dissolve it on my own unless, I don't think I have powers to do so, but this honorable House has powers. I think the president also has the powers to do so. But I said earlier, we have young men and women as MCAs in Meru. Those who are not in the madness of political issues. They participated in the elections, won in different ones. They have just been in office for 2 years, remaining 3 years. They did their best to be leaders in respective ones. We will be doing justice to a person who has no issues with Meru politics. Will there be any justice to the governor who ran the whole county as an independent governor and won the position against 2 bigwigs and against the tradition of Meru that says that we should not have a woman as a leader? As I speak, honorable senators, in Meru, we have only 1 elected lady who comes from my place. Out of the 45 elected MCAs, we have only 1. Meru has never elected a leader at the national level. We get all the nomination slots and no election to women. I think the other way about or to solve this issue is to do a lot of civic education to Meru so that people can understand and embrace the leadership of women. That is the only issue in Meru. For development, we are doing well. For absorption of the budget, we are doing well. Mwananchi is very happy.
Thank you, Governor. You're now repeating yourself. Senator Veronica.
Honorable Governor, assume that the impeachment proceedings do not succeed and you went back to Meru to continue with your task as a governor. Do you see possibility of ever reconciling and being able to give development to people of Meru, or will you be back here, will be brought back here by the politics that are causing all this trouble in Meru? Is there a possibility? And have you been able to do any projects in the course of all these squabbles and fights?
Thank you, Senator. With all these fights in Meru County, I've been able to do a lot of projects. We've done kilometers and kilometers of road in Meru County. We've done major dams in Meru County. We've done a big rehabilitation center in Meru County. We have renovated, equipped more than 50 healthy facilities in Meru County. We've done more than 31 equipped boreholes in Meru County. We've done and brought up the ECD program for the ECD kids in 777 primary schools in Meru County. We've done a lot in terms of development, apart from the interferences.
Governor, that is not the question. You've been asked, assuming for purposes of just this argument, assuming you go back to Meru, the verdict is you go back to Meru. With whatever you've explained, the toxic political environment, will you still be able to deliver anything, or you'll be brought back here? That is the question that the senator.
Thank you, Senator. I don't believe in coming back here again, Honorable Speaker. This is because there is a lot of progress from 1 MCA to 9 to 23, and I believe by the next coming 2 months, I will have around 40 on my side. There is a lot of progress since I left this Senate.
Senator Mogeni.
Hello, Governor. Linda Gaki Kiome, you gave notice of termination 26th of March 2024. How did she take it? And how is your relationship with Linda Gaki Kiome? Is it cordial? Do you talk? Is there any vendetta against either of you? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. She did not take it lightly. She took me to court. There is a live case in court, High Court Meru. I don't think she was happy about it. The working relationship since then isn't good.
Now, honorable senators, we have to terminate that session. The 30 minutes allocated to this session has long been spent. Governor, you may retire to your seat.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
We are now going to move to the closing statements. And the first team to proceed to make their closing statement is the team from the County Assembly. So, Council for County Assembly, you may proceed to make your closing statement for not more than 60 minutes.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Speaker, sir. We'll have Mr. Muriuki taking the first 20 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, my name is Eric Muriuki. I will take the first 20 minutes of our closing argument. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable members of the Senate, when the story of devolution in Kenya is told or is written, the members of the 3rd County Assembly of Meru will be remembered fondly as champions of devolution who, without compromise or favor, exercise their oversight role, champion for accountability, transparency, and good governance by holding the person accused before you to account for every transgression. These members of the 3rd County Assembly have performed their oversight duty even when it was inconvenient to do so, even when it was not fashionable, despite several and serious challenges, including threats to their lives and their families, as you heard the testimony of the attempted torching of the Assembly. Mr. Speaker, sir, the MCAs, the elected representatives of Meru County, have told this honorable House time and time again that there is a problem in Meru. In 2022, the MCAs were before this House when the governor, barely a few months after being sworn in, had opened war fronts against members of the county assembly through vilification campaigns, against the church, against elected leaders in the county. And back then, during the first impeachment process, the governor was offered invaluable pieces of advice by the members of this House who were in the select committee that was investigating the matter. And indeed, the governor vowed to become the foremost peacemaker in Meru. This vow was short-lived, and in 2023, the governor found herself again before this House, answering to other charges, having opened more war fronts, including now her own deputy, by encouraging and condoning junior officers to undermine and insult that deputy governor. She was at war with the members of parliament from Meru. She was at war with the council of elders, with the senator of Meru, and other leaders, as the record of this House will reflect. Now, the governor has fallen out with her own secretary of the County Public Service Board. And perhaps inspired by getting away with her actions twice, the governor has now become so bold in her violations of the law to the extent that she has personally, under her own signature, purported to dismiss the secretary of the County Public Service Board in clear and gross violation of sections 58 and 59 of the County Government Act and in usurpation of the powers of the Assembly. Although the governor terms what she did as revocation, she has failed, when put to task, to point to any provision of the law that allows this thing called revocation. Mr. Speaker, sir, for purposes of putting the record straight in this House, once a member of the Public Service Board, or the County Public Service Board, is appointed in accordance with the County Government Act, Section 58, the process of removing that member is as is provided in Section 58(5) of the County Government Act, and upon the grounds that are set out in Article 251 of the Constitution. And despite being advised by her own chairperson of the County Public Service Board, the governor proceeded to purport to revoke the appointment of Ms. Virginia Kawira Mwangaza, who is now only in office pursuant to a court order. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, surely it cannot be, or at least it cannot honestly be, that everybody else is a problem in Meru. It cannot be that it is the MCAs that are the problem. It cannot be that it is the church which is a problem. It cannot be that it is the elected leaders that are the problem. It cannot be that it is her own deputy that is a problem, and now the County Public Service Board. Mr. Speaker, sir, during previous proceedings before this House, the governor blamed her misdeeds or whatever went wrong in the county on two officers, the chief of staff and the county secretary, in her famously infamous defense of "it wasn't me." However, when the county assembly made recommendations that the governor institutes disciplinary measures, including dismissal, against these officers that she blamed for things going wrong in the county, she refused to implement this recommendation. A fair-minded and reasonable person, honorable senators, must therefore conclude that the governor has been acting through those officers, or that they have been violating the law and the Constitution with her blessing and under her patronage. On one hand, the governor tells you in her defense that the violations of the law she is being accused of are occasioned by others. It is the county secretary, it is the chief of staff, and that those others should be called to answer those violations. But then, on the other hand, the governor proceeds to tell you that the county assembly has no powers to recommend that the governor should take action against these very officers that she blames for those violations. Surely, honorable senators, the governor cannot have it both ways. Article 185(3) of the Constitution of Kenya empowers the county assembly to exercise oversight over the county executive. And one of the measures of oversight is to recommend removal from office of these officers that the governor herself has previously pointed at and blamed for violations of the law. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, when you retire to make your determination, remember, it is not the MCA's word against the governor's. No, it is the governor's own words and actions against the legal and constitutional requirements of good governance and integrity. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, you have heard in videos number 1A of the County Assembly and 1B, the governor, in her own words, tell a dangerous lie that 86 million shillings was collected for the burial of the deceased sniper, a fact she very well knew to be false. And when put to task to prove those statements, she has failed. In cross-examination, the governor states that the only evidence that she has of 86 million is a video, which video has not even been shown to this House. Mr. Speaker, sir, you heard the young widow that stood here, Irene, tell you that as a result of the governor's lies, she has not only been ostracized by the community, but has also become a target because people think she has 86 million that she is holding on to. Honorable senators, let me remind you that the evidence of the young widow was unchallenged. Not a single question was put to her in cross-examination by the governor. And the inference here must be that she was telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, to the extent that her testimony could not be challenged. Honorable senators, words spoken by leaders mean something, or at least they ought to. Words spoken by leaders have real consequences. A leader of the stature of a governor telling such a lie to the public has led to such disastrous consequences, as you heard the witness testify here, that she can't even live in a matrimonial home. Honorable senators, that cannot be taken as anything else other than gross misconduct. Article 73 of the Constitution of Kenya does not leave any room for a public officer to make such misleading utterances to the public, endangering the lives of others and bringing dishonor and disrepute to the office that she occupies. And such misleading claims are also in gross violation of Section 19 of the Public Officer Ethics Act. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, you heard the governor in cross-examination admit here that her conduct was insensitive to the family. This pattern of lying to the public that the governor engaged in, she did so while paying full salary and benefits to one of the persons accused of murder of Sniper. Christas Kiambi Manyara is a communications officer in the office of the governor. It is not in doubt that he was charged on the 29th of February, 2024, and it is not in doubt that he continued to receive his full salary and benefits, as evidenced by the payslips produced in, among others, page 392 and 393 of volume 2 of the County Assembly documents. Mr. Speaker, sir, in that pattern of lying, the governor says in a video that she does not know this person, who is a main suspect called Vincent Mureithi. However, Mr. Speaker, sir, documents have proven that this person was employed as a deputy director of the governor's press, and that one of his referees, in the governor's own words, is the governor's sister, who is also her PA. You will find this person's letters of appointment in pages 445 to 452 of volume 2. This is a person that the governor denied having any knowledge of. Honorable senators, it cannot be a coincidence that this outspoken activist who criticized the governor was murdered just a few weeks after the second impeachment motion. It cannot be a coincidence that the people accused and charged are so close to the governor by her own admission. Honorable senators, moving on, as a result of the governor's breach of the law and court orders, the county of Meru has suffered financial losses, including being slapped with costs of 3 million shillings, and this house can confirm the same from the decree of the court produced in pages 162 and 163 of volume 2. Honorable senators, the Auditor General's report identifies that the management of Meru County is headed by the governor. And this is in line with Article 179(4), which identifies the governor as the chief executive of the County Assembly. And the Auditor General's report flags breaches of the law by the management by including other things: irregular payments, excessive wage bill, use of the manual payroll, which compromises transparency and accountability, and this can be confirmed from pages 344 to 347 of our volume 2. Honorable senators, the use of the manual payroll, according to the Auditor General, has led to a loss of 102.9 million. Honorable senators, the governor has refused or failed to appoint chairpersons of various boards in Meru County, and therefore these boards cannot be said to be legally constituted. Even when the governor purportedly forwarded names of nominees to these boards, she failed to forward accompanying information or clarification sought, as is required by the Public Appointments County Assemblies Approval Act, sections 4 and 6. Honorable senators, you have been treated, or at least attempts have been made to treat this house to theatrics by the governor and her legal team, who, in attempts to deflect the attention of this house from the governor's violations of the law, have resorted to the stories of gender and other irrelevancies, which are not a sufficient defense or explanation to any of the violations in the impeachment motion. Honorable senators, as the governor claimed that she legally revoked the appointment of the CEO of the Public Service Board based on advice from an unnamed legal advisor. the person who was serving as the legal advisor to the governor at the time in question came here, testified. Came here and testified that the internal memo dated 23rd February was a forgery. She saw an affidavit that was presented to this House. Honorable Senators, the said memo bears no name, and there can be no clearer indication than this that it is indeed a forgery. In the opening remarks by the Governor's Council, this House was told that the Assembly is lying, and in fact the words used were that the Assembly is made of pathological liars who have believed their own lies. In view of this forged memo, I therefore ask this Honorable House, and I invite the Senators to ask, who is lying? The same governor who accuses this Assembly, the County Assembly of lying, is caught forging that internal memo. A ruling was made this morning that she should deliver the original memo. She has failed to do so. The governor, in the same pattern of lies, stands here and tells you that she has 23 MCAs supporting her. The impeachment motion, a cursory look will tell you it was signed by 49 MCAs. And simple math tells you that 49 plus 23 is 72. Yet, shockingly, the County Assembly of Meru has only 69 MCAs. So it cannot be true that the governor has 23 MCAs supporting her. The Supreme Court in the Sonko case was categorical that there is no obligation in impeachment proceedings to prove each and every charge, and this means that even one charge substantiated should suffice. In that case, Honorable Senators, guidance was offered that impeachment proceedings are quasi-judicial in nature and are not in the nature of criminal proceedings. They don't necessarily require that criminal culpability should be proven to succeed. All that is required is that these allegations be substantiated. This word substantiate, what does it mean? It simply means to provide evidence. It does not necessarily mean to prove beyond reasonable doubt. It means that there must be substance in those allegations, that they have been proven to have substance. Honorable Senators, as I conclude, the evidence presented before this House cannot be trivialized to statistical count as an attempt was made in cross-examination of the mover. The gender card cannot be used to escape accountability. It is not a carte blanche or a shield to commit impunity. It is not about being female or male. It is about violations of the law and the Constitution. Honorable Senators, finally, in paragraph 7 of the Governor's response, that is volume 1 of the Governor's document, she seems to suggest that the county government of Meru should be dissolved. I call on this House to reflect on the words of the Bible in the book of Matthew, chapter 18, verses 8 to 9, and to paraphrase the words of Jesus Christ as he was teaching the people then: if your hand or your foot makes you sin, cut it off and throw it away. For it is better to enter the kingdom of heaven maimed or lame than to be thrown to everlasting fire with both feet and hands. There is no cause for dissolution of Meru County. The problem is the governor, and Meru can be saved by removing the governor from office, as the Constitution empowers the County Assembly and this Honorable House to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, Honorable Senators, and I pray that you will find that the charges against the governor have been substantiated, and I pray that in keeping with the motto of this honorable house, for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, including the people of Meru, that you will do the right thing and send Governor Kawira Mwangaza home. Thank you. I invite my senior, Mr. Ndegwa, to conclude our closing.
Thank you very kindly. I must begin by conveying the apology on the part of the County Assembly for having to engage this distinguished assembly in all these processes. It is not out of the own making of the County Assembly. It is a call of necessity. Necessity has dictated that we must come before you as and when time and situations and circumstances arise. A situation has arisen where we have to come before you, honorable members of the Senate, to ask you to do your noble thing of exercising oversight over the county government of Meru. I have time and again put it on record that the County Assembly of Meru and the people of Kenya have a lot of confidence in the manner in which this house conducts its business. It's on that basis, therefore, that we have been able to appear before you severally, seeking and pleading for only one thing, that justice be done in the county government of Meru. And what justice are we looking for, honorable members? We are looking for justice of that particular person who is not able to access services, courtesy of bad governance. What justice are we looking for? We are looking for justice of that child we saw who was born on a karai, that child who cannot speak, that child whose fate is not even determined. And when the governor is put to task, says, I have just been made aware. How would you take that governor to be a responsible person? How would you take that person to be a person who is capable of enhancing good governance, delivery of services? How is it that she was not aware that that hospital is not functional? How is it that she is not aware that that hospital or dispensary has a functional maternity wing? She takes no bother to confirm why the hospital was not functional as at then. Even having been made aware as at yesterday, she still says, I am not aware. Is that the governor who is capable of running the county? Is it really the mistake of the part of the county assembly? Or is it the county assembly being invited by the misconduct and the misdeeds of the governor? Can the county assembly of Meru County sit pretty and watch things go south? Isn't it their responsibility to exercise oversight over the performance of the county government? Are they wrong when they invite the Senate to help and assist and facilitate the operationalization of the oversight function? That is all what we are asking for. That is all what we are asking for. If we were in the UK setup, this house qualifies to be the House of Lords. It's a House of Lords because it's capable of determining where the truth is and where the lie is. Evidence has been led from the county assembly. Grounds were approved by the mover of the impeachment that it is true the governor has transgressed and violated the Constitution. When she was put to task to explain the circumstances that led to the revocation of that CEO, she simply said, it wasn't me. And how can it be that the governor can be allowed to get away with a forgery? Isn't it a criminal case in the first instance? And who has a burden of proof? The person who claims that the signature was forged appeared before the Senate. Her evidence was put through test by cross-examination, and clarification and verification was sought by the members of the Senate. Who then is lying? Is it Linda Kiome or is it the governor? Can the governor be trusted, put to task and granted an opportunity to bring even the original advisory? She simply said it was seated somewhere in Meru. Unfortunately, she mistook where the place of the trial. The place of the trial is not in Meru, it's before this Senate. Is that a conduct that is consistent with innocence? If she was innocent, if there was not forgery, why was it so difficult for her just to bring that one letter? Why could resources not be committed to make sure that as and when she was made aware that that is an issue, that a letter could not be procured 180 kilometers away from the place of the trial? What is she concealing? What is she hiding? Is she hiding scrutiny? Is that conduct again consistent with an innocent man or innocent woman? I urge you, honorable senators, to find it in our favor that we have proved that particular ground. That the letter that was meant, that the advisory that was meant to rebut our evidence in respect to ground one is a document that is a forgery. In the case of Philomena Mwilu, the Deputy Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, it was held that evidence that is tainted with illegality, it cannot be admitted. The admissibility of that evidence is in question. And having read the case of Wambora in the Civil Appeal number 21 of 2014, the Court of Appeal suggests that this is a quasi-judicial process. And it being a quasi-judicial process, the rules of evidence plays a fundamental role in the manner in which the admissibility of document is concerned. I sought leave of this House to have the document placed on record. They took no initiative. Why? Because they wanted to conceal the lie. They wanted to conceal the offense of perjury. They could not withstand the embarrassment that a signature was lifted. It matters not whether the governor is an IT guru. It matters not whether she is techno-savvy. It matters that a document was brought before you that is as a result of a forgery. We seek that you find it in our favor, that that particular ground was not defended, it was not controverted, and that the ground suffices to meet the test laid down under Article 81 as read together with Section 33 of the County Government Act. And then what is the threshold in terms of that particular charge? The threshold is that of, it lies between balance of probability and below beyond reasonable doubt. That is what the case of Governor Wambora stated, that we are not supposed to prove. The burden of proof is not beyond reasonable doubt. It's not beyond reasonable doubt because this is not a criminal trial. And that distinguishes the case from the case that was quoted by Senator Kajwang, that this is not a criminal trial to seek the county assembly to prove the case beyond reasonable doubt to the extent of seeking the intervention of a forensic document examiner. It's on balance of probability. Whom should we believe? Who should we believe? Is it the person who has committed serious transgressions? Is it the person who is not in touch with the county? Is it the person who is in war with all the leaders in the particular in the entire county? Is it the person who is not even in good terms with his senator? Whom should we believe? Should we not believe leader? What personal vendetta would leader be having? She is not vying for a seat of governor. It matters not that whether she was a running mate to the previous candidate or not, but it matters that an offense was committed. We urge you, honorable senators, to find that that in revoking the appointment of CPA Virginia Kawira, Governor Kawira violated the Constitution. She violated Article 10 of the Constitution on the question of the rule of law. She violated Article 27 on the equality before the law and the equal benefits of the law. That Virginia was not subjected to equal protection and equal benefit of the law under Article 27. She equally violated Article 50, that she was not given a fair trial or a fair opportunity to defend her case. When put to task, she attempts to become a linguistic, to purport to differentiate between removal and revocation. When called to task to read the provisions of Section 58 and Section 59 of the County Government Act, Honorable Senators, she simply could not distinguish. At the end of the day, whether a revocation or a dismissal, it never followed the due process. The County Assembly was never involved. It violated that particular provision. And for that reason, Governor Kawira must take responsibility. Taking responsibility is not an act of cowardice, it's not an act of weakness, it's an act of saying, yes, I was wrong. It's an act of admitting when somebody is wrong. And that is what Article 10 speaks about, the question of accountability. And that is what Article 73, which Governor Kawira has violated, speaks about. Article 73, Honorable Senators, speaks about a person who holds the office of a governor or any other office in the Republic of Kenya, breathing confidence in that particular office. When Governor Kawira lies blatantly, openly to the whole world that she was able to procure an advisory opinion, who can believe her? Is she breathing confidence in that particular office? Should she not be held to account? Is she not bringing that office to disrepute? Honorable Senators, we submit that that particular charge has been sufficiently proved. On the question of the appointment of the chairpersons, again, we prove that we have been able to dispose of our burden of not proving this allegation beyond reasonable doubt, but on balance of probability that yes, Governor Kawira has crippled the operations of the Meru County by blatantly failing and ignoring and or neglecting to execute her functions as a chief executive of Meru County. That amounted to the violation of Section 4 of the Public Appointments Act, in that requires when the governor is bestowed with the responsibility of a duty to follow the provisions of the law. Can she be acquitted? How many times is Governor Kawira going to commit transgressions and get away with it? How many times? When she gets away with the transgressions, where do we leave the people of Meru County? Do the people of Meru County equally deserve justice? Should there not be a balance between the people of Meru County? Where should the balance lie? How should the balance swing? In whose favor is the balance swinging? I suggest and propose and submit that the balance swings in favor of the people of Meru County. They deserve justice before this house. They are crying out for justice. They are looking upon you to dispense with justice. And there cannot be justice by sending Governor Kawira back to Meru. The only justice that can be served, I suggest, is telling her you have failed in your duties, you've neglected in your duties, you have violated the Constitution, you do not know what the Constitution dictates. Remember, she swore to defend this Constitution. But she is one of the greatest transgressors of the same document that she's seeking solace and reprieve from. Honorable Senators, Governor Kawira has come before you with dirty hands. She deserves no favor. She deserves no kindness. She deserves no kindness before this particular house, before this Senate. She has come to you with dirty hands. She is not even remorseful that a toddler was born in a Karai when there is just an adjacent health facility. If there will be no any other reason for sending Governor Kawira home, please remember the fate of that particular child. Remember the fate of that particular mother who got embarrassed on that particular day. Remember the interpretation that was done that Men and women had to make sure that young children do not go near that naked woman to see her nakedness. How many embarrassments will this house be treated to? Isn't that something that we need all to take cognizance of? Was that video proving failure of service delivery? Who is responsible of delivering those services if it is not Governor Kawira, who has proved on oath that she has failed? Who else should we hold accountable? Who else should we hold accountable? Should she even be allowed to hide behind the cultural card? She has said and submitted that it's the culture of the Meru people to become and to look down upon women. I believe honorable senators who are present before this honorable house, including the senator of Meru, is a family man. There must be a woman in that particular house. If the senator is a misogynist, how does he live with his wife in his house? How does he live with his daughters in his house? If it is true the people of Meru are masculine, how do they multiply and perpetuate the Meru generation? That is a blatant lie. She shouldn't be allowed to hide behind issues that are not founded either in law or in fact. She must be told, it's now time for you to go. She must be told, we have given you 2 opportunities, you have failed to reform. She must be told, the Senate has listened to you severally, but you have failed to conform. She cannot conform, she will not conform, she will not reform because she is not a reformist. She does not understand the story of a reformist. Or what she understands, as indicated in her submissions and evidence, is that the county government, the county assembly is telling the story of the single story. Which other single story have we told the Senate other than the single story of the violations of the Constitution? Which other single story have we told this House other than the story of the suffering of the people of Meru County? That is a single story. We have no another story. It's a single story of the suffering of the people of Meru County. They are craving upon you, honorable senators, to save them. They are craving upon you to save them from all these blatant violations. On the question of refusal to implement the recommendations by the county assembly, you might want to ask yourself, why the failure? It was not a coincidence. It is by design, because it's the conduit between the governor, the chief of staff, and the county secretary. That web must be in existence for Governor Kawira to exist. That is why it was impossible for her to implement the report recommended by the county assembly. Those are her conduits. If you find any mismanagement, any embezzlement, any failure of good governance, look at that web. It must be maintained for Governor Kawira to continue transgressing the county. It must be maintained for Governor Kawira to continue perpetuating the suffering of people of Meru. Why is it so difficult for her to implement that report? Why is it difficult for her to see that there was necessity for her to implement that report as recommended by an equal arm of her government? The answer is one. She needs that network for her to perpetuate illegalities that she is perpetuating currently in Meru County. When put to task whether the reports and why they were not implemented, she simply said they were not sent to me. Evidence was laid that yes, they were submitted to her, they were received in her office, and she blatantly refused to act to it. Why? I think and submit that she does not understand the weight behind accountability. She does not understand the weight behind transparency. She does not understand the reason why there is a rule of law in this country. Count 2 on misconduct. Yes, she acknowledged that she made those particular statements. She said, yes, she made those statements about the 86 million. She acknowledged misleading the people. She acknowledged that there was not only one account and that whatever she was saying was falsehood. If a leader cannot be held account for the statement that they make, then where is this country going? We must tell the current generation and the future generation that it is important to speak the truth, that it is important to stick to the way of the truth. That is what is right, that is what is just. Did Governor Kawira maintain the path of truth? Did she stick to the path of truth? Did she do what is right in the circumstances? We submit that she willingly veered away from the path of truth. The evidence of the Windle, and may he rest in peace, was never tested. None of them cross-examined that lady. Her evidence went uncontroverted. Is it usual for a defense counsel not to test the veracity of the evidence of a witness who is putting up a case, and a serious case such as this one? It's not usual. They only knew that they have nothing to cross-examine that lady on, and that whatever she said is therefore truth. And as such, we submit that Article 10 again was proved which speaks to values of and principles of governance. Among them, the value of good governance, the value of integrity, the value of accountability, the value of transparency. How can a person lead a county if she has a deficit of integrity, if she has a deficit of accountability, if she has a deficit of transparency, if she cannot respect the rule of law? How can she lead the county? The county performance is premised on the laws. It's premised on the rule of law. If she does not respect that rule of law, is she then worth her salt? Look at Article 73 of the Constitution. It's paramount when seeking to establish whether or not this allegation has been substantiated. It speaks about the authority assigned to a state officer. It speaks about public trust must be exercised in a manner that is consistent and demonstrate respect for the people. Does that video and the conduct that was exhibited before this assembly demonstrate respect for the people? Does it bring honor to the nation and the dignity of the office of the governor? Does it promote confidence, public confidence in the integrity of that office? We submit that the conduct exhibited by the governor, through the evidence of the witness that was not controverted, flies over the face of Article 73, and that does not breathe confidence, it does not demonstrate respect for the people, it does not indicate integrity, it does not bring honor to that office. If she cannot honor that office, why should she hold it? If she cannot honor that office, why should he keep it? If she cannot honor that office, and she has no dignity for it, why should she keep it? Honorable Senators, I urge you to find it that that provision has been proved and has been substantiated. On the question of paying Kiambi's Christas Manyara, it must be remembered that she has admitted on oath that this Kiambi Crispas is a person who works in the office of the county governor. She has admitted on oath that evidence has been laid that he is one of those people who are accused for the murder of and the slaying of Sniper. Put to task why he continued to earn his full salary while still in custody for 6 months. She simply said, "It wasn't me." When will Governor Kawira learn to be responsible? When will she ever learn to own up for a mistake that is so glaring such as this one? She takes no cognizance that money was spent unlawfully. She takes no cognizance of the provisions of Article 201 of the Constitution. Honorable Senators, Article 201 is paramount in the manner in which the resources of this nation are governed. Article 201 speaks about the principles of public finance, and it provides that there must be prudent use of public finances. Was this one way of prudent use of those resources? Why should a person who is in remand continue to earn a full salary? Why should actions not be taken for a person who perpetuates these violations? It speaks about openness and accountability, including financial integrity. Was that the best way of applying the meager resources? Honorable Senators, as I pen off, I urge you to fight it, that this act and conduct must be attributed to the governor. There is clear nexus that the governor knew that this person is in custody, having worked in his office. It then is responsible of the governor not to know that a person attached to her office is not in office for 6 months. How responsible is that governor if the governor cannot learn that a person who is attached to her office is not present? How can she be allowed to get away with this? This is a governor who is incapable of running the affairs of Meru County. We ask you, Honorable Senators, and we humbly submit that you pave way for her to have another person manage the affairs. This is not about being a woman. Accountability is not being a woman. There's nothing to do with being a woman when you are called to order. We are all called to allegiance, to play allegiance to the Constitution. It's so easy to tell a lie, but so hard to maintain the same. Telling a lie is the easiest bit, but telling the truth and pretending that you are lying is so hard. Success and any other success requires that an individual must accept responsibility. Kawira Mwangaza must accept that the county is not functional. It is not functional courtesy of her misdeeds. Accepting that one has failed is not a sign of weakness. Accepting that one has failed is not a sign of weakness. It's rather a signal that is being directed towards that particular person to check her true north. As I sum up, accountability is when you accept responsibility for the consequences of your actions. Accountability is when you accept consequences for your actions. And the consequences for the actions, as proved by the County Assembly, demands that Governor Kawira must go. As I sum up, and I want to repeat what I earlier submitted, that for there to be proper running of the county government of Meru, Kawira Mwangaza must go. For there to be services, proper delivery of services in the county government of Meru, Kawira Mwangaza must go. For the women of Meru County to access maternity services, Kawira Mwangaza must go. For the babies of Meru to be saved from the embarrassment of being born in a Karai, Kawira Mwangaza must go. For proper running of the Meru County, Kawira Mwangaza must go. It's only proper for her to leave, to pack and go. She has demonstrated incompetence. She has demonstrated her inability and incapacity to deliver services to the people of Meru. We urge you, Honorable Senators, to fight it in our favor and send Governor Kawira home. Let her not hide behind other leaders. Let her not say that political leaders have instigated this motion. She has not brought as a witness any person, including any affidavit swearing that the senator of Meru County is behind this impeachment. Let her not play the victimization card. Let her not hide behind victimization. let her take responsibility for our actions. Na kila mtu atauchukua mzigo wake mwenyewe.
Council, this is a house with rules.
I submit.
Yeah. Council for Governor, the floor is yours.
May I proceed, Mr. Speaker, sir?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir, and thank you so much, distinguished senators. For the record, my name is Ongoya. I'll be making the governor's closing submissions. Distinguished senators, courtesy demands that I open this process by thanking this House for the opportunity given to us as council and the opportunity given to the governor to be heard as we have been heard. The challenges associated with the time notwithstanding, we are satisfied that we have had a fair day in this honorable House. Distinguished senators, the governor invites this House to be guided by certain enduring principles that she will draw the attention of this House to. The governor invites this House to be guided by the guidance that was supplied by the famous philosopher Socrates to all persons sitting in the position of judges, which you now do. 4 things belong to a judge: to listen courteously, to answer wisely, to consider soberly, and to decide impartially. There is a biblical injunction that also addresses itself to the attributes of judges. I think there's advice that was given by a man called Jethro to a man called Moses in the book of Exodus, when Jethro thought that Moses was spending significant amounts of time deciding cases. He advised him to appoint judges to help him decide disputes between the children of Israel. He gave the following attributes: able men, such as fear God, men of truth, hating covetousness. The governor holds this Senate in the highest possible regard and attributes these attributes that have survived the age of time to this Senate. Allow me to deal with what I consider to be some side issues that have arisen in the course of this trial and in the course of the Assembly's final submissions. Distinguished senators, an issue emerged as to whether ISPAC member number 10955, Kirimi Ibrahim Mutwiri, is an active member of ISPAC in good standing. Fortunately for us, like many other professional bodies, the data of many of us professionals is now available in the public databases of the respective professional association. Any senator who cares to search member number 10955 on the member search engine of ispac.com will get a chance to satisfy themselves as to the active status and good standing status of that member. I repeat, member number 10955. Each senator is at liberty to search on the website ispac.com/search-member to establish for themselves the standing of that member. I say that with great humility because it's important that we address ourselves to the substantive issues that have kept us here and that keep us here up to now. It is not for lack of other business, the governor believes, that distinguished senators are sitting in this House after 9 p.m. to resolve this dispute. the governor believes that the issue before the Senate is so significant that it should never turn on a matter of side issues. And one senator's search member number 10955 in the icepack.com search engine and establish the active and good standing status of that senator, of that accountant, my apologies. They will then form their own opinion as to who is standing on the platform of truth and who is standing on the platform of lack of truth in the conduct of these proceedings. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'll beseech the timekeepers to remind me at intervals of perhaps 15 minutes because I like managing my time as I get along. It's just my humble plea. Mr. Speaker, sir, distinguished senators, impeachment processes, as I have said before, are processes governed by law and legal principles. It is now settled by no lesser authority than the Supreme Court of the Republic of Kenya that public participation is an important pillar of the impeachment process. It therefore means that if an impeachment process is undertaken on a foundation of lack of proper public participation, then that particular impeachment process cannot stand the test of scrutiny. I want to take these senators through the public participation report in volume number 5 of the County Assembly's documents so that these senators in themselves can ascertain whether that principle was satisfied. If the senators can access volume number 5, the largest possible volume of the County Assembly's documents, I'll beseech them to look at page number 35 of that document. Page number 35 of volume 5. It is the biggest volume in the County Assembly document. And if you look at page number 35, there is a photograph on that page which is supposed to be a photograph of the members of the public attending a public participation function at Abogeta West Ward. I then, distinguished senators who have seen that photo, beseech them to look at page number 30 of the same volume. Page number 30 of that volume, which is supposed to be now the public participation event at Abogeta East Ward. On the face of it, the same people in the same sitting arrangement, taking the same posture at page number 30 at Abogeta East Ward are the same people in the same sitting arrangement taking the same posture that you'll discover at page number 35. I leave it to your able judgment about what that says of the integrity of this public participation process. But that's not enough. I'll beseech distinguished senators to turn to page number 331 of that same document. 331 of that same document. May I urge that we start at page 330 for proper context. At page 330 is a title of minutes showing that this should be a public participation event at Akirangondu Ward, in Akirangondu Ward at Machungulu Social Hall. I'll beseech distinguished senators look at minute number 3, which runs from page number 331. And I want you to look at the entire of that minute from where it starts all the way overleaf to page 332. To make my point, I would ask the senators, while keeping their finger on that minute, to turn to page number 373 of the same bundle. While keeping a finger on this page 331, to turn to page 373 of that bundle, they will see that these are supposed to be minutes of a public participation function in Meru ward at a place called Kimiri MCK. These are supposed to be events done on the same day at the same time. You realize that minute number 3 of those minutes starts at page 374 and turns overleaf to page number 375. This minute takers somehow meticulously used the same words word for word across 1.5 pages of minute taking of an objectively taken set of minutes. Distinguished senators, while at it, I want you to turn to page 390 of that same bundle. When you turn to page number 390, you'll come across a public participation event that apparently took place in Igembe East Ward at a place called Karaune MCK. And just for comparison, I will then urge you to turn to page number 393. 393, which is supposed to be a public participation event in Adiru Rugine Ward. I try to understand how to pronounce this name in Meru language, a lot of difficulty. Adiru Rugine Ward at a place called Akune MCK. Putting your finger on those 2 minutes, I want you to look at minute number 3 of each of those 2 minutes. The one at page 390 starts from page 390 through page 391 all the way to page 392. And the one starting at page 393, minute 3 starts at page 393 through page 394 all the way to page 395. And you'll discover those minutes use the same words in the same order, the same sentences in the same order, word for word, across 3 pages of minutes. I leave it to able judgments, applying this Socratic standard that I have just prescribed for this sentence. Courteously, you answer wisely, you consider soberly, and you decide impartially, distinguished senators. Would you say that this is a public participation process that passed the requisite test of integrity? I just want to demonstrate one thing which can be done without taking too much time, which is page 332 of that document. At page 332 of that document, which is part of the minutes of a public participation event taking place at in Akirangondu Ward at Machungulu Social Hall, at minute number 4. At minute number 4, you'll come. Sorry, my apologies. I want us to go to page, my apologies. I misled you when I referred to 332. I want us to refer to 370. Let me see where this brings out the point, then I can conclude just that we don't waste a lot of time. Let me look at 373. If it doesn't, I'll just go to the next minute, then we clear that in a short while. Yes. Thank you so much. That is the one. I wanted to look at page 332, minute number 4 at Akirangondu Ward. The minute taker says as follows: members of the public, upon equal and fair representation from across the locations in the ward, ended the meeting at 1 p.m. Full stop. A member of staff from the county assembly gave closing remarks and thanked the members of the public for exercising their constitutional mandate and conducting their exercise peacefully and inclusively. When you go to page number 375, which are minutes of a completely different ward, you also see minute number 4 in Meru ward, where members of the public, upon equal and fair representation from across the locations in the ward, ended the meeting at 1 p.m. A member of staff from the county assembly gave the closing remarks and thanked members of the public for exercising their constitutional mandate and conducting the exercise peacefully and inclusively. The same minute, the same words in the same order. I spoke here about some things being too fantastic to be true. Distinguished senators, these are the sort of things I was referring to. Normal human fallibilities militates against this kind of coincidences. I'll briefly make that point by looking at page 392. At page 392, of the minutes from Igembe eastward. Page 392, after Roman 11 up there, there is an entry, a lady who spoke and was not in support of the impeachment motion said that since the governor was a woman, the MCS were planning to impeach out and needs to give her time to work and complete her term. It follows, another one said that she doesn't support the impeachment motion because the governor is the only senior-most politician from Meru County. I want us to turn to page 395, which is part of the minutes from Adhiru Rujine ward. Just after Roman number 11, a lady who spoke and was not in support of the impeachment motion said that since the governor was a woman, the MCS were planning to impeach her out and needs to give her time to work and complete her term. It follows, another one said that she doesn't support the impeachment motion because residents of Meru County are tired with these unending fights between the governor and the MCS. Distinguished senators, I leave it to your able judgment as able men, such as fear God, of truth, hating covetousness, using this standard of Jethro as he advises Moses, to determine for yourself the quality of public participation that underwrites this motion. We are looking at a document that is 1,344 pages. Time cannot allow us to continue with this kind of analysis, but the point has been made. Allow me to move to the next point. I want to deal with the various allegations that have been made against the governor in this impeachment motion. If you look at the impeachment motion at count number 1, the governor is accused of gross violation of the Constitution and other laws, and a general allegation of violations of laws is made there. The burden for us is to establish whether the ground in support of that allegation has been made. I would start by dealing with ground 4 for good order. I will deal with the other grounds as I carry on with these submissions. The governor is accused of dismissing Dr. Ntoiti, Paul Mwaki, Kenneth Kimathi Mbae, and Joseph Kithure in usurpation of the powers of appointing authorities. The mover of the motion was taken through this ground as against what was count 4, paragraph 16 of the motion that was before this House in November last year, my apologies, in November last year. She confirmed that there has been no new action on the part of the county government in respect of these officials. She confirmed that what she was complaining about here is the same action that informed the previous allegation in the previous impeachment motion. While at it, and so that I don't revisit this question, I'll also deal with count number 3, paragraph 3 of the present motion, where the governor is accused of employing a bloated workforce of at least 111 personal staff in her office. The mover of this motion came here and she conceded that this was the same allegation in count number 4, paragraph G of the motion that this Senate dealt with in November last year. The question I want this Senate to grapple with is this, and this is a question of principle. Is it permissible for this Senate to be called upon to re-debate the same fact over which it debated and acquitted the governor? Is it permissible in law? Is it permissible in good sense to re-debate and make a decision on it? Are these grounds you are going to vote for, or are these grounds in your private discussion and deliberation are going to move that must be struck out first before you consider the residue of the motion? That's something that I invite this Senate to grapple with so that it guides future processes of this nature. I'm making out an argument that the governor invites this Senate to take a position on allegations that have been debated here in previous impeachment motions and in respect of which the governor has been cleared of the same. May I draw the attention of this Senate to the fact that the move of this motion confirmed that in respect of the claim of employment of a bloated workforce, the same list of employees in the same order that was presented here in November last year is the same list of employees in the same order that she has presented here today, and sought that this Senate reviews its previous decision and enters a different decision from the one it entered last year. The second set of matters that I want to deal with is matters that are pending active litigation in court as we stand here today. What I'll describe as matters that are sub judice. Count number 1, paragraph 1 of the impeachment motion alleges that the governor illegally revoked the appointment of CPA Virginia Kawira Mwangaza as CEO of the Meru County Public Service Board. Distinguished senators, it is not in dispute that this matter is pending active litigation as Meru Employment and Labor Relations Court, case number E002 of 2024, Virginia Kawira Mwangaza versus the governor, Meru County. The governor invites this court to consider as a matter of principle what is its policy on matters sub judice. What is the policy of this Senate on matters that are pending active litigation before other competent institutions of dispute resolution. Evidence of the pendency of that case has, of course, been supplied in volume number 2 of the governor's documents at page number 14. Another matter that the governor wants you to apply the same mind on, that is matters that are actively pending in court, is what I referred to earlier as count number 1, paragraph 4, on the alleged illegal dismissal of Dr. Ntoiti, Paul Mwaki, Kenneth Mbae, Joseph Kithure Mberia. In addition to the fact that this is a matter that this Senate has already applied its own mind upon and made a decision on, it is not in dispute that this matter has been and continues to be in active litigation in our court. This matter went into court as Meru Employment and Labor Relations Petition number 1 of 2022 and is now pending an appeal. Evidence of the pendency of that appeal process is at volume number 7, at page number 71, volume 1B of the governor's documents. Again, distinguished senators, with tremendous humility, I invite this House to take this as a question of principle. What is the policy, the legal policy of this Senate on matters that are actively pending in our courts, such as ground number 1, paragraph 4, count number 1 of this impeachment motion? If you look at ground number 2, paragraph 6, and ground number 3, paragraph 11 of the impeachment motion, that motion, just for good order, is in the County Assembly's documents, volume 1. This is the matter relating to the alleged, or the case of murder of one Daniel Mudhiani, alias Sniper, and contributions towards his family, and the role, connection, or status of Kiambe Crispius Manyara, an accused person in that murder. The County Assembly, at volume number 2 of its documents, at page 429, has supplied this House with the charge sheet for that murder case. Distinguished senators, I beseech you to again make a principled decision in a matter such as this, where the County Assembly, by its own documents, admits that it's a matter pending active trial in our murder court, our high court. What is the policy of this Senate towards matters such as those? I submit that this is a matter of principle because this should be able to guide future impeachments so that we don't have to revisit these questions of principle. People can be guided by the decision of this Senate once and for all. Finally, the impeachment process itself in its entirety. I wish to refer you to volume number 2 of the governor's document at pages 28 to 32. At page 28, you can see Meru Constitutional Petition number E013 of 2024. The parties to that case are Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, petitioner, and the County Assembly of Meru, respondent. The two parties now appearing before you and represented by counsel as has been. the case. If we turn to page number 31 of the Governor's volume number 2, there is a ruling of court which says the upshot of the above is that the impeachment process is halted pending my ruling, and since this matter is of public interest, the ruling on the interested parties and the main petition will be delivered on 29th July 2024 via email to all parties. It is in the public domain that that ruling was not delivered on that day and is still pending delivery, and this order remains in force. As a matter of principle, I invite senators to reflect on this question, because the governor has been brought here by the county assembly claiming that it wants to strike a blow for the rule of law. And yet we are here debating this matter in the face of an order reading, and I quote, "The upshot of the above is that the impeachment process is halted." As a matter of principle, distinguished senators, what position do you want to take on this matter? You are the judges. You will make the decision one way or the other. I have done my part as legal representative to my client. I have made full and candid disclosure that we may be perpetuating a violation of the rule of law. We may be. I am not the decision maker. I leave the eventual decision to your able hands, distinguished senators. Is this the way we shall grow our institutions? If a court of competent jurisdiction can make an order such as this, the county assembly proceeds in violation of this order. The governor has told you on her part, she has taken some action on this violation. And at page 35 onwards, you will see a contempt of court application that she has filed. She has done her part. The court will deal with that. Shall we, sitting here in good conscience and our attention having been drawn to these facts, perpetuate this process which on the face of it, the county government has undertaken in violation of a valid court order? It is not for the governor, it's not for her council to make that decision. Distinguished senators, the heavier task lies with you to make a decision one way or the other on these questions of principle, touching on those specific paragraphs of those specific counts that I have alluded to, and on this impeachment process as a whole, as I have drawn your attention to page 30 of volume number 2 of the governor's documents. Let me proceed by addressing you briefly on the Public Audit Act. Distinguished senators, I beseech you as you make this decision this evening to be guided by the provisions of Section 53 and Section 54 of the Public Audit Act. I say this in summary in response to the multiple audit questions that have arisen in the course of this hearing. Time will not permit me to point at specific audit queries. Having been present here, we know those audit questions. Section 53 of the Public Audit Act has a side note entitled Implementation of Reports. These are audit reports by an accounting officer. Implementation of reports by an accounting officer. Subsection 1 of Section 53 of the Public Audit Act provides, and I quote, the relevant accounting officer of a state organ or public entity shall within 3 months after Parliament has considered and made recommendations on the audit report. So first, there is an audit report. 2, there is parliamentary consideration of the audit report. Then 3, there are actions to be taken, which are take the relevant steps to implement the recommendations of Parliament on the report of the Auditor General, or give explanations in writing to Parliament on why the report has not been acted upon. The law itself actually anticipates failure to act on those reports with reason. Honorable Senators, there is a principle in law called the subsidiarity principle. The subsidiarity principle in law dictates that a dispute must be resolved at the lowest institution competent to resolve it. So, for example, as a litigation lawyer, if I have a case that can competently be handled by the High Court, but when I look at the law, it can also competently be handled by a lower court, a magistrate's court, I am obligated to file that case in the magistrate's court, which is the lowest court competent to hear that dispute. We now know that the County Assembly of Meru has not exercised its mandate by seizing these reports and making necessary recommendations or steps to be taken to implement the report. Instead, it has picked the reports and come to this house with those reports. I want to believe, speaking for myself, that that is overburdening this very busy house. I want to suggest to you, senators, that if you set a precedent here in these proceedings, that a county assembly can do that, it means that if we get a year where there are 47 county governments with some issues, and you know better than I do, that virtually every year, every county government has some issues in the audit report, it is possible for county assemblies to bring here 47 impeachment motions. I suspect that that may break the functional machinery of this house. I think that you better take a position in this matter that reminds county assemblies that they also have a role to discharge, to sit, invite relevant officers of the executive, interrogate audit reports, resolve disputes that can resolve there first, then come here with only such residues of issues that the relevant officers have proved to be incorrigible. That is my humble submission, distinguished senators. There is a cadre of claims before you where I submit respectfully that the county assembly is in fact the author of the problem. Then it has brought the governor here. The alleged failure to appoint chairpersons of the Meru County Revenue Board, Meru Microfinance Corporation, Meru Youth Service Board, and Meru County Investment and Development Board. I invite you to look at the correspondences at pages 53, 54, 57, 58, 60, 61, 62, 65, 67, 84, and the document at pages 85 all the way to 163, and the document at page 135 of volume 1B of the governor's documents. I will not read them, but save just to summarize that these are the multiple correspondence between the office of governor and the office of the clerk of the county assembly. There is no doubt, distinguished senators, that the governor nominated persons to these offices. If the governor did not furnish sufficient particulars, The county assembly had the option of rejecting those names. Just consider them and reject them, so that there is no jam in the system, so to speak. What has happened here is that for more than 1 year, the county assembly has engaged the governor's office in correspondence, but failed to make a decision on the chairpersons of these boards. And yet there is nothing the governor can do without the county assembly first making a decision one way or the other. The law, for example, distinguished senators, requires that ambassadors in this country, cabinet secretaries, be appointed by the president, but upon approval by the National Assembly. If the president were to forward names of cabinet secretaries to the National Assembly, then the National Assembly takes 1 year engaging the president in correspondence on those names without making a decision on them. Then eventually moves a motion to impeach the president for failure to appoint. That is malice in the extreme. I have reflected on the various categories of malice. I submit respectfully, this will fall into the category of malice of the highest order. This is a teaching aid in malice. It is inconceivable that there can be a higher grade of malice than this. You have been told that the governor has failed to implement the recommendations / resolutions of the county assembly. You are taken through the letter by the clerk claiming to be forwarding a resolution of the county assembly. In fact, that letter, when you look at it, it says that the Hansard is also enclosed. We have asked for that Hansard. We have asked for that resolution. Distinguished senators, it has not been presented to you. The question is, how will you impeach the governor on the strength of such an allegation? But more importantly for me, questions were put here to a number of witnesses to show who that report of the assembly of the committee of the assembly is addressed to. That report was addressed to the petitioners, not the governor. Who was that report copied to? That report was copied to the various officers who allegedly the petitioners had sought to be removed from office, one by one. That report was neither addressed to nor copied to the governor. But now you are told to make a finding that the governor failed to implement that report that was neither addressed to her nor copied to her. As a matter of fact, can we say that in accordance with the law, the County Assembly of Meru has established this fact? I repeat, it is not in my place to make that determination. It is in your place, distinguished senators, to make that determination. I invite you to make that determination with this factual matrix in your mind, so that you vote that in good conscience, a governor who is neither the addressee of a letter nor copied in the letter can be removed from office on an allegation of failure to implement the contents of that letter. Factual matters on the dismissal of Dr. Ntoiti, Paul Mwaki, Kenneth Kimathi Mbae, and Joseph Kathure Mberia have arisen in addition to the principal matters of pendency of court cases in them. Factual matters have arisen. To the factual question whether these people have been dismissed from office, the county executive says in charge of public service has been here and has adduced evidence that these people, some of them, their contracts ran out by effluxion of time. That a contract that has ended. Number two, you are told the governor never dismissed these people. good people, distinguished senators, what would have been easier than for the county assembly to present us with at least a sample dismissal letter of any of these people? The multiple volumes before you contain very many documents except anything in the name of a dismissal letter, even to prove that fact of an allegation of dismissal. You are going to make a decision this evening. I want you in good conscience to reflect on whether you can dismiss a governor for alleged dismissal of an employee without the dismissal letter before you, without an affidavit of that employee before you claiming to have been dismissed, and yet you are told, remove this governor from office. Correct. An allegation has been made that this governor deliberately and knowingly misled the public that 86 million shillings had been raised through pay bill number 247247, account number 04001639178999. First, let me contextualize that video. We had the opportunity to review that video, distinguished senators, and you are aware that other videos have been played to show just the amount of mud that was thrown at the senator, so at the governor, not by the family of the deceased, not by the wife of the deceased, but by persons, whether called activists or other leaders from Meru County. You listen to that clip and you have no doubt in your mind the governor is addressing those leaders who are throwing mud at her. I think that when I finally document the story of this governor, as I hope one day I'll get to do, she's the only leader who has been expected to have mud thrown at her with no corresponding right to respond. Because every time she responds, those very scurrilous attacks, she is brought here for impeachment. All of us had somebody claiming that a body of a deceased person would be placed in the home of the governor and to remain there, and if push comes to be brought to this Senate. How do we expect a fellow citizen not to respond? Human beings have an instinct of anger, have an instinct of shame, have an instinct of pride that is natural, normal human instinct. There's nothing inherently wrong in those human values. It's just the way God made us as human beings. And when the governor responds to those leaders, clearly saying those leaders must then support the deceased wife, build a house for her, buy her a car, start a foundation to support her children. I think, judged in context, that is a governor who is empathetic to this widow and who is calling for her to be assisted rather than being taken advantage of for political ends or possibly for business ends. I would want this particular charge to be understood in that context, distinguished senators. Ground number 3, at paragraph 8, an allegation is made of an alleged use of manual payroll. First, I think sufficient evidence has been laid here that this was an issue in the audit report. The county assembly is yet to consider that audit report and recommend appropriate action or seek answers from the county executive. Evidence has been laid to you that this governor inherited a government where manual payrolls were a systemic problem. In fact, she has finished that problem before this impeachment motion was filed. That is something I beseech you to keep at the back of your mind as you make a decision one way or the other on these proceedings. Evidence has been laid before you that the issue of manual register has appeared in audit reports in respect of an excess of more than 40 counties. What lesson do we learn from that? This may be a systemic government problem beyond Meru County. And therefore, the proper interventions by legislative and oversight institutions such as this is to provide systemic solutions. What can we do to ensure that IPPD numbers of staff are processed much faster to conduce an environment where payrolls are run without the necessity to resort to manual payrolls as we wait for IPPD numbers? You will empathize with the governor that if her government were to keep kindergarten teachers without salary for 8 months, pending processing of IPPD numbers by another government institution, that may as well be an unfair labor practice, which will also violate the Constitution. I have addressed the question of employing a bloated workforce. As a matter of fact, the governor has not employed a bloated workforce. As a matter of fact, this matter has been dealt before in a previous impeachment motion. As a matter of fact, evidence has been laid here of the governor's office rejecting other staff being sent to her office. I beseech you to keep that fact at the back of your mind as you make this decision. Finally, on the allegation of paying Kiambi Crispus Manyara, a public communications officer in the office of governor, full salary while in remand, distinguished senators, I want you in good conscience to make a decision whether governors pay staff. Just in the government organogram, whether a governor pays staff. The appointment letter of this particular staff shows that this is actually a staff of the County Public Service Board. That's the appointing authority, that's the disciplining authority. So that where a staff who is charged in court is supposed to be either suspended or interdicted and relevant communication made to the payroll team, that would be the function of the County Public Service Board, which is an independent board established as such under the County Government Act. To blame the governor for the failure or omission of an independent board, which if the governor sought to interfere with, that may as well be a ground of impeaching her, that will be putting this governor in a grave dilemma. We beseech you not to put this governor or any other governor in such a position of dilemma. The Supreme Court of Kenya, in the case of Sonko versus the County Assembly of Nairobi, set a principle, and I quote, though a political process, impeachment is sanctioned by the Constitution and the law, and it is not a platform to settle political scores. It is well within the rights of the governor to adduce evidence before you to show what political machinations are there, so that you can contextualize her allegations that these are processes to settle political scores. Make no mistake, distinguished senators, the governor has set out here. She is a leader like any other leader. She is subject to oversight like any other leader. She is subject to sanction like any other leader. But let it be fair oversight. Let it be fair sanction. Let it not be politically motivated sanction. A side issue has been raised here that this governor is waving a gender card. When the governor was brought here in September last year, she told you, this house, that she was a victim of misogyny. She didn't stop here. She played video clips here for you to see with your own senses, for you to hear with your own senses, for you to feel with your own senses. The decision was yours, and the answer of this house shows that even this senator was abhorred by the misogyny that was displayed in those videos. The governor is not creating a narrative of misogyny. The governor presented evidence of misogyny before this house. A narrative has been created here that this governor has been given 2 opportunities before. An impression being created that this governor was perhaps convicted and pardoned. Truth is, this governor has been acquitted on every other occasion that she has been brought here. And therefore, you can't blame her for whatever decision this Senate made based on the evidence that has been brought before the Senate. The case of Martin Nyaga Wambora before the Court of Appeal of Kenya set out the principle that allegations for removal of a governor must be serious, substantial, and weighty. Let's face it, if we want to look for technical infractions of law, that is easy. We can get a technical infraction of law on any officer in any office, on any citizen, wherever situate. The principle as enunciated by our courts is that to remove a governor from office, the allegation must be serious, substantial, and weighty. And it's in this context that I understood the clarification sought. 5 minutes, thank you. The clarification as sought by Honorable Senator Kajwang as to whether labor disputes, employment disputes would form a basis of an impeachment motion. This institution of parliament has employees. I leave it to your own assessment as whether there are any employees that have ever taken this institution to court. What is sure is that there's an entire court called the Employment and Labor Relations Court, whose business is to resolve labor disputes every day. We don't create institutions for fun. That institution was created because there was an understanding that in our day-to-day lives, people are going to have labor disputes. And therefore, to use a labor dispute that is properly before a court of competent jurisdiction to remove a governor from office, that in and of itself does not pass the test of seriousness, substantiality, and weight. The Court of Appeal also established as a principle that a nexus must be drawn between the governor and the alleged gross violations of the Constitution or any law. So that where the County Public Service Board, for example, fails to interdict or suspend an employee who is charged in a court of law, it strains my imagination how anyone within the most fertile imagination on earth can create a nexus between that and the governor. I leave it to the distinguished house here to make a decision on that question. In conclusion, distinguished senators, I have been reflecting on the life and the times of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza. In my other world, Mr. Speaker, I am a teacher, and I talk to my law students every day in a mentorship program, and I was telling them that in the fullness of time, when I am tasked to make my intellectual contributions on gender and the law, my writing will not be on the 2/3 gender principle. My writing will be on the struggle to sustain a woman governor in Meru County. It is difficult for me to imagine of any public official in this country who has been subjected to the trials and tribulations of this governor. This governor who stands here, I look at her and see either my elder sister or my mother. I can't imagine of a lesson in resilience than that is embodied in this woman who sits here before you as governor. I beseech you to have the weight of this submission in your conscience as you grapple with the principal issues, the evidentiary issues, and the factual issues that I have raised this evening. I beseech you to acquit this governor on each of the 3 counts. I rest the governor's final submissions.
Thank you, Counsel. Now, honorable senators, ladies and gentlemen, we will now, pursuant to Rules 27 of the Rules of Procedure as contained in the 3rd schedule of our standing orders, we will proceed to a camera session. And therefore, at this juncture, I'll ask the parties to withdraw from the chamber, the members of the public to withdraw from the chamber, and the media to cease live broadcast forthwith.